Hello, welcome in. Awesome. Apparently I was muted. There we go. All right. So welcome in. Pro streamer right here. Pro streamer. Yeah, gotta
Technical
leave it muted.
difficulties.
Gotta leave it muted. Okay. So welcome in. So I am Strange Tangent. This is, as always, my amazing and lovely wife, Red Panda. So we'll edit that part out in the YouTube.
Okay.
Yeah. So welcome in. I hope everybody is doing well. Those of you that were in yesterday, for part one, our goal yesterday was that we were going to attempt to try to open up the chest and be able to get that open. Unfortunately, that didn't happen. We gave you all some homework that were here helping us with part one. So hopefully you were able to read through some of the witness statements, maybe the diary, maybe a few of the other documents that we have available on the Discord. Let's see if I can get there we go. So hopefully that helps out as well. We're going to be eager to hear what you have found out. Like if you were able to read through anything, if there's anything that stood out to you, we're going to be eager to hear that. So for part two, I think where we said we were wanting to start was by looking at witness statements, looking at, I know we had a couple more pieces of evidence that we hadn't finished up from part one, and going from there. So I think that was the, like what we're seeing on the screen. So we've got the invite here. We've got the banner and the ring, along with the witness statements. And then there was a letter home as well. And then we've got...
that came with...
Oh, yes. Okay.
Pieces, so it's all three of these came in that info.
Yeah. And then also the J&J construction, J&J Thomas construction one that has this nice code right down here at the bottom that we are going to decipher today as well. So hopefully... we can figure this out. Yes, I did have myself muted again. Okay, it's fine. I forgot to push the button on the. I forgot to push the button on the this. Okay, on my setup. Okay, it's fine. So that's what we're gonna dig into today. Okay, we're gonna try to figure out the code. We're gonna try to break this wide open and see what we can figure out what's up. So what you've learned, Pace was a jerk who had it coming. Yes, exactly. Right? Silent Moon, welcome in. And welcome in everybody else as well. Hopefully, like I said, I'm seeing some names from yesterday as well. Also some new names in the chat. So we really appreciate you stopping in to further help us try to solve this murder. So let's get started into that. We're going to, like I said, first dig into the witness statements. So let us know what you think of the witness statements, of if there's anything that stood out to you with anything within those statements while we kind of go over them as well.
For anyone who's joining us today that wasn't with us yesterday, the Discord has everything you need as far as all these documents. So you can kind of catch up a bit with us while we're starting up today.
Yep, absolutely. So again, there's that link for easy access again. All right. So, and then if you are watching this on YouTube, just down in the description down below, that will have all the links for Discord and all of the social links as well. But then don't forget as well, if you're watching this on YouTube, don't forget to hit the like, the subscribe, right? And again, join the Discord so you know when we're going to do this live again next time. All right.
So I figured we'd start off with this part again, backing up slightly, because these three pieces came out of that. So this was a package sent by Benjamin Cheeto Davenport, which is one of the two soldiers in this series. And it was to someone else. And I noticed this after the fact, Choctaw Reservation, which I believe is an Indian reservation.
Okay.
So definitely Native American. And so he sent this to a family member, it looks like, which was this photo, this pink piece of paper, and this letter that we're going through today.
All right, perfect. So we've got the witness statements as well. I know you and I both had a chance to read over them. Yeah. Was there anything that you feel really stood out? I know there was a lot of holes within the witness statements,
Yes.
but was there anything specific that stood out on any of them that you can think of that you're like, oh man, we really got to look into that?
I'll be honest, like I went through them twice because at first I was like, some just didn't sell right, and then I read through it again and I went, oh, there's a lot more holes than I initially noticed. So I really was intrigued by Zoe because she
Okay.
has this gap of about an hour or two where she had this fight with her husband after they went to bed around like 2100 ish.
Right.
But then he storms off and she, quote, is pacing, but then all of a sudden it's 2 hours later and she's going to the kitchen to chit chat with Agnes.
Right.
I'm sorry, women can get pretty mad, but I can't imagine anyone stewing in their room pacing for 2 hours. I feel like she would have exploded way before then.
Do I have these open yet? I don't think I do. So let's look at.
I find that very interesting because that's a huge hole, but I don't know.
Yeah. So
It's interesting to me.
So what Red Panda's talking about is this witness statement right here. So in the Discord, it's item number 5B. It's labeled as all witness statements. So that if you scroll down to page 2 on that, you'll have the Mrs. Roger Havering. That is Zoe. So you'll hear us referring to her as.
Yes.
And this is
That second page.
her statement within this. So you said that the second paragraph, right?
Yeah, because she
So-
said that after they fought, which I think someone else had said they retired, I want to say it was around 2100, but they fought in the room right afterwards, of course, about money as always, so they said.
Right.
But then she said specifically she was pacing their bedroom for some time after the row or fight, and
Yeah.
then looked at the clock expecting him to come back and realized he hadn't, and decided at around 23:30 to go chit chat with Agnes. I just can't. 2 hours or an hour and a half is a long time
Yeah.
to not be able to better account for her whereabouts and just pacing in her room. I don't know. It just
Yeah.
seemed fishy
So
to
yeah,
me.
bit
It
of
just seems a big hole.
bit of a hole there.
Yeah.
So
Plus, in many statements.
so
not
yeah, so
all.
2330. So that's something too that can help. So collaborate or whatever it is.
Yeah.
With I think a couple of the other ones. So that was something that I noticed was that there was a lot of these times that did
Yes.
overlap that did help solidify some of these alibis. So I think it was it Davenport, it might have been Bailey. There was one that
Are you looking for the one that hung out with the gentleman
with
Roger?
yeah. So that was
parlor?
yeah, so that was failed to sleep until around 22:30 when he got up. Yeah, and then it looks like
I think it was Bailey that was in the study or the parlor with Roger. Yeah, he kept drinking and sounded angry, and he was So Bailey, which is the one that has like a temper, and
yeah.
doesn't do well with authority. He's a soldier who doesn't do well with authority, and actually got like sent to like a crypto, not crypto, what's it?
Cryptology.
Cryptology unit, yeah. He
So
was in the parlor at some point with Roger, who's Zoe's husband. Roger being drunk as can be, talking. And it was 22:30 again, is that noise in the hall thing they were talking about. So yeah, that number keeps popping up a lot in almost everyone's alibi.
yeah, so and that's yeah, so like in Wallace's alibi, so he talks about that around 9:30, and then he mentions that he had been 21:30. Then he was walking around for about an hour, and that at that time is when he had seen, I think the dogs had dug their way out again. So
Yeah.
he said that the kid, being Private Benjamin Davenport, so it was Davenport, so it was Davenport that then helped him out with that, and then they did that. So it looks like though, so if that was 22:30, but yet Mrs. Havering remembers it being around 23:30, so that's an hour difference.
So 21:30 is actually when Wally was pacing.
Yeah, it looks like so around
Yeah.
21. So he claims to have checked on Mr. Pace again around 21:30. 15 minutes later, left him with Mrs. Middleton. So 21:45, and then after a brief conversation, the topic of which he appears reluctant to discuss, he took a stroll of the grounds afterwards. for perhaps half an hour. So not even an hour, 30 minutes. So
Yeah.
that would have taken us into what 22:15.
Ish, yeah.
So 22:15 is that. So that's over an hour difference because he said he jumped into action when he saw the dogs jump out, or that they had dug their way out again, and then Benjamin Davenport helped him with that. So, I mean, I guess if it took time to fix all of that, and then at 23:30 is when Zoe saw the two of them walking out towards the cabin.
Mm-hmm.
That could be the case. So
it kind of sounds like Wally and that young boy, the kid, kind of corroborate each other.
Yeah, Davenport. Yeah.
Yeah, because they were at the shed smoking.
Yeah, so that's what they both kind of had mentioned in their statements, was that they had gone out for a cigar, and that it was around 1:30, I think, when they both said that they had Agnes come running out the door. Yeah.
Davenport did say at 22:30, he was him and Bailey both basically woke up around that time, it sounds like. But 22:30 was mentioned on a few of the others as well.
Okay.
Yeah. So it's all like very timelined right in that area. So
yeah.
We may be able to start ruling people in or out.
Yeah, he was woken by a noise in the hall at 22:30 that was allegedly Davenport's nocturnal movements. So that was around that time that he then went downstairs.
Mm-hmm.
So that already is not quite lining up, right? So if he didn't come downstairs until 22:30, it looks like Mr. Pace had talked about, not Mr. Pace, but Mr. Pearson Wallace had talked about that. Let's see, took a stroll past half an hour, so that would have put it at 22:15. Because he had spent 15 minutes with Mrs. Middleton, so that would have taken 21:45 and then to 22:15. So 22:15, he found the dogs taken out, but then he said that had seemingly escaped, dug their way out again. I saw the kid come out the back door from the trophy room. He helped me get them back in their kennel, patch the hole. So if the kid, Davenport, didn't come downstairs until 22:30, this makes it seem like he came out the back door at 22:15, but there was the story from Davenport saying that he had been down in the trophy room talking with the nephew, with Roger, right?
No. Davenport is the Native American. Bailey was the one talking to Roger in the study library parlor thing.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I was actually going to point out something else that I thought was interesting. So the two soldiers know each other, and they're both guests of Mr. Pace. They don't seem to have a very close relationship with him. We don't really have an understanding yet of why they were there, because the other two people there are family members, right?
Right.
One thing I thought was interesting, though, is they kind of both admit to seeing each other, and I can't remember which one of them. They literally said they saw someone. The other one poked the head out of the room, and that was how they could say that person was there at the time. That could be a very easily made up statement to give somebody a time to commit a crime. You know what I mean? Because nonchalantly throwing in, oh, he poked his head out the door. That's an easy way to alibi somebody, while they may not really have done that, giving them this huge ample opportunity of time to be somewhere else.
Yeah.
I don't know. I thought that was very interesting to include a detail that specific, that I visualized this guy I know who poked his head out the door. I thought it was intriguing a little bit. So, anything you guys have noticed or seen that you thought was interesting in the witness statements? Besides that Pace was a jerk, which I truly agree.
So it looks like Private Bailey recalls being woken by a noise in the hall at 22:30. There was allegedly Private Davenport's movements, and then was kept awake by the hunting lodge's hounds. He became a little irate, decided to go to the library to occupy his time. So I'm trying to remember.
Let me see which one. Peek their head up around.
I want to see physically where these movements went, right? So All right, so let's see where we've got. So Claude's room is there.
Claude is Bailey, the army soldier.
Bailey,
with
yeah.
Anger issues.
Okay, so this is gonna be on the second floor. All right, so second floor of the house. So these are the bedrooms off to the side, so you can see there's the stairwell there. And then out of that hallway beyond the parlor that goes up into the great room library area. So he's saying that so Bailey met Roger out in the library, not in the trophy room. So
that was parlor.
Well, parlor was on the first floor.
Yeah.
So he had said that
I know that the drunk guy said he went to
decided to go to the library to occupy my time. He says he came upon Mr. Havering drunk and visibly upset. So they would have been right here in this great room library. Zoe's statement seems a little sus, yeah.
Thank you. I agree on that one.
So they would have been right here in the library. So for those of you that don't also know this with the map, so off of the great room library, so on the other side, so the bedrooms are over here on this side here. The other side is the master bedroom where Pace was found. And this is Pace's bedroom, bathroom, study, that sort of thing. So
this is what's not making sense. So for Roger Havering, the nephew, who supposedly the Bailey military guy and him were hanging out in the same room, drinking, chit-chatting, Roger's claiming to have walked out of the room fighting with his wife, going to the parlor to make himself a cocktail and sitting by the fire for an unknown amount of time.
Well, there's no fireplace in the great room, library, or parlor.
That's sure interesting, isn't it?
Yeah, so if he was by a fireplace...
at the time, and I don't remember much besides stewing. After I sobered up a bit, I headed up to bed and was going to apologize to Zoe. So in his head, he was at the parlor, but then obviously not if he was near a fireplace. There, like you said, is no fireplace in that room. So that's quite an interesting oopsie-doo for his theory.
And then where was it that he had talked about that he had talked with... wasn't there something that he had mentioned about that he had been talking with that kid for so long?
Yes, I think it's...
That he had been talking with Bailey for...
Because this is him writing his wife, trying to remember what happened that night. How did we get here, meeting him and his wife? How did I get to drinking in the parlor by myself? Why did I spend the same time talking to that soldier? Yeah. Uncle Harry something.
And that Uncle Harry, you're saying that soldier that Uncle Harry is so enamored with, yeah.
Which is so funny, he's enamored with a soldier.
Yeah. So, okay, so in this part, in this area, he's still mentioning, though, that he was in the parlor, which is down on the first floor. So he's saying that he was in the parlor by himself originally, but then talking with this soldier.
Yeah.
The soldier is saying that he went to the library.
Yeah.
So
that's super interesting.
So that's not matching up.
No.
Also, what's not matching up is that he mentioned in his statement that he went to the parlor to sit by the fire. Well, the parlor doesn't have a fireplace, but the trophy room does.
And that would make sense because that's where he... Oh.
But supposedly that's where Davenport was because Davenport came out the door.
He exited that door, which is also where the gun was found.
Yeah, the gun was found out back of the trophy room. Correct.
And supposedly Wally was out there too, so like it's hard to believe Wally wouldn't have seen him throw the gun somewhere, but yeah.
Well, he came out to help with the dog supposedly, and so at the time of yes, Pace's room does also have a fireplace as well.
I feel like maybe we should come back to the witness statements. We shoot through them a little bit, and everyone does have access to them. See if you guys can keep finding some holes in people's alibis while we keep going, because I think we're still missing enough of a motive.
No, I agree.
To pinpoint which statements are flawed. What's your thoughts on the beach ball?
I need that.
Oh, you still need that?
Yep.
What are you gonna do?
Tape it up. I can see it easier.
Oh, okay. Do you want like a smaller version? Because I haven't printed one.
Oh, no, that's
okay.
fine. I'm gonna tape this up real quick,
Okay.
and then do you want to go?
I can start
You wanna
with
do one
I
of
can
those?
start with the other stuff that guy sent. Did we read the pink note yet? Because I don't know if we
We read it, but we skipped over the cipher.
Okay.
So
well,
if you want to try to start on the cipher,
yeah, we can do that.
all right, let me see if this. I want to make sure you guys can see this still. Hopefully.
All right. So, has anyone attempted the cipher overnight? If so, don't put the answer in the comments yet. Just say yes or no if you have. We want to make sure everyone has a chance to at least try to solve it. So, it looks like this cipher might be the Playfair code one that one of the detectives mentioned and kind of gave clues about. So from the backstory of this, though, we don't quite know yet. We just know that it was sent with the letter to the Indian reservation by Davenport. That's all we know at this point.
Okay.
So.
I want to say real quick, just put some notes up. So we said that Bailey said that he had been in the library, right?
Sorry, Bailey. Yes. So let's see.
Which is Claude. Yeah. So that's Claude, and
yeah,
so
he says little irate, so he went to the library and found Roger drunk and upset.
and that was
That was
the
after
library.
That was after 22:30 because that's when he heard the noise in the hall. But he doesn't give a time after that.
Okay, so we're gonna say about 22:30. So I'm gonna put that up on the map.
Can you put 22:30 or later?
He said, yeah. Well, so that's what I'm saying. Yeah. Okay, so about 22:30 or later. Okay, so we've got that, and then, however, we've got Roger saying that he went to the parlor, right?
Mm-hmm. Oh, while you're right, that reminds me of something else I saw in the statements. So one of the soldiers, I think it was Bailey, the one talking to Roger, noticed Roger kept playing with his flask, this flask, and this was found underneath the bed of the victim. And we know it's Roger's flask because we found some numbers on it that are some of his favorite numbers, I guess. It's like 1012. Or sorry, 1012, yeah. So this was in his hand when he was in the library or parlor. We're not sure which at this point.
Yeah.
And he was drinking out of it. So.
Yeah, so the only thing I can think is that obviously he had it when he went upstairs, right?
Yeah.
So if he had it when he went upstairs, then when he supposedly, like, saying that he didn't, let's, play the role that he didn't kill his uncle.
Yeah.
Then when he found his uncle dead, he, in his drunken stupor, got startled, dropped the flask, didn't even realize that he had dropped it. But whatever the case may be.
Yeah.
What do you remember? Hey Z, hope you're doing well, Z Ogre. So what time did Roger approximately say that he went down to the parlor?
So Roger is really vague with everything, so I'll give you the best I can. So Roger and Zoe retired around 2100 per a few people. They had a fight in the room after that. That's when he left to go to the parlor. So we could assume the fight probably was a 15-minute fight, maybe 30 minutes at most. He probably ended up at the parlor around 21:30, most likely.
Around 21:30.
That's my assumption.
After.
Yeah. Roughly, because the only we know of is that they retired to their room around 2100.
Right. But maybe he meant by the fact that when he said that he spent the same amount of time talking with the kid, he meant that the same amount of time that he spent drinking by himself, that was then followed up by the same amount of time of drinking or of talking to the kid.
Yeah.
So supposedly Roger went to the parlor and sat by the fire. So I do have a question mark after that because
there's a fireplace.
Yeah. So I mean, so one, right? So like that's the thing. So I don't know, Chad, if you guys see this very well, but you see probably the pink post-it notes. So like these are two different places on two different floors. Um, the so Bailey says that he went to the library, which is on the second floor, and spoke to Roger. But Roger's saying that he was located in the parlor on the first floor, but it's also saying that he was by a fire, which isn't in the parlor; it's in the trophy room. However, I think, yeah, Silent Moon had brought up that. I mean, I don't know if this is where you were trying to go with this or not, Silent Moon, but you asked about if Pace had a fireplace in his room. He does.
Mm-hmm.
So what if he was so drunk that he thought that he went to the parlor, but was really sitting in Pace's room by a fire? Right? Like, I don't know. So we got a lot of that to figure out.
Roger also mentioned causing a lot of a scene when he was going up the stairs. He was so drunk he could barely walk, and he kept saying that he, quote, woke up half the house. So it was really interesting that nobody else mentioned how much of a racket he was making.
Right.
I just found that really interesting. And he was extremely drunk because he was still slurring his words the next morning.
Yeah.
And obviously after he lost his flask, he probably didn't get any more alcohol.
No, absolutely. Oh, no, we're not in a new place, Z. We've just, whenever we do the Hunt a Killer streams, I kind of rearrange some stuff, set things up a little bit different so we have enough room to dive into some murder cases. Yeah.
And kick the dogs out because they get
they have a tendency to keep bumping tables, and we don't want to roll over one of their paws with a chair or something. So
I'd like to go on to the Cipher if we could, and then we can always circle back to the witness statements. Because I think that's how we're going to rule people in or out. But I don't really feel like we can rule anyone 100% out just yet, because frankly, the Pace guy said some very vulgar things about this guy's lineage being an Indian. Yes. He said some very vulgar things. So that's offensive. There was mentioning of some kind of a land deal. Yeah. That's problematic. So there's some motives there. The Bailey guy, he was a soldier. He had issues with authority. Well, Pace thought of himself highly and expected pretty much pure and total respect at all times. Yeah. So both of them, even though they were guests, to me, aren't ruled out of the suspect pool. And Roger wanted his uncle's money, frankly. Zoe wanted her uncle-in-law's money.
That is very true.
Yeah. So everybody truly had at least a somewhat blanket motive, just level of we don't know yet. So do you think you can help me do this, though? Because I think it's going to take both of us. I really don't think I can figure this out on my own. Because I don't. This is a very complicated one. Did you ever learn this when you were?
When I was what?
Did you ever learn any code like this when you were in?
No, we didn't. No, we didn't use. I mean, my unit, we didn't use ciphers or anything like that. No.
I didn't know if they taught.
Nowadays, things are encrypted, so you just talk like over the radio. You use encrypted channels and frequencies that the frequencies the radios would be in sync. So it's frequency hopping. So each radio is changing frequencies every few seconds. Okay. And so, and it just kind of goes from there.
So are we saying that these big letters at the bottom is the message we're trying to solve? Is that what we're saying?
Yeah, we're just trying to solve that. Yeah.
Okay.
So Silent Moon. So I agree. However, there was something that Red Panda thought about too. That we don't have. This is just a theory. It's not there's nothing at this point to back it up. We haven't found anything yet.
It was in the military records, something about a fight he was in.
Right, but no. Yeah, so
Is that where you're going?
Yeah, there was a fight that he was in, one of the battles. That's how he got hurt, right? Yeah. So the bullets, it was like as if that they just didn't fire, they just didn't leave their gun. So there wasn't enough gunpowder in the bullets. Mm-hmm. So he was saying that there should be, in his opinion, that there should be an investigation to find out how this happened, that sort of thing. So this is more of a, like, what if, right? Like, when we first started this, we found that when we read the article about Pace, right?
Yeah.
He had a factory that burned down.
It's hard to read, but it is there.
He had when one of his factories caught fire and tragically killing a laborer and injuring several others. Mm-hmm. So we're wondering if that factory has anything tied to anything, right? So
it was he's obsessed with soldiers,
right?
He's got a factory that burned down, so obviously something in the factory had to be flammable.
Yeah.
Maybe it questions was
Well,
it
because
a
we're also
munitions factory or something for the board.
Because then we
the
were
war
also
was going on.
wanting to say that. So Agnes had a previous previous spouse or lover or love interest, right?
Yeah.
So we were wondering if that person that died in the factory was Royce as well. So again, that we don't have there's nothing that directly links that, but it's stuff that we're thinking about of this factory burned down. We find out that there's this person, especially what Agnes keeps saying of what he did of what Pace did to her beloved Royce, right? Yeah. So we don't know, but as of right now, yeah. So as of right now, though, direct evidence wise, yeah, exactly though, right? So thinking outside of the box kind of is what it is, but as of right now, there's not any evidence that says that. Nothing that specifically shows that, but who knows what we can find, and who knows what's in that locked drawer too? Because what's in that locked drawer could change all of that. We could be thinking that Bailey's not involved at all, and something in that drawer could completely change that. So what do we got for this cipher?
So we've not done this ahead of time. We were waiting to save it for you guys. So obviously, this seems to be the Playfair code cipher. The question is, how do we go about doing that? So we were provided this page. Which should be under Inspector Perot's letter. It should be the second page of Inspector Perot's letter, so you guys can follow along. That kind of tries to talk us through how to do it. A little bit more complicated of a cipher than we've done in the past. Normally we're just doing shift ciphers or basic ciphers. This one seems a little bit more... A lot can go wrong. So this one may take a little bit more time. One thing that I was telling Strange Tangent that I noticed was that Wally's underlined, which I thought was interesting. And Wally and Pace have a huge history together. And this is definitely directed to Mr. Pace. It's written to him by this construction company. So I'm wondering if that is a communication, a secret communication between Pace and Wally. Because they go back really far. Pace obviously has done some type of military something. He's got familiarity with it, whether he's served or not, I've not been able to prove.
Yeah, so it sounds like...
I feel like Wally might be
and so this thing's right. So it sounds like this was included in this envelope to be sent home as evidence to the brother to say, hey, they're trying to buy our land back home. So... Yeah. So do you want to...
So I have the Wally part. So according to the cipher thing... It says that if there's repeating letters, you cut it out. So when it says Poirot, it takes the second O out.
Right.
So for Wally, I did it so that we only have the one L, but we only have 4 letters, not 5. And so I'm not sure, do we just create a 4x4 grid? Because the alphabet doesn't change how big
So I think, no. It is a 5x5 grid. So you do Wally, but then you put A here.
Is that what we do?
Yeah, so because you start the alphabet right after the word. So that would be... No. Oh, yes, A is already there. So yes, you would use B.
And then we're not using... Is it my understanding that we don't use J then?
Well, something you said it's not related. What's not related? Sometimes the delay could cause... Or we may have talked about something after something that you had commented on. So,
So the I thing, I'm not sure on the I's. Do I use the I or not? So it usually says use everything but J.
Use
So
you fill it with
I,
it. You use I.
No J.
Oh, connection with Wally in the paper.
K,
yeah.
H-I, J, K.
Hey, Wolffighter, I appreciate it. Thank you for stopping in.
And
yep.
O-P. I'm trying to make sure I'm not repeating letters. And then some about Q. What was wrong with Q? Do I do anything with Q or not?
No. So it just said that so if both letters in an encrypted pair are the same, replace the second letter with an X, then decrypt the new pair and continue. Some variants use Q instead of X, but any uncommon letter as a repeated pair will do nicely.
So I can OK you.
Yeah, you can use Q in that.
O-P, Q, S, Why do I feel like we have too many letters?
W is not there, or W is already used. So TUV, W, so X. Y is already used.
So
there you go.
There we are. Okay, so I think that's the rough version. Forgive my handwriting. It's not my skill set. I don't write like a girl most of the times. And
yeah, actually,
chicken
I think that's the case too, right?
What,
Yeah, he hates pace, or the Bailey hates pace because
Yeah.
he isn't military, but is obsessed with being.
so like he
military.
would use a code potentially that's military, even though he's not. What did one of the soldiers say? That he likes to basically talk a big game, but he's not one of action or something like that.
Yeah,
They said
yeah,
something like,
it was something about.
Pace has.
Well, there was something about with the gun, and one of the one of the things we've read, they talk about when they're out on the hunting trip that he had to keep making sure that they were pointing guns at the ground and that kind of stuff, right? So that sort of thing.
It was something to do with no, it was some.
Okay.
I can't pinpoint it. It was something to do with. They were saying that he was an imposter. Oh, I know. We haven't gotten to that yet.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Okay.
So
So
GF would be
G.
the first two. So it looks like we just need to find G and F, which are in the same line. So
if they're in
we
the
would
same
shift.
line, hold on.
They shift to the left.
So if they're in the same line like this,
Yeah,
scoot over to-
they
okay.
shift to the left. So there you go.
So the F becomes an E.
Yep. So G would be
And
F.
G would become an F.
Yep.
Okay.
There you go. And then the next two would be what, W and U.
So W is up here, U is down here, so they don't even remotely match.
So they're in the same column, or are they in this?
No.
No. Okay. So those make a square. So you would draw the box around it, and then so W would be A, and then I can't see with your there you go, and U would be T.
W is A and U is T.
Yep.
Feet. F-E-A-T. Okay, I think we're on to something. All right. So next would be, is it a K and...
Oh, it's all good, exquisite.
What is that second letter?
Hopefully it went well.
A-C or K-C?
Yeah, I would say that's a K and a C.
Okay, so here's K.
Let me look at...
So K and C are both in different columns and rows again.
So, yeah, so this is what we're looking at. Chat right down here is this code at the bottom. So GF, WU, KC. So those are on two rows and two different columns.
Yep.
Okay, so you would draw a box around it.
So it'd basically be like just these 6.
Yep, so K would equal H, C would equal E.
A is H, C is E. Okay, feather. Okay, I got something. So
all right, so then
that's
S
how
and
far
O.
we are so far.
So
All
S
right.
and O are in the same
Same
column, but they go
column.
to the end, right? So that's
Yeah,
what I'm talking about here.
so-
So E and A.
So that scoots in.
So yep.
S becomes R.
S becomes R, and O becomes S.
Okay, feathers.
Okay. All
Okay,
right.
So
Yep,
P
next
and
one.
S. P and S.
All right. P and S, they're in the same column, so we're going to shift over one, so S is R. P is O.
Feathers or okay.
Okay.
So Q D.
Q and D. So Q equals P, and D equals E.
Okay.
Okay.
Feathers or P E.
U W.
Close.
Right? Is it the next
Yeah.
one?
Wait, is that a U or a V?
That's a U.
Is it a U? Okay.
Yeah, that's a U.
All right, because the other one's smaller.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, maybe not. Hold on.
Because there was one earlier.
Those look about the same. I'd say it's a U.
Okay.
What would you say, chat? This one right down here, right above my cursor. Would you say that's a U? I think that's a U.
Probably because it's not sharp enough.
Because this
right?
is also, we took that as being a U, so
Yeah.
I'd say that's a U.
So we're gonna say that's a T again. Or is
No,
oh,
it could be different. It
Okay.
could be different. Yeah, U and W. So, however, it is actually because we had a W and a U
Okay.
last time. So,
Okay.
yeah, so it would be T, and W would be A.
Okay, and then the last two would be B and
Okay.
Q.
All right.
So B.
B and Q.
and
So
Q.
B and Q. So Q would equal S. B would equal L. Petals.
Yeah, feathers or petals. You're making fun of
No,
me.
it was the
These are authentic.
It was
reactions.
the
I'm
absolute-
not-
like. Oh man,
He said
I was ready
feathers.
for you to fall out of your chair.
He said feathers and petals, and it made me excited because I remember this has flowers on it.
Right.
That was like a legit reaction. Sorry, guys. Pure excitement there. Feathers or petals? So what the heck does feathers or petals have to do with this construction? No, I don't understand that at all.
I don't know.
Or maybe they have nothing to do with each other. He just scribbled that on there.
Possibly.
Now
So
we
got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
So how many?
Maybe if you're looking at this top here across the top, then you know there's a 5 count there. There was some stuff. So if we're so
these stick out weird to me.
Yeah,
I've been saying that from the get-go. He's got a soft wing and a wing.
Right. So you got points here, the feathers down here.
Or what if these are petals in their mind too? Like I
maybe
get
the
that,
flower petals.
Like, what if that could be? I don't know.
So, so the one thing that, and I don't know if I'm on the right track with this. So again, as we're looking at this banner and at the ring as well, chat, like, you know, if you think you can see something with it now, one of the statements, or not, sorry, not statements. So actually, if we look at, if any of you got a chance to read through the diary, actually, because you got to read through it as well already,
I did,
right? Okay.
Yes. We kind of put that out for everyone because there's just so much in there.
Yeah. So with the diary, I did put up the translation for the diary as well.
Which is super helpful because that cursive is rough.
Yeah, but there was one of these days. Okay, so yeah, it says Roger's uncle has always had an obsession with the military, despite always finding some way of weaseling out of joining himself. Let's see.
So, I'm going to ask you a question. What if it has to do with numerology? What if we're supposed to take feathers or petals, like the words, and make them into 3 different numbers by doing math down to the final 3 digits?
Maybe. I'm trying to remember where this was.
We're looking for it. I can probably guide you.
It had to do with him always talking about the banner.
Oh, I screenshotted that. It was definitely in there. I took a screenshot of it, though, because it was so much. Here we go.
Which page?
It was the...
Is there a date at the top?
I thought I took a picture of it. Give me a second. Oh, no, I took a picture of the garden one, so not what we were looking for after all. Just kidding. My fault. My bad. I thought I took a photo of her diary, but I don't think I did.
Yeah, so I think it was somewhere towards the beginning.
I thought it was like midway. Here we go. Because it was definitely in the diary.
Oh, here we go.
Couldn't stand how he was gabbing on about it.
Yeah. Yeah, it talks about showing you his new toys, his band. What is it?
Page 9.
Okay.
It just says page 9.
Okay, it doesn't tell you the date.
Friday, September 7th.
Okay.
But so it goes on to the next page.
So, all right, so...
Garish banner in his parlor.
Yeah, so arriving at the lodge, yeah, after they get to, yeah. Yeah, so Harrington gave us a warm enough greeting, then proceeded to lead us on a tour of the grounds as if we had never been there before, showing off his new decorations like a child showing you his new toys, his banner, some new trophies, and guns, all terribly unexciting. At least I got to do some acting, what was that? Oh, oohing and eyeing, at all the appropriate moments. For a man with as much money, you'd think he could afford some good taste. All right, so, oh yeah, here we go. So, he spent the entire evening prating on and on about what, or about that, what was it, Garish?
Garish,
Garish banner of his hanging in the parlor. I swear, if I have to hear one more word about this numerology nonsense or any more about that bloody banner, I shall scream. So, so he was big into numerology. So we have to assume then that with the numerology and this banner, yeah. So, and numerology is just that, and I don't want to. We may be reading too much into it. Be trying to think that we have to take all these words and make them go down, but maybe not.
I mean, it could be a symbol, like you said, the number 5 is in the code because there's 5 petals. I mean, it could
Right.
be that direction, but
So
that's
now
where trial and error is
it
going to come
mentioned
into
though
play.
feathers. It says feathers or petals. So I'd say 5 for the petals, but
I would say 3 for the feathers.
oh, there is on the feathers up here on this wing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that's another occurrence of 5.
I don't know. I feel like it would be 3, but
I'll
put 5 or 3 for that one.
So the other.
The thing is, though, that's only 2 numbers, not 3.
Try 5, 5, 5. Maybe.
Oh, it's not that easy. I am trying it. Everybody, bear with me.
And you want to bring it this way?
Oh, sure. Let me finish dialing because I can do it with my fingernail a little easier from back there. Okay. You take the box and I'll take the stuff off the top. Ready?
Okay, there you go.
Teamwork.
All right, so let's see if this works. Okay, so 5, 5, 5. Nope.
Double check. Did I dial it right? Make sure.
Yeah, 5, 5, 5.
Rule it out. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. So that is something too that I noticed when I was looking at this banner last night. Okay, so there is a lot of 6s.
Well, because I see 5, I see 4, and I see 6.
Right. So there's 6 leaves. On the wolf, the teeth, there's 6 teeth. On the tail of the wolf, there's actually 6 sections of that tail that comes out for the fur, to where all these little points on the tail are. There's 6 of those. Also, if you look at these crosses, right? So there's 3 on each of these, so a total of 6.
Or you could say like 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. So that could be 9.
True.
Sorry, I played devil's advocate.
So yeah, there's also and then
3
so
toes,
there's
3 feathers.
Yeah, 3 toes, 3 feathers. So yeah, that's all stuff that I was getting too many numbers. Also the owls,
Yeah.
the number 6 located in the owl, backwards 6 there. So the number 6 is appearing quite a bit.
Could we try like a few of the combinations, like, because we keep finding what 5, 4, and 6 are the 3 numbers we keep finding the most.
Or 5, 4, and 6, or 5, 3, and 6.
Oh, good point. Yeah, never mind. I don't
We can try 5, 3, and 6. So the 3, 5, 6 feathers equals 1 or equals 6 petals equal. Wait, what? So feathers equals 1 or equals 6 petals equals 1.
What
do you mean?
She's doing the numbers like I was suggesting that you didn't really want to do.
Oh, feathers or petals 8, 2, 6.
That's what I was thinking. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. But I didn't want to take you off your pattern, so I was holding on to that one for a minute.
Oh, you're talking about the number of
letters.
Number of letters. I thought you meant you were talking about numerology earlier.
It was that, like, count up the letters, but then also assign a number to every letter, add them up. It was both.
Okay.
It was just going down a different direction than you were.
Oh, okay. So 8, 2, 6. All right, we'll try it. 8.
But there's something that she mentioned somewhere about the star. Like, something about the star he was incredibly obsessed with.
Nope.
Okay. I feel like this 4-pointed star really matters, and I can't find it. Does anyone else remember where she mentioned something about the star? Maybe it was in the guy's writings. Hold on. I just remember there being something else being said about the dude's, like, star.
Yeah.
Like on the banner, like the 4-pointed star on the banner, because the 4 wolves, remember? Like the 4 in the wolves thing, the 4 point. I feel like a 4 is definitely in the number. I really do. Here we go. June 10th, 1923, in the Gardner diary thing. Harry's back seems odd. Talked about some dream he had, chased by a pack of 4 wolves. A 4-pointed star, or that symbol, which I think means star in the sky, seemed fixated on that number, been going on and on about that numerology rubbish a lot lately.
Okay.
So I feel like the 4-pointed star and the 4 wolves, like, it's a big deal.
So number 4 might be a big deal with the 4-pointed star.
But then you're seeing the 5 for the petals, so 5 petals, 4 star.
Number 6 is appearing a lot when I'm looking at that banner. Yeah, so you said you use numerology as a cipher. So the word feathers equals 1, or the word petals equals 1. I'm trying to read, like, so I'm trying to understand with
Oh,
your
here.
original statement. You're saying feathers equals 1 or equals 6.
I
Oh,
think
so the word or equals 6. Okay. So 161, is that what you're thinking? We could try the code of 161.
because that would be taking the word for feathers, and putting it into numbers and adding those up, and then making them drop till they're in the final 1 to 9, right?
Okay. Nope.
The 161's not it.
Nope.
Okay. When we tried 826 is not it. 161 is not it. We're gonna keep track of the stuff we've tried and has not successfully been the case. So,
I'm gonna try a couple variations here.
Honestly, I kind of want you to try 4, 5, 6.
161. I need to do 116 real quick.
You should tell me which ones you're doing so I can mark them off.
Every variation of the 161 I just tried, and it doesn't work.
Okay. Can we try 4, 5, 6?
4, 5, and 6. No.
Nothing. Okay.
Let me try the variation. So 4, 6, 5. Nope. And then we need to do 5, 6, 4. Nope. 5, 4, 6. Nope. All right. So 6, 4, 5. Nope. 6, 5, 4.
Yep.
Nope.
Okay,
So all variations of that of the numbers 6, 5, and 4 are not it.
I am wrong. So you were liking.
You heard that, chat, right? My wife admitted that she was wrong. We just need to make sure that is recorded for all prosperity reasons.
We own it. Come on. So someone else said 3, 5, 6.
As a husband, I just need to make sure that I had that in
3, 5,
video,
6.
right?
And Tanella's saying 3, 5, 6.
3, 5, 6. Yeah. So let's try. Did we try that already?
No.
I don't know that we did. 3.
So we tried the 4, 5, and 6, all the different combinations, but not the 3, 5, 6 combinations.
Okay, so it's not 3, 5, 6. So 3, 6, 5. Nope. 5, 6, 3. Nope. 5, 3, 6. Nope.
Okay.
6, 3, 5. Nope. 6, 5, 3. Nope.
Dang. Okay.
All right.
So you said you did a calculation on his name, and it was the number 7.
So
right?
when I Google search to try to figure out the name pace of what the name number is under numerology, it came out as 7. But I don't know that that's anything, because I'm not seeing a 7. I'm not seeing 7 anywhere else. I haven't seen 7 anywhere else. And then also too, I know that last night Exquisite asked for a photo of the ring as well in the Discord, so that's all up in the Discord now as well. But this ring has the same symbol as the center of the banner, or the shield that's in the banner.
So what numbers is in this that we can't see in that? So we got the 5, we got the 4.
Right. And we still got 6, and we still got, or 2, if you want to count that as 2.
Yeah. So maybe 2, 4, 5, or some combination of 2, 4, and 5.
But I really feel like there's this number 6 keeps popping up in a lot of this. So like I really am feeling like 6 and 5 might be. So let's try. Did we try 2? But wait, what did you say? You said 2, 4, and 5. Mm-hmm. Let's try 2, 4, and 5. Okay, it's not 2, 4, 5. So 2, 5, 4. Nope. 4, 5, 2. Nope. 4, 2, 5. Nope.
Sorry, you're going a little fast here.
Sorry, I'm gonna try every combination. So
okay,
yeah, you're good.
Yep. I'm trying to keep track so we don't keep
5,
going back.
2, 4. Nope. 542. No. So 245. I've tried every combination in 245.
Because there's nothing else. I mean, there's no other information. We have to be able to solve. Sorry, Ring.
Yep.
We have to be able
So
to
was there
solve
anything
this
on
off.
chat? I don't know if you guys had seen the fundraiser for our injured troops. All proceeds will go to Great War Veterans Fund. Friday, 14 September 1923. The Fisher Arms Hotel, ballroom, 8 p.m. I think I already know what your. So Red Panda had brought up that down at the bottom there's a little note from this card. So at the bottom, there's a note that says, "Please do me the honor of attending my private hunting party and dinner at my lodge tomorrow. Would love to have you both there." About 2200.
Not making sense.
Yeah. So the event, it was at 8 p.m. on 14 September.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. So 2200 would have been on the 15th.
Right, but 2200 is still going to be 10 p.m. Am I correct?
Yeah, that is 10 p.m. So that is pretty
how
late.
are they going grouse hunting at 10 p.m.? Can someone clarify that for me? That don't make sense. Like, they were there eating, like, they went grouse hunting.
I was saying they had dinner way before that.
So the 2200 thing it's not computing to me at all. It really is bothering me. Like, I mean, you're not going to show up 5 hours early, but they obviously had dinner way before 2200.
Yeah.
Because Agnes was making beds up at 2100. Because this was on the 14th, so the 15th would have been the Saturday that they all went out there, but they went grouse hunting, then they had dinner, then the guy died, right?
Yep.
It doesn't make sense.
All right, so Hyper RP, I know you just here for a moment. Hey, you know what? I appreciate you just stopping in even for a moment.
We still haven't solved the code.
We still haven't solved the code, and so 113. Party on the 14th, hunting on the 15th. But what Red Panda was saying was that this is saying to join. We would love to have you both there about 2200. So at 10 p.m. at night. But the problem is that they had already finished doing the hunting and were having dinner by 9:30. So yeah. Okay. 822 is not it. Let me try 282. Nope. 228.
See, again, walking through the grounds with Rufus, old bloke ran off, followed him out to the bog, found a skull. Wolves haven't been in these parts for centuries. Got me thinking of Harry's dream.
Yeah. So I think we are right. I feel like that.
Time on that for a second, maybe?
Yeah, that's fine.
Because we have 2 other letters to go through. I just remember we are not done with the letters.
We do have that one large letter that we got to go through as well.
Maybe it'll give us extra insight into something we're missing.
Yeah.
Unless someone's got any other ideas, I feel like, yeah. So again, like, why does this specify for these people to show up super late, but yet they're going hunting with him? Like, it doesn't make sense to me. Because he actually even says hunting, party, and dinner.
Yeah. So that's the thing. So do we have we don't. Oh, so we do have somewhat, right? So we're looking for whoever could have been there. We need to eliminate. Basically, we need to start eliminating people at some point too.
Can we finish going through this?
Yeah. So, but what I do want to make sure is what we have is, do we have a specific time frame of when he possibly was actually killed, right? So we know that he was found dead at 1:30 a.m.
The ME said between midnight and 1:30.
Between midnight and 1:30.
Let me see. Hold on. Between 00:00 and 1:30 in the morning on September 16th.
Okay, so we have an hour and a half time frame that anybody that was in that area during that time would be our suspect. Mm-hmm. So,
because like the 2 that were meeting up together, they were at the cottage at 23 whatever. So how could they have done it? Because they were at the cottage if they were both telling the truth. Which note? I did you look in the Discord? Exquisite had notes Exquisite put notes together. So thank you. I'm so sorry. No, I completely missed that. Literally between the dogs and getting everything ready for today, because we scrambled it was not a lot of time left. Okay, so something else, bouncing back here for 2 seconds. Mr. Roger Hastings or whatever his name is.
Yeah.
He keeps saying how happy his uncle is all night. Everyone else is saying that he's being an absolute butthead, basically,
Right.
the entire night. Like he's out of control, mad as a hornet, and meaner than ever.
Right.
Like, how are they both describing the same person so differently?
Okay.
Here's the
So
letter.
yeah, so there we go. So she's got this set up pretty well for you.
Can you print that super fast?
Mhm.
Okay. And then my vote is let's move on for now and try to solve this other letter from the Davenport character. See if it gives us anything else, since we're so incredibly stuck on this banner right now and not figuring out this number at all.
Right.
Even if to turn the printer on, I don't know. Will it turn on automatically? Oh, never mind.
Okay. Hopefully that doesn't make a whole bunch of noise. Pretty good.
Okay. Sorry if
Okay.
it does.
There you go.
Thank you.
So yeah, Roger Havering found the dead body. Uncle has bailed him out repeatedly. Was very drunk, and Uncle had turned down his business proposal. So yeah, Roger was probably absolutely already drunk by the time dinner had happened. He does adore his uncle. Yeah, so may have been blindsided. Yeah.
So I'm curious. So you're saying the pistol was found behind Bailey's and Havering's room outside? We were attributing that the pistol was found outside of the trophy room. So can you clarify on that really quick, Exquisite? Did we miss?
I think Exquisite may have. So technically speaking, that is also true.
Oh,
Because
are they lined above each other?
yeah, they're above each other. So technically speaking,
So someone could
you
have
could have
thrown
thrown
it
it
out
out
a window
the
versus
you
dropped
could have
outside. That's very
it
good.
could have been thrown
Okay.
out the window.
Okay.
Yep.
Nice, Exquisite.
Welcome back, Katie. All right, so so 2200. Pompous ass pretends he. Did you already have this solved?
Okay.
Did you already have this one solved?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have that?
Yes. Yeah, because that's no.
Okay. So, pompous ass pretends he attack or fight. So I'm guessing pretends he fought.
Or pretends like he's tough. Yeah, it's something. Like that.
Never did, never would. He's not a soldier. All right. Somebody asking, or and then the other person probably handing back and forth, between him and Davenport. So this could be.
I kind of put who I thought it was. Wait, no, I thought I put who I thought it was.
Yeah. So what is a hunting party? Hunting for sport. You wouldn't like it, but good chance to see more of the country. So I'm gonna say then that this here. So let me get that pulled back up too. Oh, sorry.
No, you're good. I was trying to see because I had it written down, but I crossed it out and I didn't know why. Sorry.
Okay. Ben's envelope.
You're saying that the what is a hunting party would be Davenport,
No,
correct?
never mind. That was not. That's the invite. The event invite. There we go. All right. So I'm saying that the person that wrote 2200 pompous ass pretends he the one that's using the code that is Claude. That's Bailey.
Bailey, yeah. That's what I was thinking.
So I'm saying that's Bailey. What is a hunting party is the American Davenport.
Yeah.
Because it's saying that this is a good chance for him to see more of this country.
Yeah.
So
but this
help
is the
you get in
part.
good with someone in the
army.
So
who would that be?
I don't know.
If Pace really wasn't military.
I don't know. Ready, or the next one is ready, and then yes. Uh, so there we go.
Because I put, yeah, so Bailey, Davenport Bailey is like the hunting party thing, wouldn't like it. And then this is where I'm confused because I think what is a hunting party is the same person who says yes. You agree?
Hmm.
So I feel like
Yeah, correct.
Davenport
Yes,
is the
the one
yes,
saying yes.
but
Correct.
that's all he says is what is hunting party and yes, correct? And then all the
Correct.
rest is Bailey. Okay.
Correct.
Okay.
So, okay. So then we also have this long letter as well, which we have not made it through yet. So that is inside of the envelope from Ben. So this is written to what I believe is Ben Davenport's brother. So Cohoma. Please keep this letter for Mother. I don't want her to worry, but I am afraid I am in danger here in England, just as you are at home. There has been a... What are you looking for?
I'm looking for the photo he sent with this. You keep going. I'll find it.
Okay. Make sure it didn't fall off. Okay, there we go. Okay. And we went over this one yesterday.
Yeah.
Okay.
But it had 2 words on it too, and I think that's going to come into play on that.
Oh, okay. Well, this is his. This is him.
Right.
Yeah. Okay. So there has been a... What is that? Apanaxy? Looks like, maybe? Let's see if I can find where that is. Oh, the coded words are mirrored. All right, so
I can't remember.
so it so IS. So we're looking for actually the one that says that would be ISH.
Say the rest. I think I found it. Accident casualty, maybe? ISHK.
ISHK, yeah, that's it. Yep. So it is
casualty.
weird. Yep. So there has been a, so an accident or a casualty.
Yeah, okay.
So Harrington Pace, the man whose home I am staying in, I am afraid these people will band together and blame me, the outsider. This Mr. Pace is a very strange man, and it seemed he could have any number of enemies. And what little he spoke to me, he told me of metaphysicality of numbers. But it is a vocal story, He told me that makes me fear for my fate here. Mr. Pace drunkenly told me of his hunting of a OTIHCIOK.
Oh, wait, that's
Oh,
Cheeto.
that's backwards. Yeah,
that's
that's Cheeto. Yeah.
Wait,
so
that's
what's
his
the first?
brother's name.
Correct, but IOK, so KOI.
Large cat lion.
Okay, large cat or lion.
Ooh, so his brother's nickname is Lion.
There we go.
Ooh.
So while he was in America, he claimed there was a group of UN. What is that? UNTU.
Yeah, UNTU. Okay. Hello.
You have it.
I think I might.
UNTUCH.
Oh no, 8.
Okay. There's a group of 8 of them, but that he managed to corner one and slay it.
Wait, that doesn't sound right.
What? That there was a group of 8 of them?
Is he speaking about hunting lion in America? Because that doesn't make any sense at all.
Yeah, so that's what he's saying, is that this is why the vocal story had him fear for his fate.
Oh, okay.
Because, so he claimed that he was hunting a lion in America while he was in America. He claimed there was a group of 8 of them, but that he managed to corner one and slay it. I did not tell him that
the lion.
The lions or big cats do not travel in packs. I did not say anything at all for fear of contradicting him, and yet I know the guest saw the
What's ire?
the ire in my look.
It sounds like the word worry.
Guessing,
I don't
yeah,
know what the
I'm
word
guessing,
ire
yeah.
means.
I don't
think
think
that's one of
that's
those words. Yeah. What does ire mean?
Okay, yeah, like mountain. Yeah, so it says mountain lions.
Anger. Oh, okay, that makes more sense. I'm like, there's no such thing as a lion lives in a freaking zoo in America.
Yeah, so saw the ire in my look. I'm afraid they may think I killed him out of some sense of honor. They already know how disturbing I find the concept of trophy hunting.
Which would make a big deal because Indians are very big on taking care of the earth and respecting wildlife and Mother Nature. So,
Kata here for hunt for sport instead of food. So HAT maybe.
Spell the letters and I can find it easier.
Person, man, civilian / civilian. So, so man here hunt for sport instead of food. They dress up in impressive suits and hunt for everything from I think that's the big cat thing again, right? The KUCH.
No. Because the big cat thing is 2 different words. That's not the right thing. KU.
Oh, rabbit. Yeah, it's rabbit. Okay. So rabbit and then eagle.
Eagle, okay.
Yep.
There are many animals.
Yeah, exactly. So then there are many animals I have not ever seen or heard of mounted on Mr. Pace's wall. The way he boasts about his ruthless business ventures, I would not be surprised if he intended to mount the heads of his enemies.
Well, that sure paints a different picture. Doesn't he say in the news article that he's such a generous, giving, and kind person and the hero of the story?
Yeah.
That's not what it sounds like.
Okay. So next up is I am writing to you to tell you what I discovered about what Mr. Pace intends to do. He wants to
build.
What is it?
Ikvi is build.
Okay.
Build or make. Make.
He wants to build. Our closest word may be. Did you already figure that one out too? HUSA.
I'm looking for the little slashy, like apostrophe-ish symbol. Oh, here we go. HUSA.
Mm-hmm.
It's the ammunition. Nan Ishit. Husa.
Yep, that's it right there. Yeah. So he wants to, he wants to build. Our closest word may be that we are so.
Ammunition.
He wants to build ammunition. AHOBA. So or ABOHA.
ABOHA, you said?
Yeah.
Building.
Building. Yeah, so he wants to build an ammunition building. He plans to build one of those at our home. To do this could be to destroy it. I discovered a memorandum of his that discusses it. I managed to steal away in the middle of the night and take it from his strange trophy room. On my way, I was almost caught by his servant, who I saw emerging from a hidden door down the hall. She was carrying some sort of soiled package and would have seen me had I not managed to sneak into the trophy room and out of the house's back door. So that's why he was in the trophy room when he, at the time that he then went out back for the dogs.
Makes sense, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. So building or factory, yeah.
That's good.
And then... So even my new friend Claude has behaved strangely. I was assigned to train him to use our word or language, or our language as code, as I did with the American military. He in turn began training me with codes of his own. We've begun to grow closer, but I wonder if I can trust him. He allowed Mr. Pace to walk right into his... Is that the weapon sights one?
Might be.
Right into his TAN.
Yep, 10 info. Yep, that's definitely the weapon sights,
Yep, so right into his weapon sights, daring our hunt. I cannot understand how a
Because that would mean that the gun's aimed at him, correct?
Correct.
The
Yeah.
weapon sights are
Basically, yeah, like
he walked into
physically.
the gun's
Yeah.
line of fire.
And that backs up the whole thing of where, and another thing he was saying where he had to help make sure that people were pointing their guns at the ground rather than at
Wait,
that
who
stuff.
was doing that though? I thought you said Pace was the one making sure people were pointing their guns in the correct space.
No, not Pace.
Oh.
Davenport was.
He was making sure people were
Correct.
pointing guns safely. Okay.
Mm-hmm. So, yeah, I can't understand how a soldier like him would allow that to happen.
Oh, is that what that is? Soldier like him?
Yep.
Is that all of it?
Be careful, brother. Stay aware of the encroaching wider world. I feel it coming for our...
I thought that was family or home or something.
Mm-hmm. Home.
Is it home? Okay.
Yeah, for our home as it comes for me now.
Ooh, that now looks like something happened, doesn't it?
Yeah, but he wouldn't have been able to send this out. If something happened at the moment that he finished that statement, then he would that wouldn't have been sent out.
But he didn't sign it. He didn't sign it. He didn't sign it, Cheeto or anything.
Right.
That's
probably because of the fact that it's in an envelope addressed from him.
But he signed this.
True. Yeah, so next one is Soldier, and then, yes, so it said Mr. Pace was trying to be Dick Cheney's friend. So the Antonella, so I believe that, the trailing off in Zoe's diary is because that's when Roger entered the room. Was as she was getting ready to write that next thing, Roger came in the room and started, talking about how that it was, that the death had occurred or that he had found it. Whereas, this is that next, I'm guessing, this is that next day, right? Yeah, so this would be during the next day.
Does he mention what time he saw the housekeeper going by with the soiled linen?
He doesn't mention any times in this. I think that in his witness statement, it talked about a time along with the fact that we know if it's corroborating with Wallace, then that would have been around, 9, what did we say, 22...
What do you mean specifically? I'm confused.
Well, with the dogs. So Davenport and Wallace, when Wallace left that trophy room out the back door, he went out that back door, and that's when he found Wallace with the dogs and helped Wallace with the dogs. So
Wallace was outside roughly around 2200. He says he left Pace with Agnes at 21:45.
Yeah. So
2200, he was out walking around outside. So 20, it doesn't say when the kid and him got involved. Let's see what the kid has.
That he'd walked around for a half hour then he found the dogs. So 22:15 would have been when he would have found the dogs. So somewhere around 22:15 to 22:30 would have been when Davenport came out that door. So he would have seen Agnes come out of the secret passage, which, so that beach ball that was brought.
So he's saying around 22:30 is when he saw Agnes coming out with the soiled linens.
Mm-hmm. That's if the time frame from Wallace and him are matching up, of that's around the time that's the case. Then so 22:30,
like
they would have been out back.
I feel like that would make both of them, they're able to alibi each other, and therefore rule both of them out, Wallace and Davenport, because they both
so they're both then saying that they were inside of the cottage until 1:30. So from 22:30 to 1:30, they were supposedly inside of the cottage.
Midnight was when the murder was supposed to happen, so that's before the murder that they went outside.
Mm-hmm.
That may rule out two of our suspects right there.
Right. Right, Antonella. This is one of the things that we've really enjoyed about Haunted Killer is just the little details that pop up here and there of different things.
Such subtle things that you pick up on, but they're so good at poking you in the right direction if you get stuck, which we also love because we've gotten stuck many times on past episodes, and it's nice because it doesn't just spoil it flat out, right?
Correct.
It's so nice to gentle nudges.
Because those little things, right? So in part one of all this, we talked about that there was that little Easter egg back to what was it? Curtain Call.
Yes.
Well, I had found another one I was a little bit proud of that I remembered inside of the diary.
Yeah.
Zoe mentions the old Vic.
Oh, okay.
which was the theater.
For the
That was
theater,
the theater
yes.
from Curtain Call.
Okay,
So
very
yeah,
nice. I don't know where that.
waiting for
I was looking for the
the poster.
yeah, because it shows where Zoe and Agnes met. That was proved. That was a theory I had yesterday, and it proved
Mhm.
it. So the poster proved that that's how they met, is at that
Okay, so
theater,
there's that.
and they were both performers.
There you go.
There it is. So
Yep. And there's the witness statements.
the
So
Easter egg
here's your
was
copies,
George.
so we can keep those
sorry,
over
thank
there.
you.
That's okay.
So Zoe Crab was her maiden name,
Mm-hmm.
and then Agnes was. We're assuming they're married or dating some guy, who later died a tragic
Right.
death. But I did think it was interesting. I think we've decided that December 1920 is when Zoe and Roger met. Because that's the whole point of this part.
Very
That's, they
possible.
met at a
Yep.
theater and he fell in love with her instantly, I think is what they were saying.
Yeah. And then, Exquisite, you're right. So, yeah, it doesn't match the time that Agnes is saying. So, Agnes is saying that she left the room and came out using the servants' passageway. So, those secret passages,
Yeah.
which.
But he
on
could have seen her
the-
coming out of that secret passage. That's in the hallway, right? I mean, that's
Right.
the
So,
hallway
so
area.
yeah, let me pull the blueprints back up. So,
Yeah, it's the hallway area right
correct.
at the end of the hallway, yeah.
So going into the master bedroom, if you notice, there is this here. So this is the secret passage into
Right.
the master bedroom. So she left the bedroom using the servants'
Right,
passageway, and exited out of this hallway, supposedly carrying soiled.
Which he could
Stuff.
see and then ducked into the
Correct.
trophy room.
So he was down
that makes
here,
sense. He
yeah,
would
and he
use
ducked
trophy
into the
room.
trophy room, and went out the back door. So, but now Agnes is saying that happened at 23:30.
Is she?
So an hour difference between what she's saying she left the room at 23:30 versus
So she said that at 23:30 she ended her duties in the kitchen and met Zoe, but wouldn't discuss what they talked about. Yeah, that is interesting.
correct.
So what is Wally saying then? It sounds like Wally's backing up more of the soldier's alibi than Agnes.
Correct.
Is,
And that's what I think so as well. So so we know that so Roger had gone down to the parlor, supposedly the parlor around 21:30, Bailey around 22:30. Again, same thing though. We're running into this problem of that we're saying that no, never mind. We did figure this out. So it was very quickly when it happened. So 22:30 is when Davenport left to go downstairs. So 22:30 is when he left to go
Right.
downstairs.
He woke up Bailey and
Walked down to
downstairs.
grab. We're now finding out that he went down, snuck downstairs during that time
Yeah.
to pick up the J&J letter that explained about buying land back in America.
You just
And then
said-
ducked out the back door all around that same time.
That
So-
sounds. Which guy did Zoe see? She saw Bailey in the library with a book. So she saw Bailey holding something really tightly to his belly, like a book or something.
So
Zoe
if she's
did.
saying that Bailey was in the library, Bailey is saying as well that he had spoken with Roger. So, but then Roger's saying he was in the parlor, that then he went back upstairs
Right.
to check on his uncle.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
the
Zoe
parlor,
put Bailey in the library with a book that he was holding tight to his belly.
yeah. So yeah, so 22, a little before 22:30, so around 22:15 or so, then would have been when Claude would have left the bedroom to go downstairs. So, if that was the case, then if Roger was in the library, they would have seen each other.
But they don't mention about seeing each other at all that night, except for.
Oh, did
peeking out
we?
the
Yes,
doorway.
we did. I think we did that yesterday. Was the translating the message on the cryptology pamphlet?
Yes.
Yeah.
Basically, it was Pace has his weapon sights set on your family's home,
Mhm.
and we think that was Bailey saying that. That's
Yeah.
at least our theory. To which Davenport responded, "I have to find out for sure." We then think Bailey said he's a beast vermin, To which we think Davenport then said, "What are you trying to say?" Bailey saying that we should stop him.
Sorry. I think I've been saying Claude instead of Ben. I apologize. I just realized that.
Bailey was saying that we should stop him, and Davenport's like, "Really? How?" How? And then Bailey was like, "Be ready to attack/fight. I can cover for you."
Mm-hmm.
Or at least that's our theory. So that's the thing, is we don't know who's really saying each thing. But, well, actually, you know what? Yeah, it's set on your family's home. So I assume Bailey was talking about Davenport's family's home. So that's how we like started out. We made that assumption and we went from there. So, and Bailey's the one saying we should stop him. And Bailey's the one saying, "Be ready to attack, fight. I can cover for you."
Yeah. So basically what we are figuring out with this, right? So I'm trying to map their movements here real quick.
I still feel like getting into that drawer is key to figuring out this puzzle.
Yeah, so
I feel like it's gonna
Claude says that he talked to Roger. Roger doesn't say. Well, no, he did say something.
Does.
Yeah, he does. He said that
So this is Roger trying to remember what happened, writing to his wife the next day. He's asking for help. Uncle Harry's dead. I'm trying to put the pieces together from last night. The bloody cops are everywhere. I need to get my story straight, but I don't remember everything. I was bloody tipped, which I think is tippled, which is drunk. I remember, I was just reading the whole thing. So
okay.
I remember storming off from our row or fight, but nothing after. Heavens, how did we fight for nearly 2 full hours? How did we keep fighting? Or how do we keep fighting? So many times, I promise you, there was a sun on the horizon.
Wait, hold on a second. They fought for 2 full hours, so...
No, he's saying, how did they fight for 2 full hours? How does he remember that, though?
But he's saying, how did we fight for nearly 2 full hours? So when did their fight start? When did they go upstairs and they immediately started fighting?
According to... someone said they retired at 2100. Yeah. Zoe said they retired at 2100.
They went up at 9?
Probably. Even though that's interesting, so that's when Alice was
2100, that would put them then 2 hours later at 2200.
Let me confirm the fact first. Hold on.
Okay.
I can't find the guy. Roger. Here it is. Supposedly retired around 2100, yeah. But that's exactly when Agnes was going around making all the beds up.
Well, no. So my thing, though, is that, so 2100, they're saying they retired to the room around 2100 and started fighting, right?
The way the one described it was a brief fight, not a 2-hour fight.
Correct, I know, but that's what I'm saying. Is on here, he's saying, how did they fight for nearly 2 full hours? So which is the truth now? So did they? If they fought for 2 full hours, then there's no way that he would have left the room.
But remember 2 hours of fighting.
Yeah, so
he
that's
doesn't
what I'm
remember,
saying.
but he remembers 2 hours fighting. It don't make any sense.
Right. So that's what I'm trying to figure out. Then, so which one's the truth? Because if they did indeed fight for 2 full hours, then he wouldn't have been able to gone down to the parlor at 21:30.
So this is interesting. Uncle Harvey was supposed to be the key to everything we wanted. The idea for the casino was Ace's. So he's mentioning a casino, not a weapons and ammunition plant.
Correct, yes. But that's not Uncle Harry's idea.
Right.
The casino is Roger's idea.
Okay. Are we thinking the same land, though? Is like that what Roger wants to use the same land that his uncle's trying to build a weapons factory on?
I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he may have just had this idea that he wanted his uncle to be the financial backer for.
I was drinking in the parlor by myself. Why did I spend the same time talking to the bloody soldier?
Yeah.
Uncle Harry was so enamored with.
Yeah, he was just trying to get the money to build the casino.
Okay. Well, because there was that blank check for $80,000 that was ripped up on the body.
So, yeah.
No matter what happens, please know that you always have my immortal love. I have been holding it dearly since the night we met, your beloved Roger. So they always fight about money. She definitely always felt put down by her uncle-in-law.
Right.
Just how he spoke to her and treated her. She wasn't this respectful lady, basically.
Yeah. So.
Oh my god! I just realized something. There's a body in a bed, and the arm is dangling off it. It's not the correct arm, but that's still really, really funny. Anyone else? Come on! That's a little funny. There's a body in a bed, and someone going, sorry, not sorry, in the face.
Yeah.
So we're back to the stupid code we can't seem to break. I have no idea what else to look at.
We've been through.
Okay,
We've
you
been
know
through
what?
everything.
Let's try to read the inspector's note one more time, because that's usually always where we're supposed to go back to if we get stuck. And if that doesn't work, we might need to take a hint because we're stuck. Unless anyone else has more ideas on the number we can't solve. I thought for sure that the rest of the information we hadn't gone through would help us out, and it did not.
Mm-hmm.
I still don't understand why he'd be telling a story about 8 lions or mountain lions. It just doesn't make any sense. Why was he having dreams about 4 wolves chasing or attacking him?
Yeah. I don't know.
Alright, more mysteries, none more answers.
Okay, so it looks at it as Pace. Oh, yeah. So, yeah, basically, yeah, that's the way I took it, was that Pace was just lying about his escapade, about there was a pack of 8 of them, and so I was, it's kind of like the old fishing tales, right? Like, you come back up, man, yeah, I caught this one fish, but man, dude, that one that got away, oh my gosh, it was this big, right?
Okay.
So, yeah.
Alright, here we go, Arthur. Because I think one of the things that the booklet said at the beginning was if we get stuck to go back to what Arthur says, because he says all the details we need to know to solve the case. So let's just read this over again, if that's okay with everybody.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like if we don't get it from this, we're going to have to start using some cheats to figure this out, because we still have more stuff inside of the locked chamber that's supposed to then...
no, I do not have a picture of the check piece together. Yeah, but I'll put it back together. And
it's in the envelope. I just don't know. Here you go. You want to pull it? Grab it. Alright. So, while you're doing that, I'll keep talking.
Yep, that works.
So, hello, detective. Sincerest apologies for writing you on this short notice. Urgent need of your help. Received a telegram from Zoe, who he is a friend or acquaintance of. That Harrington Pace was discovered dead in his estate yesterday morning under mysterious circumstances. Usually my mentor, the great Hercule Poirot, would address the matter quickly and successfully, but unfortunately he's suffering from influenza and has only been able to offer the briefest observances. I would be remiss if I neglected to note my nervousness, but it's nice to have a chance to prove myself. As I sift through the evidence, though, I realize this case may be too complex on my own. He recommended I find my own assistant, which is you.
Right.
The parcel contains all the evidence I've gathered from the suspect's crime scene and Pace himself. This includes previously marked blueprints where I've added more annotations about the scene of the crime, what pieces I could find of a shredded check discovered near the body. Oh, so it wasn't on the body, it was near the body. I thought it was thrown on top of him.
Okay. So it was just near the body.
Mm-hmm. And from the date on that, it was written the Saturday that he died. We never did find an actual signature.
Date, yeah, it was written that day.
We never found an actual signature of this guy, though, to prove that was his signature, did we?
I do not believe so.
Yeah, okay. And a mysterious plea for help that I discovered in, of all places, the mouth of a taxidermied wolf.
Alright, so there you go.
There is also a strange burnt paper from the kitchen fireplace I found, alongside some curious Downey remains and a ring belonging to Mr. Pace. What is Downey remains? I found alongside some curious DOWNY remains.
Not sure.
You want me to look it up?
Yeah, I'm going to take this picture real quick.
Okay. Sorry, dead silence. Give us a second.
Alright, so I'm going to get this picture real quick. There we go. So there's, it means, like down feathers. So downy, is that what you're saying? So it's
okay, thank you.
Okay.
Okay, so that's interesting. So, lost my place now. I was trying to look that up. Bear with me. Awkward.
Okay.
Yeah, I totally lost my place. This is really embarrassing.
You were...
Downey remains. I thought it was down here, but I can't find it. Kitchen fire, Downey remains. Here we go.
There you go.
And a ring belonging to Mr. Pace. So he found the paper with the ring and the feather remains. Okay.
Okay. So there you go. I threw a picture of the check up in the Discord put together. So there you go.
I suspect there are additional clues hidden behind a lock I have also included, to which I unfortunately have not been able to discover the code. Nevertheless, I'm confident any information within will provide useful. Men who meet violent ends often keep violent secrets, and I believe Mr. Pace may be hiding something relevant behind that lock. If you could find the combination, we should have a much clearer picture of the man and hopefully illuminate the identity of his killer. In analyzing evidence, I always remember what he once told me. Everything must be taken into account. If the fact will not fit the theory, let the theory go.
The check number didn't work. I figured I'd try the check number. Yep.
And we already tried 121, right?
I believe so. Yes, we did. Yes. Solomon typing in chat right as I write it. See, look, we're on the same page for most of this, right? Like, we're trying. I don't see any kind of like watermarks or anything like that on any of this either. So
okay, let's go back to this book for a minute here. Let's just go back to what our instructions are from the beginning here. All right, just setting up before you begin. Dedicated space. More direct tips, even a tutorial on how to handle a puzzle. From there, the rest of the documents you can look at it.
Oh, no.
So, who had access to Pace's room?
Who had access to Pace's room?
Yeah, that's to figure out the three parts we need to figure out. We need to figure out who had access to Pace's room to kill him, why he was killed, and
well, Agnes did, but I mean, really, almost everybody did.
Exactly, that was my thoughts too. And puzzle guide. Try to see if you can crack it at your own. All right. That is just so not much help. Okay, all right, we're missing something, guys. Anyone else got any ideas? I feel like it definitely goes back to this stupid freaking banner. As far as the number, I really do. I feel like the number 4 matters because of the dream he's been having, but maybe that's just me reading into it too much. Beyond that, I understand.
Yeah, so I agree, because I really do feel I agree that we can possibly eliminate Pearson and Davenport.
Which one's Pearson?
The love interest of Agnes.
Wallace.
Yeah, Wallace.
Wally. Okay, yeah, because they were out at the cottage together. That's what we were saying, right? They were out at his cottage. Yeah, I agree.
So
that's the thing, though, is if people saw Agnes going in and out of the passageway, any of them could have copied that, technically.
True.
And she left the page of the passageway in the kitchen.
Well, I mean, it was.
So even Zoe could have found that, though.
At some point, though, it was burned, and we don't know why it was burned.
Yeah.
So somebody tried burning it.
And the feathers were definitely in the kitchen, which, again, suggests pillows. But why would the pillow have feathers free if he puked on the pillows but didn't tear up the pillow?
Right. So Agnes is swearing that she left at, 23:30. That she left, and that she had taken the 2 pillows with her.
This is her note.
Yeah. That she had taken the 2 pillows with her, and that the third one was there when she left.
Yeah.
So, but now that's not matching up. So that means that Agnes is very suspicious because, she says she left at 23:30, but she was seen by Davenport at 22:30 approximately.
Yeah.
So because then he went out the door and was immediately met by Wallace. So his story and Wallace's story are
pretty
corroborating themselves or with each other, basically, to say that he said he went out the door and then helped that he had gone out and helped with the dogs.
See, my issue though is my only issue with all of this and the theory you're talking about is she's literally saying that I told the police guy nothing of the vomiting or sickness that you and I, meaning Wally, witnessed. Wally was in the room when he puked, and he said he left Agnes to tend to him and get him to sleep.
Correct.
So there's not that much of a time between the two, and then she took the 2 soiled pillows down below.
Right.
So her time is off, but her actions match up with what they're saying.
Correct. Yeah, her actions are, but the timing is way off.
But her physical actions are matching.
Right.
Because he left her to deal with him for 15 minutes, and then she followed suit and took the pillows that are soiled through the hatch, and the one guy saw him before he joined the guy outside a half an hour later.
Yeah, so that's what my guess is, exquisite. Yeah, so that she lost. So she said something about that she had lost the map piece. So maybe
She
then
lost it in the
she
kitchen.
lost it.
Yeah,
Somebody took that,
and used
like
it.
possibly, yeah, that they
Yeah,
used that passageway, and then took the pillow and the map and
yeah.
burned both.
I even lost my
Um,
map of the secret hiding place somewhere in the lodge, and I fear it's in the policeman's possession. I see the way he looks at me, and I know I'm a suspect. And
okay.
you are the only one who can help me.
So do we want to look at a hint for this code?
Could I finish reading this really
Oh
quickly?
yeah,
Is that
you're
okay?
fine. Yeah, sorry, I thought that you had.
Sorry,
I apologize.
I was trying to read it to see if we had more insight into stuff. Now that we're never mind. You're good.
Yeah, go ahead.
After Royce's accident, so it was an accident, which does lead us again to think of
The fire at the
issue.
factory.
Yeah.
Yep.
I do not think it was possible to love another man, but then there was you. You looked out for me, secretly training me in the ways of a lady of the house. You even marked the secret way for us to be together. And after all that, I harmed your dear friend doing it using something you taught me. I hope you can forgive me, my darling, and that you will find it in your heart to help me. Yours forever. I believe you. Love, says
Yeah, Wallace
Wally.
answering
So
back.
I don't feel like it's Agnes. I really don't. I feel like she was cleaning up after him. She got treated like crap by him. But I really like what she's saying is matching up technically with what Wallace is saying, even though her timeline's a little off.
Right. Yeah, so I mean this evidence it really is all over the place, right? So the timing with Bailey and Roger are off as well. Yeah, and I agree, right? So well like the even the physical location of Roger and Bailey, that is off. Um but yeah, hyperarchy, yeah. So basically, maybe or she didn't lose the map. Maybe
Well, because this letter was the thing he found in the wolf's mouth, is what we're assuming.
correct, yeah. So maybe, but she's claiming that she lost that in that letter. So, or maybe it's that she didn't lose it, and her love interest tampered with evidence to save her.
Mm-hmm. It's just hard to know when he would have had time to do that.
True. So I think our next step is just to get into we have to get into this code. We have to get into this box because I think we're diving into all of this and I think we've exhausted like all of this as much as we can.
The word redemption, that's awful interesting.
Correct, and I don't know why he would have written redemption on the check.
Let me see what that word like comes up to mean in Google. The act of saving or being saved. The act of regaining or gaining possession of something in exchange for something else.
Yeah. I know those are the reveals. We don't want those. We just want the hint.
Oh, wait, hold on. Did this have his address on it by chance, maybe? Did you see if his address was on this, babe?
There was no address.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because numerology talks a lot about addresses too, which was the other thing I was thinking. Maybe it was his address, but I can't figure out what the address of that hunting lodge was.
Okay. So lock hint number 1. You ready to look at that?
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
So Harrington Pace is a believer in numerology. Are there any numbers of significance in his life that may apply to the lock? So we've pretty much gathered that as well, that there are definite numbers. We keep seeing the number 4.
Let's go back through all of the clues for all the other stuff and see if we've missed any of it before we ruin too much of the lock information, right?
Okay. Yeah. So menu. So there are certain letters in the menu draft that appear different from others.
Yep,
we already figured that out.
Code.
Menu draft appears to be a conversation between Agnes and Zoe. We figured that out.
Yeah.
And consulting Zoe's diary will help reveal the technique needed to solve the menu draft, which we already figured that out as well.
Oh, the redacted information.
Certain documents contain redacted information and manipulating them, so we figured that out.
Okay.
Choctaw language hints. Unlike other puzzles encountered, it merely requires a switch from English to another language, so we did figure that out.
Okay.
Some of them are modified, so knowing which characters use this language may help direct you to a document that can help decode this modification. So that was where it was mirrored. Everything was mirrored. Okay. And then that telling you that, looking at the photo tells you that everything's
so far we've actually figured out everything we needed to. That's encouraging.
So multiple documents from different characters bear a series of glyphs that appear to be part of the same symbolic language. Figuring out which characters have encountered these glyphs may help you decode them. So glyphs appear on some documents with no context. Cross-referencing other documents, particularly ones with a little more information, may be key to decoding them. Glyphs appear in the nature notes, burnt paper, blueprints, and the unsigned letter. So we figured
all
that.
the glyphs,
So
we did. Do you want me to read that information to you, Exquisite? Basically,
so
he got into fights a lot.
Yeah, basically had it the whole all the redacted stuff was basically him constantly having a problem with authority with his captain. Basically he constantly had and the bottom line was that he felt that respect is earned and not just an automatic thing given. And also that in that part of that redacted during the part of his disability, it talked about that during this battle that he was in, that they fired their guns, but the bullets just didn't leave the barrel. And so, and he said the only way that happens is when there's not enough gunpowder in the bullet. And so he feels there should be an investigation into that matter. So now that's what we were talking about before. And now we're starting to see a little bit more of that. We read that other letter from the Davenport to the brother talking about how Pace is wanting to build a building or factory for ammunition. Yeah, a factory for ammunition possibly.
And basically, Bailey is convinced someone high up screwed up royally and needs to own the mistake. So he's very angry at the higher ups for the accident.
Yeah. So he's saying that it needs to be investigated on why those bullets didn't have enough gunpowder, right? Yeah. So the factory that made the bullets didn't put enough gunpowder in the bullets. But yeah. All right. So Playfair code. All right, Playfair code number 2, multiple instances of Playfair code in the box with each successive appearance amping up the difficulty. So there is other times that it'll be showing up. So letter from Perot. Perot lays out each step. Construction memo plainly lays out the encoded text, but not the keyword. Is there something significant in this document that could be the keyword, which we did figure that out. Number 5 is, I think, related to what's in this drawer because it says something about a missing journal page.
So let's not go there yet,
yeah. So we've, at this point, done everything that we can do.
I just wanted to make sure we didn't spoil something really badly. I think you're right. Let's go and lock it, too.
Yeah. So what opens the lock might not be one 3-digit number itself, but 3 individual digits. Wait, what?
It's basically saying it's not like 565. It's 565 or 241. Right. Not the number 241.
Oh, so okay. Yeah. So it could be any combination of those then. Yes. Yeah. So that's what we've been doing.
Yes.
Is checking every combination.
At least it's how I'm taking that. Does that make sense?
Each number in the lock may be assigned some symbol of significance to Harrington Pace other than its numerical value.
So say that again. Each number in the lock.
Each number in the lock may be assigned some symbol of significance to Harrington Pace other than its numerical value. So I think this is all stuff we've already pretty much figured out. Is that we're thinking that it has to do with the banner, and
it's not the numerical value that shows the value in the.
No. But that the number would be assigned a symbol of significance. So this could be a symbol of significance, right? These would be symbols.
Okay. So it's not the number 5, but it's 5?
No. So so each number in the lock may be assigned some symbol of significance, meaning you would want to look for the symbol of significance to be able to figure out the number. So it could be that, okay, so like you were saying, like, okay, well, the number 4 just means something, right?
Yeah.
It's important because it means this. But what if that number is tied to a symbol, not a meaning? Okay. Right? So that's what it's saying. So I think it's guiding us back to, like, the 4-pointed star, right? So, like, the number 4 directly related to a symbol would probably be that star, right? So instead of the meaning behind the number 4 of like the dreams and all that stuff, right? So I think this again is pointing us towards the banner, but we've been trying like everything we can think of related to this banner.
say what you're thinking, Hyper Harpy, just because the more we don't have to use spoilers, the better for us, because we're all about solving this as a group and not cheating if at all possible.
Yeah.
So we had tried a few combinations of stuff. I've been trying to keep track of them all.
Yeah.
We tried a lot of 5 4s and 6s, and then we tried a lot of, I think, 3 5 and something else. But we were striking
so what
out.
What do you think you're onto, Hyper?
It was on that memo. That's really good one.
I'm curious what we're gonna do with this.
Keep going on the cheats if she's got, or if Hyper Harpy's got nothing else.
It's not really cheats, it's hints.
Well, cheats page.
Okay, so it said significant numbers to pace. So what evidence do we have that only correlates to him?
Him, not his banner. Maybe his banner is his family thing.
Right.
So the number 4 for the
number
wolves,
4 is what we keep coming back to.
He kept saying 8 for the amount of animals that he was fighting or chasing and
Yeah,
killed.
that was mentioned once. Yeah. So
Let
8
me-
and 4.
Let
Was
me-
there any other numbers mentioned?
Can I go ahead and read this article really quick, just in case?
Yeah.
So successful business and hero to fallen soldiers. Successful businessman Harrington Pace is throwing a vast fundraising effort for the Great War Veterans Fund in Derbyshire this weekend.
Mm-hmm. There's
It is the latest in a long list of charitable contributions.
really just the newspaper article about him, Hyper. So we've got the banner, the ring, the newspaper article about Pace.
An affinity for numerology.
Yeah. I mean, we have the invitation that he wrote on.
Let me read this, just talking about the numerology really quick, okay?
Yeah.
It may sound silly to those who don't have an open mind concerning non-Western ideals, but we all have a few lucky numbers we use when placing a bet or hoping for a good fortune. Numerology isn't that far-fetched of an idea. I place great importance on the meaning of all numbers for good or ill.
Mm-hmm.
Pace just finished a tour of China, U.S., and others to secure business adventures. It was only a few years ago, so that would time out with the Agnes spouse injury thing.
Yeah.
Because a few years ago is when that guy would have died, because it was 1920 when Agnes was working with that girl. Fire was devastating, mounted a bounce. Oh, so here we go. So while the fire was devastating, he managed to bounce back and rebuilt the factory with funds he made on the stock market, which means like playing the numbers game. So maybe there's a certain set of numbers that he used to do his business, and that's what that is.
Possibly. So something, on the back of the photo he wrote
Where's that Pace and Wallace photo?
It's right there. On the back of that photo he wrote about the trophies. So he wrote south wall, what he wanted on the south wall. I am noticing most of them have 3 items, with the exception of that west wall. It just has 2.
Have we tried 212?
212? No, we did 211. Nope.
212 is not it?
Yeah, 212 is not it.
I was just doing a very basic. His favorite wall has a gray wolf, which is 2 words, 1 word for owl and 2 words for mountain lion.
Let me try a different combination. So
oh, look, the mountain lion. So he did get his 3rd thing that he was bragging about.
1, 2, 2. Nope. Okay.
It's his perfect spot for his favorites.
Yeah.
Shipped trophies.
Yeah, so maybe 3 is the significant number. So we're looking at 5, 4, and 3. I think we've already tried a combination of all those numbers, though, if I remember correctly. Have we done a 3, 4, 5?
Yes, we did. No. Oh no, sorry, we did 3, 6, 5.
Okay, so we'll try
3, 4, 5. No.
3, 4, and 5. Nope. 3, 5, 4. Nope. 4, 5, 3. No. 4, 3, 5. No. 5, 3, 4. Nope. 5, 4, 3. No.
So,
There is a picture of the ring in the Discord as well. So, and that's kind of what we were thinking as well, because there's like, you know, the 3 points on, like the 3 sections on this. So 3 there, you know, 3 there. There's 3 claws hanging over the edge. Maybe 3 here as well.
Did
possibly.
we ever do 3, 4, and 5?
That's what we just did.
Okay. Oh,
Yeah.
right. Yes. Okay.
So 3,
How
4,
many more
and
cheats
5.
are there before we get it ruined?
2 more. Well, no. We won't get it ruined at all,
Okay.
because these are just the hints.
Right.
So,
sorry, I misspoke. My apology.
No, you're good. So the reveals, yeah. So if we did the reveals, I feel
I
like
just
that
want
would
to
be
nudge
cheating.
in the right direction, because I feel like right now I'm searching through way too much information.
Okay, so to discover every number in the lock, you will need to be able to complete every individual puzzle in the documents you have available to you at the start.
So the problem is we've done that unless we've missed something somewhere that we don't know about, right?
Right.
So, like, how do we know for
I'm
sure?
pretty positive. Yeah, we've completed every puzzle. So what numbers were showing up inside of puzzles then?
Well, Wally had 4 letters if you took the second L away.
Exquisite says, wait, what you got, Exquisite? You have an idea? Okay, what is it?
Oh, found it. Thank you. What's that mean? Oh.
The picture of the
okay.
ring.
I'm not giving up on this because I really want to solve it. So Derbyshire is where his land is, or the hunting lodge, but did we ever find an address for the hunting lodge? Like, I don't feel like we did, but am I missing it somewhere?
Not that I'm aware of.
Because this doesn't even have it.
Yeah.
They just call him Mr. Harrington Pace, so he doesn't have a middle name, or we could do, like, his first name, last name.
So, yeah, so the,
Oh! 104. Try 104.
I don't know where you're...
Sorry, hold on. Yeah, 104. Nothing?
Not 104. 140.
So Harrington is 10 letters, Pace is 4 letters.
Okay. So
104. 10 and 4.
Oh.
104.
Yeah, so, but it would have to be 3 individual numbers, not...
It doesn't, well, never mind. Okay,
Yeah.
It was just an idea.
Oh, yeah, no, I understand. No,
Like the other 18 things we tried.
Yeah, absolutely. So, I was just trying to...
It was just a different direction to go.
Yeah, sorry, I was just trying to see how you got the 1. That was all.
So,
but now I
10
understand.
letters.
Yeah, 10, 1, and 0,
and
yeah.
4, yeah.
So, if we did 0, 1, 4...
I think feathers or petals
No.
still has a play in this for some reason. Why would this
So 418 is the order they're listed in the... So how did you get the 418 from the Gray Wolf, Owl, and Mountain Lion? Or... Oh, okay. Yeah, 8 lions, 4 wolves, 1 owl. Okay, yep. Okay.
Did we do a combination of 3, 2, and 5?
Not sure. I'm trying to catch up on all the numbers that are getting thrown at me. So,
Okay.
so combo of 8, 4, 3, or 8, 4, and 1. So 4, 1, 8, the order they're listed in the photo, so we can try that.
So
4,
what's
1,
he talking
8.
about? Sorry, what's Exquisite talking
It's
about?
not 418. So Exquisite was talking about this. So Silent Moon had mentioned 8 lions, because that's what he had mentioned in one of the coding messages, was that there were 8 lions. 4 wolves that we had in one of the coded messages was for the one thing. And then 1 owl.
See, the problem I'm having is we only had one coded message involving him, and that's this feathers or petals thing.
Yeah.
Nothing else was involving him. It was all the Choctaw language.
So, and then 418 is what, yeah, sorry. So she was saying 418, and then Hyper RP was saying 8, 4, and 3. So let's do 4, let's start with 418. So 418 did not work. So 481 does not work. 8, 4, 1 does not work. 8, 1, 4. Does not work. 1, 4, 8. Not work. 1, 8, 4. Also does not work. Okay. So 8, 4, 3 is what I probably saying. Yeah, so 3 feathers on the owl are yeah, so 4, 3, 8. Okay. So 4, 3, 8, which is one of those combinations. I probably saying a 4 or of 8, 4, 3. So and I see the treats to the pet. We'll get that in just a second as well.
Sorry, what did you say? What did you say to someone? I missed what you said.
That I see the give treats to the pets. We'll grab that in a second.
Oh, okay,
too.
thank you.
Yep.
Sorry, I didn't understand.
So 8, 8, 4, 8, 4, 3. So let's try. What do we do? 4 on 8, 4. Let's start there. 8, 4, 3.
How many you've done?
I know.
I know.
8, 4. I'm trying to keep it straight too. So 8, 4, 3 does not work. So 8, 3, 4. Let's try that. Does not work. Okay, so let's try.
After this next one, can you try mine?
Yes. 3, 4, and 8 does not work. 3, 8, and 4 does not work. So next up would be 4, 8, 3. Nope. 4, 3, 8. 4, 3, 8 also does not work. And what was your number?
3, 2, 5.
Okay, so we'll try 3, 2, and 5. Does not work, so let's try 3, 5, 2. Not work. Let's try 5, 3, 2. Nope. 5, 2, 3. Nope. 2, 5, 3. Nope. 2, 3, 5 is the final try, and no.
I really feel like the feathers and petals thing is what this is actually talking about. Does that make sense? Why this message?
Right. Yeah, I know. I really think that 5
petals doesn't go or not.
So feathers or petals. So
I was thinking 3 for feathers and 5 for petals, but
yeah. So
I feel
petals.
like this has to do with it. Why would it say we have to solve every code?
No, that's what Antonella is saying, that they feel like 5 needs to be in the code. Otherwise, the petals part of the decoded cipher means nothing. So we tried the most combos with 5, but we just aren't getting the right numbers, I don't think. So
there's a 5th hint. Let's do the 5th hint.
Okay.
I feel like we're there. We just because we've found everything so far. We've not found out anything new.
Looking at documents that Pace has personally touched may help you figure out the combination. So
okay, the cheats suck on this one.
So he personally touched this as well.
So it said ballroom. That's not at his
no, this is at
lodge,
the Fisher Arms Hotel. Please do me the honor of attending my private hunting party and dinner at my lodge tomorrow. Would love to have you both there. About 2200. Okay.
Unless the 2-2, maybe that's why he put the weird time.
Mm-hmm. Maybe.
220.
He's touched this photo. I don't see anything in the photo.
Not much detail at all in the photo.
And then you have that on the back. What's the other things that he's physically touched?
I suppose it has another one.
4 wolves, 5 petals,
so he
and 8
this.
lions.
4,
5, 8.
Touch that. Hold on, 80,000. This check. We haven't even thought about the number for this check. I know you did the
Yeah.
I know you did like the check number, but.
So that could also be that 8 tied in. So 8 could hold significance to the check too. Yeah. So let's try 4, 5, 8. All right. So 4, and then I'm gonna grab the dog for the treats. Okay. So 4, 5, 8. That's it.
Is it?
Yeah. 4, 5, 8. That's it. 4, 5, 8.
There you go.
4
All
wolves, 5 petals, and 8 lions. That was it. 4, 5, 8. We got it. Finally. Finally. And now that we've got the drawer unlocked, we're going to pause and make you wait. So that
we'll wait, Mickey, though. We won't cheat and look at it before.
Make you wait while we go grab the dog for some treats, okay? And those treats are brought to you by Starshoot, redeeming that give treats to the pets. All right.
Okay, that was definitely in the top like 3 or 4 hardest things I've ever had to solve in this particular stuff. Yeah.
Where's your sister? Come on.
Usually they come running for the food bag. I'm kind of shocked. All right, so 4, 5, 8. We have solved it. Whew. Thank you guys for all of your help solving that. That really took the army that we have behind us to do that one. He's really having to bribe them right now. I'm actually kind of surprised. Yes, puppy time if they come this direction. I'm not sure what's going on at the moment. Yeah, that was definitely a brain annihilator, though. Thank you so much for joining us again, Hyper Harpy. I told him the puppies normally aren't that stubborn.
Yeah. Well, one was like out cold asleep.
Out cold asleep. I see.
So here's that one for you.
Thank you.
Grab.
Oh my goodness! They can't even see you down there, can they, Boo?
Bah!
Come here, little miss.
There we go.
Little grunting sausage. Little grunting sausage.
Let me go grab the other one. Oh, the other one followed me.
This one's a little camera shy. She never likes to look directly at the camera. You're not going to look at them? She's only looking out the window. She won't acknowledge. Hello. You're such a ham, Gona. What's he doing? He's really having to bribe the other half of this tag team. What? We can cheat and have a little bit of cookie in the meantime. Oh, no.
Come on.
Hi, baby girl.
There you go.
That's exciting.
I don't know. Can you see her? Okay.
Can they see her?
Not very well.
Yeah. She's a little too big
But
to
here
be
you go.
picking up.
Yeah.
You can hear it. Oh, Kona's like, give me mine, mommy. Waited on Sissy to have hers. I want mine.
There we go. Yeah, come here.
Oh, good. You're
There you
to
go.
find it in my hand. That's encouraging. Wait for it. You're gonna do. Oh! Kona's gonna do a trick.
There you go.
Food motivates her to do the most amazing skills. You're such a ham. She wouldn't.
All right.
She would not look at the camera no matter what we tried.
Right?
All right. Arr. Short stuff. Short stuff. Was that fun?
Move forward. There you go. All right. Now they're getting all riled up.
That was
All
your
right.
fault. Yeah, that definitely was needed after that brain bender. My goodness sakes.
Okay, so there's 5 feathers on the wing, 2. Right, yeah.
I want to, after this, I want to look at the, like, legit reveal, because I want to know where they were getting the numbers from in their heads.
Oh, yeah.
No,
Oh,
mean,
yeah,
like,
to see if we what we thought, yeah.
Like, I want to know where their numbers come from, because, like, we could see 5 petals, but maybe it wasn't 5 petals, it was 5 something else. Like,
Yeah.
I also noticed, like, on the list of stuff, the gray wolf was lowercase, but all the other animals started with a capital letter.
Yeah.
I thought it was very interesting, but I didn't know why.
Right.
Roundhouse what? Huh?
Oh, it's because somebody mentioned my name. So the Nightbot comes back with a true fact. So I don't churn butter. I just roundhouse kick the cows and the butter comes straight out. Yeah. True facts.
I'm not
All
gonna
right.
lie. You say
So-
roundhouse kick, I think Chuck Norris.
Wait, I threw you off saying there was 6 what?
You kept saying that there was 6
No, it's 6 leaves,
6
and that
leaves.
there
I got
was
6 petals pointing to the leaves. That was me.
6 leaves, and then 6 on the tail of the wolf,
And then
and
6
then also
teeth.
6 teeth. So that was, if we were looking at just the banner, that number kept popping out of
Actually,
everything.
what was the actual number? Did I write it down?
It's 458. There we go.
There's a lot of numbers.
All right, so are you all ready to see what is in this drawer?
This has been hard earned, guys. I really am waiting for the aha moment. Like, if we don't get that, I'm gonna be a little bummed out right now.
Right?
A little bit.
Okay.
Yes!
Okay, let's see what is in this drawer.
You're such a tease. Is it stuck?
Huh?
Is it stuck?
Yeah, it won't open any further past this. Sorry, guys, we're it's stuck. No, I'm just kidding.
It looked like it was stuck for a second.
All right, so it looks like, yeah, so we've got plenty of
documents.
documents.
That's a lot of stuff.
And a
That
watch.
is quite a watch.
I don't see anything else back in the back of that. So we're gonna move that right there. So we've got
So it's not nothing that I can see.
okay, so we have a watch.
Flip it over. What's the word say?
IOK HEIRA. So maybe if it's mirrored.
Not see anything with it spelled correctly.
And then ARI, maybe?
So sorry,
ARI.
okay. So far nothing.
Yeah, I don't see that anywhere either. So maybe it's 1, 2, 2, 2, and 2. It would be enough to be able to do a that one cipher tile. The one if we knew what the code was. And so the time on the watch says 12:35. So 12:35 on the watch. You put your official guess as far as like the code, or your official guess on who you think it is.
So that's interesting because KOI Cheeto is large cat lion. KOI, and there's this like, you know what I mean, like IOK KOI. So what if like large lion is like one of their nicknames and the other one's, you know what I mean, because like KOI.
Possibly.
And then ARIEH. ARIEH.
All right, so it looks like so we have not seen what's in this section, obviously, right? What are the letters on the back of the watch? It's IOK HEIRA.
Definitely have to go back to that.
All right, so yeah, so let's I'm gonna start taking some pictures here real quick. As I hand you these, do you want to scan them like you did before? Yeah. And then you can just upload it straight to the Discord.
Okay.
I'm gonna take a picture of the watch very quickly here.
Okay, so you're waiting. I'm waiting for you to hand them to me.
Yes. Yeah. So, because then we're gonna look at the documents as we go, and then after that, we can scan it. All right, so here's the watch, the face of the watch anyway, with what time it said. And then we're going to look at the back. All right, so there's that. Okay.
Senorita slurps a lot. What you doing?
Okay, so I'm going to throw the picture of the watch up in the Discord. There we go. Okay, so now let's look at some of this paper. So what we have here, it looks like a...
How about this? Why don't I take a photo of it first so I can be posting it to this Discord while you're showing it off? Is that cool?
Yeah. So, or I was just going to go through real quick of what they are.
Oh, okay.
It's going to
take me time to get them into Discord.
Yeah, absolutely. So this looks like maybe it's just a...
you still have that. Hold on. That's got a code on it. What's that?
Yep. So this looks like some kind of maybe journal note.
That looks like the one guy's journal notes.
Oh yeah,
Gardener guy.
the nature notes. Yeah, so it might be something from the nature notes. So there you go. Looks like so we've got in loving remembrance of Royce Edgar
Oh, he does know
Middleton.
who Royce is.
So there we go. All right, yeah. How can I ever make this up to her? Oh, all right.
Not being such a jerk like you've been. That's how. Keeping that mouth of yours in check.
So, he could have used that mustache saver.
He could have.
Ah,
He's a dapper
mustache
man.
saver brought to you by Dapperman.
Dapper man.
All right. Last will and testament. We've got last will and testament
Is
as
Roger
well.
gonna inherit the fortune?
Signed
his
by
signature.
Harrington Pace, so that's his signature.
Put on.
Does it
That
look
is
similar?
legit. I think that's
Does
pretty
that look
darn
very
close.
similar?
Except it's not on the actual line, but yeah. Wait. The I's not dotted.
The I's not dotted.
No, it's not. Look at that P. Look at that P. That P is not the same.
Yeah. So
No,
the signature
it's
looks a little
not.
bit different. Maybe that's another. Maybe it's a fraudulent check.
Could it be a fraudulent check or could it be a fraudulent? Well, probably a fraudulent check, but
Yeah.
yeah, that could be
Okay.
the.
So we'll look
That could
at.
have been the nephew.
There's the last will testament. Is there anything on the back of that? Nope. Okay.
Not the thing.
And then we have some more documents. So, Office of the Royal Military Police Special Investigation Branch.
Maybe that's why he was being so chummy to the one guy.
So, very possible. So
He
we have
changed
a
this will quickly before he died. The 8th of the same
Yeah.
year he died.
8th of July before, same year. So then we also, so we have the Office of the Royal Military Police with a photo of the unit. Now, then, what I am going to point out right away is that guy right there. Who does he look like?
Oh, wait a second.
Does that look like the guy from the newspaper article?
That looks
like the guy from the newspaper article, which we said also looked like possibly looked like,
darn close.
But the thing is, that wouldn't make sense though if it was Davenport.
No, it wouldn't. Because he's
sorry.
from America.
So he's not a part of that unit. The guy
No.
that would have been Bailey. So
Yeah.
we would need to look at Bailey's
That's
photo.
Davenport.
Yeah, so let's look at Bailey's photo on his military stuff. That may be the same person. So there we go. So that's everything. There's one last look at the
Pull that.
block there. There we go.
I think that's pretty darn close. Pull that out. This one. That does look like him, I think.
So here is the photo of Private Bailey.
Look at that. I think it is pretty close.
Here is, did you think the newspaper article matched as well? There is the individual I'm thinking right there that's sitting on the ground eating.
I don't know where the newspaper is, babe. I can't find it.
So you just read it. I just read from it.
It's not under the box, is it?
Oh, shouldn't be.
Not here.
Check with your stuff off to the right.
I'm going to do that in a minute. I still got to finish scanning.
Yeah, you're fine.
Oh.
Did you? And you were done scanning this one, or did you need?
No, I still need to scan all that. That's
that's
the
fine.
whole thing I keep getting. I'll just give you my copy for now, because I don't know if it's not the best copy. That's the best I can do.
Okay, that's okay. So.
Here it is.
Oh. Okay. And here is the photo that was at the bottom of the newspaper as well. Looks like maybe a military hospital or something. So I'm thinking. Oh, you think the check maybe was for Agnes because it said redemption? Very
Well,
possible.
maybe that's yeah.
But redemption, yeah. Maybe that
It could have
would,
also been for the soldier
yeah,
whose unit
possibly the
got
soldier stuff
decimated.
too. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so there's that.
I don't
All right, so
know.
let me. You got the last will and testament in there, right?
I haven't posted anything yet. I'm taking all
Oh
the
no.
photos.
Sorry, but you have you have it
Yeah.
photographed.
Yes,
Yes.
I
Okay.
photographed it. Yes.
Perfect. All
Sorry,
right.
I'm trying
So
to get all this
as
done.
that's okay. So as Red Panda is working to get the last photos taken of everything we just found in that drawer, apparently the little one with a big voice wants something.
She used to not know how to bark. A simple fun fact: 5 years of living with her sister,
What do you
and
want?
now she barks like a freaking dachshund. She found her voice, and she doesn't know how to stop using
All
it.
right, let me go let you both out, okay? Because now you're grumbling over here.
Oh my
Okay.
gosh, guys, you guys are so.
So let me let the two of them out real quick, okay?
So one thing I can do in the meantime. Oh, there's a lot of redacted. I'm trying to get good visuals of the redacted, and it's really hard to. Trying to figure out like how to take a photograph of it where it would show up better.
Right? Grrr. Grrr.
All right, I'm going to. I'll just probably have to read the redacted stuff, so let me just photocopy it and we'll get it on the website. Bear with me, guys. Not have picked the worst timing, I don't think, for making Dad leave and go out and take him outside. So.
Okay, so let's so I'll use this still as well, or this scene for a little bit here while we wait for some actual or some photos get uploaded. But we'll I think we'll start here maybe with the last will and testament of Harrington Pace. So I, Harrington Pace of London, 121 Styles Avenue, being of sound mind and memory. So that's where we saw, or we had Styles Avenue. That was the address you were looking for, I think, at the hunting lodge.
No, that's his actual home. Not
okay.
Lodge. Yeah. No, because we tried 121 Styles Avenue.
That's right.
Just,
yeah. So
Numerology.
121 Styles Avenue, being of sound mind and memory, and considering the uncertainty of this frail and transitory life, do therefore on this 8th day of July, 1923 make, ordain, publish, and declare this to be my last will and testament. First, I order and direct that my executor hereinafter named pay all my just debts and funeral expenses as soon after my passing as may be accomplished. Second, after the payment of such expenses and debts, I give and bequeath to my dear friend Wallace Pearson, in consideration of his attachment and fidelity to me, and the long and great care he has taken of my effects, and having done but very little for him, Hunter's Lodge and its entire surrounding grounds, to do with as he wishes. Third, to Roger Havering, my beloved nephew, and to his wife Zoe, I give and bequeath my exclusive flat in London, including the entirety of its contents and nothing more. My intent is not to continue to unnecessarily mollycoddle Roger, as I have done for most of his life, but to at the very least provide a safe and stable residence, and to encourage him to not be such a four-flusher.
That's a British offense term.
Right? Okay.
Can you help me get to the right Discord channel? Sorry, guys, I don't use Discord very much. There we go. Thank you.
Okay. Fourth, to Agnes Middleton, my head of household, for her hard work and skill, out of respect for her loss, I give and bequeath the sum of £20,000 for her life. I know this is in no way recompense for her loss, but it is all I can think to do to atone.
How do you attach a document? I thought I knew, but it's not letting me attach a document. I put that, but it's not. There we go.
There you go. All right. To Agnes, or yeah. So fifth is to repent for my careless negligence. I order the remainder of my assets, which includes all my remaining holdings, investments, properties, and companies, to be liquidated. The sum total of said assets are to be overseen by Wallace Pearson in their donation to the Great War Veterans Fund. Lastly, I may constitute and appoint my solicitor, Charles Winston, to be executor of this my last will and testament, hereby revoking all former wills by me made. In witness here whereof I have hereunto subscribed my name and affixed my seal, the 8th day of July, in the year of our Lord 1923. This instrument was on the day of the date thereof signed, published, and declared by the said testator, Harrington Pace, to be his last will and testament, in the presence of us, who at his request have subscribed our names thereto as witnesses in his presence and in the presence of each other. So John somebody, and it looks like maybe Jones somebody. All right. So that's what we've got for the last will and testament.
Okay, I think I got everything up there, guys. It just all got put up there, so bear with us. The military document, for so many pages, is the MP, is the military document, and the others are all images.
Okay.
Just to do it quicker.
Yeah, that's fine.
So, did I miss anything major? Because I couldn't. I
Just,
but he didn't give them anything but the house.
Correct, and he also left 20,000 pounds to Agnes.
Okay. Did he say what happened?
Because no, it doesn't. He doesn't say what happened. He just says that out of respect for her loss.
Okay.
He said that I know this is in no way recompense for her loss, but it is all I can think to do to atone. So he does feel that it is something that is his fault.
Well, could Agnes' husband been in the military unit that got hurt?
Mm-hmm. Huh?
It's more of a stretch, but could Agnes's person been in the military unit that got hurt from the gunpowder issue?
Maybe. That also may be a case. Cool.
All
right, so we've got this is an entire investigation. So let me look at some of these shorter ones first. We've also got.
I'm actually gonna. Can you actually photocopy these?
Mm-hmm.
So I can write on them, so we can redact them out together. Or actually, do you want me to try to do that while you read?
Oh, that's okay.
Okay. Do you want me to read this in the meantime?
Yeah, go right ahead.
Just to try to fill the space here a little bit. Okay, so in loving remembrance of Royce Edgar Middleton, born and died, he was 53 years, gone but not forgotten. Royce Edgar Middleton, born to Alistair and Audra Middleton of London, passed away in a factory accident on October 10th. So I finally know it was really him that passed away in the fire, or the factory. Respected laborer and volunteer firefighter, Royce captivated all with his unwavering kindness. He was known for his hard work and skill, and his contagious laughter even in the darkest of times. He is preceded in death by his late son, Maurice Middleton, and is survived by his wife, Agnes. Oh, that's so sad. So, new home, ? Raised ? How can I ever make this up to her? So, I'm curious to know at what point he figured out that this happened, or did he know the whole time he hired her that this had happened? He treated her awful crappily to, you know what I mean?
It's very possible that he knew.
Yeah, it's interesting though.
So he passed away in a factory accident on 10 October. So that I think matches up with that newspaper article and story of that. They had the factory issue. Yep. So. Okay.
Do you want me to go ahead and read this? That first page may not go through. If it's got a photo on it, it may not scan through. Okay.
I scanned that one already.
Thank you.
You're okay.
March 4th, 1923. Harry, I tossed the first couple of drafts in the fire before I found the proper words. These might be rubbish as well, but they're what you need to hear. I lived here since I was a lad, took over as groundskeeper when my father passed. We grew up together. Me in my cottage and you all in your fancy houses. You never turned up your nose at me. You treated me as kin, even though you were taught not to. That is how I think of you too. Kin. That's why I cannot allow you to go on this trip without saying what I need to say. We've always been able to talk about anything except this. Perhaps it's too horrible to put into words. But we both know you need to take responsibility or you'll go all around the world only to do it all over again. You can use all you have for good instead of greed.
Okay.
And on the back it says you still have time, and then there's a code to break.
Okay. So here's your documents here.
Thank you.
Why did it only print oh, I need paper.
Oh.
Okay. So that was I just need a few pieces.
It's fancy paper, but I can't get to the other paper correctly.
Ah.
That's just hard. That's it.
All right. Sorry, Chad, while I reload some
You
paper
wanna
into
get
our
the-
printer.
You want to get the top page so we can start redacting this together?
Huh?
You should have the top page with the photo,
Oh,
right?
yeah, right here. There you
I
go.
just figured I could start redacting it with them while you do
Yep,
that. Is that okay?
absolutely.
All right. So it says members and it says a bunch of names. So let's scan through these names really quickly here. So Arthur Allen, dead. Claude Bailey. Ooh! He's the one that got hurt.
Yeah.
That's the one we're talking about. That's
Yeah.
Bailey. Okay. Henry Benson, dead. Simon Brown, dead. Oh my god, did his whole unit die? James Evans, dead. James John Jimmy, dead. Elliot Phillip, dead. Winston Smith and Don something D Smith. Oscar Thompson's dead. Oh my gosh, they're all dead. He's the only one that survived.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, they all died except for him. And the last two were Theodore Teddy Williams and Noah Wilson. So something like that, Theodore Teddy. They love to put like little names in there, like Teddy Roosevelt. It's what you think of when you hear that.
Yeah. All right, so let me try recopying this page.
July.
I think it messed up.
1918. So it was the Battle of Granville, which we already figured out from his records.
Mm-hmm.
Death of all but one soldier in Unit 993. It's good to know they actually decided at least to look into an investigation of it. So maybe that's why this guy had taken so much interest in Bailey, is because he was the only one to survive this situation.
Right. So without reading the redacted info, from what the show was able to read, it was, oh my god, the scandal. So, okay, here we go. Here's a better
Cool.
final page.
Thank you.
So,
Soul Survivor there.
Yep.
Do you want to do a page and stuff, and then I'll keep working on another page so we'll have more of them. So basically it was a bunch of dead people, and then Claude Bailey was wounded. That was all that we got from the first page.
Okay.
And then the sole survivor came to our department requesting an official investigation. That was at the bottom of the photo.
Okay.
So if you want to work on a page, I'll work on a page.
Yeah.
And then you still have a page somewhere. I don't know where the page is.
No, it's right here.
So you have the next page, right? So you can go.
There you go. All right, so
Yours is
yeah,
next,
looks like I have the next page. So, official statement transcribed from interview with
Tell me and I'll write it down.
Private Claude Bailey. So I had no real desire to become a soldier, not till the Great War began anyway. I was an apprentice to a mechanic in London. Honest work, thought I'd find a nice girl, settle down soon after. But then the war started and I knew it was about something bigger than me. Knew I had to do my part, even lied on my enlistment form to get in. I'm allergic to peanuts and goose down. So he's allergic to feathers. He's allergic to goose feathers.
I'm gonna guess that he probably didn't handle
Broke plenty of bones as a kid. Didn't matter to them, I guess. What I heard from the front, I thought it was going to be rushing into battle every day. Most days we actually just sat in a cold, wet trench, eating bully beef out of tin cans, waiting for something to happen. Kind of funny, actually. My unit passed the days getting to know one another, playing poker with no chips and muddy cards. Grew quite close. Can't say the same for my superiors. There was nothing superior about them. Their orders would come down on high without the foggiest of what was actually going on the ground. Of course, I ain't the type to just sit there and take it. So sure, I got myself into my fair share of scraps, but not with anyone who weren't deserving. If the looks like Lurchere maybe? Lurchere were still alive, they could attest to my true character. But they ain't. Got sent to ambush a group of Germans thought to be hiding somewhere in Granville. We were real good at sniffing out Jerry's along the western front. That's how we got the name. Looks like Lurchers, maybe.
Okay, or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah, Lurcher. Or Lurcher. Yeah, Lurchers.
Just keep going. We'll Google it in a minute.
All right. Anyway, I don't know what's happened, or yeah, what happened, how they knew we were coming, but they were ready for us. We managed to find cover from the crossfire. I remember, is there one named Jimmy or Johnny? Jimmy, maybe?
Yeah, there's definitely a Jimmy.
Jimmy fired the first shot, then Winston, maybe? Then me. Only...
Are you still in that big paragraph?
Yeah.
Okay. Only...
Only when we pulled the trigger... Yeah, only when we pulled the trigger, nothing came out. That's when we realized we were sitting ducks with nothing to defend ourselves but a couple of sidearms. Some people may say a gun is a gun, but those people ain't never been in a gunfight. Ain't no way a Colt's the same as a Lee Enfield. I was certain that was my last day on Earth. Made my peace with God and the lot. But somehow I made it out alive. Had to... No. I'm looking at the wrong thing anyway.
You're wanting the single black line followed by this black line, yeah.
Had to kill my way through a dozen Jerrys by myself. There were a couple times I thought they were going to get me. Took a couple bullets, but I got them all. And now I'm sitting at a desk staring at the clock as the time ticks by. Some said I was lucky, but it doesn't feel that way. More of a punishment than a blessing. Made it my personal duty to visit each of their wives and families. Know they have someone do it, or yeah, know they have someone do it, but it felt right for me too. Let them know what happened out there and what decent men they all were. How they died by no fault of their own, and I made each of them a promise. That I would find out who was behind this. Can't help but question everything now. Oh, Hammersmith, thank you so much for coming in with that raid. Welcome in, everyone. So welcome in. We are, if you're coming in with that raid, we are working on trying to solve a murder. So we're on part 2 right now. Part 1, we dug through a lot of evidence yesterday, and then trying to find a code to unlock a locked drawer of a box. That we just got unlocked a little while ago, and now we're digging through more evidence that we were able to uncover in that locked section of the box. So, Hammersmith, I hope you had a fantastic stream. And also, my name is Strange Tangent. So, if you don't know, I am Strange Tangent. This is Red Panda, my amazing and lovely wife. All right.
We're currently reading a redacted
Yeah.
document. Should we share the Discord again for anyone who just joined us?
So if you are just joining us and you would like to follow along, all of these documents are available inside of the Discord. There's a section called Hunt a Killer, and you can click in there, and then there will be a thread specifically for everything that we've been doing with this case. All right. So yeah, so right now we're going through this redacted military investigation is what we're going through right now. All right, so... all right, so can't help but question everything now.
What was the redacted part before that?
After promise.
Yeah.
That I would find out who was behind this.
Okay, behind this. Okay.
Mm-hmm. All right, and we've got who gave up who. Yeah, hey, who gave us those bullets, and did they leave? Did they leave the factory like that? Got the feeling the red tabs want to keep it, or red tabs maybe? Yeah, red tabs. The red tabs want to keep it all hush hush. But I'll tell you this, if someone did this knowingly, they'd never want to be in a room alone with me. So investigator note, despite Private Bailey's rather aggressive disposition, I have no reason to believe he is lying. Based on his testimony, further investigation into where the bullets were manufactured is maybe required.
Basically, they're going to investigate where the bullets got made.
Yeah, required.
Did I miss anything after the knowingly part in the big section? This area right here?
This one?
Yeah, did I miss anything after knowingly?
I'm sure that was not the end of the sentence.
If someone did
this knowingly, they'd never want to be in a room alone with me. Okay. There's that page.
No wonder he was so nervous about meeting.
So yeah, so Bailey, let me pull this up as well. Did you? Oh yeah, there we go. Military document. There we go. Let's open up this military document. All right. So this was the page that we just read right here. Looks like we'll go into a timeline, it looks like.
That IHOC Kyria word, that's on the back of the watch, is right here.
Okay.
Can you spell it for me really quick? Oh, okay, what?
So reports show bullets manufactured at a factory in London, but the name of the factory has been redacted. However, my research concludes there are only 2 factories in London that currently provide ammunition for the British Armed Forces. Winston and yeah, that one. The Iakira. I plan to visit both in the coming month. Spoke with the Winston factory manager, Harold Dean. Official statement: yes, we supplied the British Armed Forces with ammunition from 1915 to 1918. However, during that time frame, we had no something or incidents of squib bullets on record.
It could mean like non-fireable. I know in Harry
Yeah,
Potter,
something about
non-logical.
Cecalie. I don't recognize that.
Unfortunately, you lost me because I didn't follow.
Oh, so which one do you need?
Supplied the what?
Supplied the British Armed Forces with ammunition from 1915. Yeah, they need a better redacting pen. From 1915 to 1918. However, during that time frame, we had no, and then it was spelled Cecalie, or incidents of squib bullets on record. Note that Mr. Dean permitted me to look through the factory records, which verified his account. April 7th, 1919, so a few days later, first spoke with the Agatha factory manager, Walter Gray. Official statement. There was a recall of bullets in 1918, but the issue was isolated and resolved quickly. Nothing in our records indicate any squib bullets making it into the hands of the British Armed Forces. We take great pride in our work and have a long history in manufacturing. I'm afraid I can speak no further about it until the owner, Mr. Harrington Pace, returns.
Sorry, squib bullets making it into the hands of the what?
Of the British Armed Forces.
Okay.
And the next blocked out is Mr. Harrington Pace. After Mr. Harrington Pace returns. Note, Mr. Gray refused access to the factory records.
Refused access to factory records?
Yep. So, it says, before I left, I was stopped by a factory worker. Yo, Jazzy. Jazzy coming in with that resub for 8 months.
Oh,
look at that.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I will get your name added. You can't see it on camera right now, but there's a garland of hearts for February over here on the wall. So I will definitely write your name on one of the hearts after we get done with this today. All right. Before I left, I was stopped by a factory worker who wished to remain anonymous. Okay.
So this whole thing, not even there.
So official statement is, I don't know if I should be saying this, but I told Mr. Gray we were spreading the gunpowder too thin. We didn't have enough for such a large order. He said to do as I was told. And he said that order came from the very tops. I couldn't afford to lose my job, so I didn't question him.
Sorry, I can't. It's just too fast. I'm trying.
Okay, where you at?
So, told Mr. Gray we were spraying the gunpowder too thin, didn't have enough for large order. What?
He said to do as I was told. And he said that order came from the very top. And that he couldn't afford to lose his job.
And that's the guy speaking.
Yeah, it says, I couldn't afford to lose my job, so I didn't so I didn't question him. The next one is, note that the investigator will attempt to speak with the owner, Mr. Harrington Pace. The next where it says note. Yep, there you go. All right. Hello, Zane. Welcome in. So yeah, Jazzy. So this case is Agatha Christie. Well, Hunted Killer still, but it's Agatha Christie's.
I'm slow writing, so I was just going to keep going.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Sorry, I can't keep
so it's Hunted Killers, Agatha Christie's, The Mystery of Hunter's Lodge. So that's what we've got. We have had a murder of of a magnate, Mr. Harrington Pace, and we are working to narrow down the suspect list to try to solve this case. It is a little bit different than our normal way that we do things because this is not part of the monthly subscription. This is we decided to go with the premium box set. So yesterday we did like a part 1. We were able to dig through a lot of the evidence, not all of it, and then today we were able to open up a drawer that was locked. It took us a while to come up with that code. It took everyone in the chat helping out with trying to find that code. Once we got that code, we were able to open up that drawer and find even more evidence. Right? Yeah, it was the butler. Right? It's always the butler. So it was the butler in the library with a candlestick. Okay. All right. So that's where we're at now, is going over the evidence that we found inside of this locked drawer. All right. So
basically, it was just his name twice down here, and then I don't know that word. Traveling. Yeah.
Okay.
So his name.
So then 8th of April, attempted to reach Mr. Harrington Pace for comment. Secretary stated he is traveling for business. Will return in 2 weeks. 22 April of 1919, attempted to reach Mr. Harrington Pace for comment. Secretary stated he is out of the country for a month and cannot be reached.
Hopefully I won't be as behind this time. Sorry, just these big sections are super hard to write this fast. I can't.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I understand. All right. Now we're into May of 1919. Attempted to reach Mr. Harrington Pace for comment. Secretary stated he is out of the country for a month and cannot be reached. When I told her she had given me the same line the month prior, the call was abruptly disconnected. 13 June, an upset Mr. Gray came to my office this afternoon, told me that he was recently fired from Ayakira. Stated Mr. Harrington Pace was made well aware of gunpowder issues and gave authorization to continue with production. Are you?
That was where I stopped.
Okay, all right.
So yeah.
Mr. Gray then proceeded to provide me with the 1918 Ayakira factory records, confirming the factory recall of squib bullets knowingly sold to the British Armed Forces. Right, we know it was with a pistol. Exactly. And we think that maybe a bird did it. So I stand corrected. It was in the master bedroom. It was the bird in a master bedroom with the pistol. Okay, that's what it was.
Armed Forces, is that where it ends?
Yes. Okay.
Next.
Conclusion. 14 June of 1919.
Where's that at? Oh, I see.
It is the belief of this investigator that the cause of the squib round incident was due to malfeasance on the part of the manufacturing. The bullets were created at the Ayakira factory in London. Oh, Exclusive says that they keep going back and forth. No, Zane, the bird joke is that because feathers were found in the wound and near the body, or inside the gun, that a bird did it. That was the joke. So Exquisite said yesterday that it was a bird that did it. Okay.
Oh yeah, I was just gonna take it again and start writing because I can't write through these paragraphs fast enough.
Oh, it's okay. I'll slow down a little bit.
Okay. I got through the London part, but I don't have anything after that.
Oh, I didn't read anything after that. Owned by Mr. Harrington Pace. At his authorization, the bullets were made with less gunpowder than required to function properly. This caused the bullets to lack the Ford, F-O-R-D-E, needed to exit the barrel. No, force. Sorry, not Ford. F-O-R-C-E. Force. resulting in the deaths of the majority of Unit 993. So, well, so here's the thing, right? So, I think this is bringing Bailey back into consideration, but at the same time, like he's allergic to feathers, so I don't know.
Yeah.
All right. 14 September 1919. It is the belief of the British Armed Forces that no wrongdoing occurred. We are ruling the Squib round incident an accident. The case is officially closed.
I feel like he would be more upset, not at Mr. Pace, but at the people who covered this up.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Because, like, Pace did something horrible, and that's known, but how many people worked to cover this up for him?
Yeah.
And that guy's name is totally the name who signed the discharge papers for the one guy, Bailey.
The General Valentine.
Mm-hmm.
So
I saw that and thought it was really funny sounding.
Yeah, so we've got at the yeah, I know, right? Bailey climbed to the top of the list out of nowhere. So down here, so this was originally filed in June, and the signature of the commanding officer is now crossed out. So it was signed on June 14th. 3 months later, in September of 1919, it was amended. There was an amendment, and then that signature was crossed out, and the new person was added.
Oh, so before they said this was all fault, bad things happened.
Yeah, so that's why all this stuff has been redacted, was because it was found that it was to be an accident. Right? I know. Red Panda really is so smart.
No, I'm not. Thank you. Hold on. Best of me this year. What's the letters that signed this? That
AV. All right, so
who's AV?
Augustus Valentine.
Oh, okay.
All right. So looks like Harrington Pace wrote a memo or wrote a note to Valentine. Thank you, dear friend, for resolving this little incident with the great leadership and foresight I have come to associate you with. Looking forward to hosting you again at the hunting lodge come this fall. Harrington Pace. My apologies again for any unpleasantries you may have incurred. Rest assured, the responsible parties have been dealt with accordingly. We look forward to our continued partnership, and be sure of this: those grouse won't be getting the best of me this year. So the person that amended this 3 months after it happened, yeah, Antonella thought at first that I said Valentine, like from Rock. Yeah, Valentine, like Valentine's Day.
Yeah.
So that memo, I mean, so you've got Harrington Pace basically called in a favor, essentially. Called in a favor to say, hey, like, this is making me look bad.
Super shady business practices.
They magically amended it to find and determine that this has been ruled an accident to cover all of this up.
Yeah.
In exchange that Valentine gets to continue coming back to the hunting lodge. So... yeah, absolutely suspicious. All right. Don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious. All right. So
that definitely does make that one guy look a little more suspicious. But, like, why was he so, like... maybe that's why he kept saying something about his friend about the attack fight things. Remember, he said he was the one telling his friend, the American, that he would cover for him and be ready to attack / fight.
Yeah.
So, and I'm trying to understand the meaning behind this watch, if that's not a name we need to decipher, and it's just the name of the factory where this happened at.
This was probably Harrington Pace's watch. So I'm wondering if... huh?
From the factory?
Well, yeah, it's got the factory. Yeah. Well, or maybe not necessarily that it was made at that factory, but he could have had the name on the back of it because he owned the factory, right?
Oh, okay. Maybe.
but the time on it is stopped at 12:35.
The thing is, that was in this drawer that no one, even the inspector, couldn't open.
True.
So I'm not really optimistic that the time is actually meaning much.
Yeah. It is very possible, yeah.
I don't know. So, okay,
so I'm trying to think, what do we have?
So we have a few codes to solve still. So
yeah.
Setting this aside. So we have the code on the back of this sucker to solve.
Okay. We also haven't read this yet, have we?
I did. I read it while you were dealing with dogs, which are still outside, actually.
Oh, okay. All right. So.
You think they're tearing the yard up, or are we good?
I'm going to go grab them here in a second. Yeah, so you still have time, so we need to solve that one. But we got to find the.
That's the problem. I can't figure out that at the moment. Unless the back is the code. Flip it.
You still have time.
Is that the code? We just cut out all the duplicate letters?
Trying to make sure there wasn't anything like sign or like underlined or any kind of markings on this letter, but I'm not finding anything.
So this thing.
Yeah, actually, I agree. And then so that the goose down allergy I think does rule out Bailey though. That's a huge key component. If he's allergic to the feathers, he would have had an allergic reaction after doing that.
And someone would have said something. Yeah.
Yeah, and somewhere we would have read that he would have had an allergic reaction.
Yep.
Or that he was dealing with something. Yeah, he'd be like a sneezing mess, or whatever the case may be. So let me go grab the dogs real quick. If you want to start.
So does anyone have any ideas on the key word? Do we think it's
let me
that?
get this pulled up.
Or do we think it's something else? So let me actually do one thing. Actually, let me back up because that's like an excerpt from his journal. So let's see what was going on before and after that. So March, we have February of 1923. He says Rufus' favorite dog, quiet old bloke. Pick up dog food, fix fence. They got out again, clean guns. February 28th, he found the beach ball symbol on a tree trunk near the path. Yeah. Not there before, question marks. Then on March 3rd, it says, Harry leaves for his big work holiday tomorrow. Been behaving like a real prat. Worried he'll make the same mistakes all over again. Need to get through to him. How? Question mark. Then this letter comes into play between the next grouping. So March 4th, 1923. Harry, I tossed the first couple of drafts in the fire before I found the proper words. These might be rubbish as well, but they're what you need to hear. I lived here since I was a lad, took over as groundskeeper when my father passed. We grew up together, me in my cottage and you in all your family houses. You never turned your nose up at me. You treated me as kin, even though you were taught not to. That is how I think of you two, kin. That's why I can't allow you to go on this trip without saying what I need to say. We've always been able to talk about anything except this. Perhaps it's too horrible to put into words, but we both know you need to take responsibility or you'll go all around the world only to do it all over again. You can use all you have for good instead of greed. So that was right after the comment about the trip he was leaving and he was acting like a jerk, basically.
Okay.
And need to get through to him how, question mark, and then just a big blank page.
Okay.
So, and from that, it goes to April 1st. Lodge quiet without Harry around. Good stroll with cigar. Found carvings and a couple of wanderers. Figure they might be using it to communicate. And then a few more of the symbols.
Okay.
Just trying to see if anything else stands out more. Because he mentions an injury when he comes back. Harry's back seems odd. Talked about some dream he had chased by a pack of 4 wolves. A 4-pointed star in the sky seems fixated on that number.
Yeah. So, Okay, so Exquisite tried Wally, and that did not work.
Yeah, I feel like this one's going to be that same cipher idea, but harder.
Mm-hmm.
So, but is that too much of a code? Let's just try it. I mean, I don't know what else to do.
Yeah.
So is it 5 for sure, or is it something else?
Yeah, it'll be a 5x5 grid.
Okay, so
Y
O U
S
S
T,
T.
and the next line would be I L
O
H
H
A V E, and then M. That's it. And then you'd have to finish the rest of the alphabet.
So A B C D
He's used.
E F E A B C D E F G. Anyone else have to say the whole alphabet when you're trying to get to the next letter? E F G H is taken. I is taken. I, J. And are we using J or are we skipping J?
Skipping J, if I remember.
J,
Yeah, we skipped J.
K. So K I think is next. H I and then J we skip. So K L M N O P U
And R.
S T S T U V W X
And
Y
Z.
Z. So it
So
fits.
yeah, it really, yeah. So I mean, yeah, it works. It does fit. So let's see if that's
it's an
it.
option. Can you photocopy the back of this or something? Well, I guess I can just write it on here. So can you read me all the letters off really
Yeah.
quick?
So it's gonna be. Looks like D-I N-D H-N G-I B-F P-D M-C I-D X-K.
All right, so D and I, so not in the same line or column.
So you make the box, so I would equal V.
So I is V and D is E.
Yep.
So I is V and D is E.
Okay.
So the next two are N, D.
Mm-hmm.
Is it not in the view?
So this down here is like the bottom edge of it. Yeah, like right about down here.
So N, D. So D is here. So N and D are the same thing. So we have to create a little box around it. So this would be this little 4-part box.
Mm-hmm.
So D is C. So D is C.
And N would be
N would be. I'm already forgetting.
N would be P.
So P. Okay.
Okay.
So far E B P C. Not really
That's
sure
not.
about that.
Yeah, I don't know that that's gonna.
Let me keep doing this for a second.
Excuse me. You said you figured out the code word. Where did you find it? Don't necessarily tell us exactly what it is, or where did you find it? The watch.
Okay.
So you still have time. Okay,
So this is not the right thing. We're not doing.
Yeah.
Right. Okay.
So maybe are you thinking
he's
the
thinking
name? Are you
that
thinking was it the word on the back? Maybe is that what it was? It was the word that didn't make sense. Yeah. Okay. Well, that's the name of the factory. That's the name of the factory.
H-E. So the thing is, that's longer than 5 letters. Does it go down?
Just like we did with this.
Okay, just double checking.
Yeah. So it just goes back to the beginning of the row.
Okay, so A, B, C, D, E, F, E, H, I, J, K, L, M, N.
Right? I mean, but that's what it's even called in the in the redacted documents. That's what it was even called.
Um,
So in the redacted documents, they wouldn't have tried using some code word for the name of the factory. So Ayakira is the apparently what they decided to name it. It is, but I think I figured that out too, right? So you still have time, time being the watch, right?
that does
That's
make
your
sense.
clue.
Yeah.
That's your clue to look back at the watch, right? And that's probably what you figured out as well. So that's awesome that we were able to get that figured out.
Thank you so much.
So thank you so much, Exquisite. All right.
All right, that does fit, unless I've done it wrong. So you were talking, so I kept going, hoping I wasn't screwing it up too badly.
No, yeah, you're good.
So let's try this again. So D is here, I is there. That's ironic. It was almost.
Okay.
So D is R and I is E.
Yep.
So R E. So N and D. N and D. So they're both in the same thing here.
Mm-hmm.
So what was that rule?
I believe that shifts up, if I remember correctly.
Is that what it does? Where's that?
Yep, it shifts up.
Okay, so
Up by 1. So N would be D, and D is E.
Sorry.
You got that backwards.
Okay.
Yeah.
You said D is E.
Yep. Sorry.
Okay. So H
Yeah.
and
So N is H.
H
So
is
H is there. N is over there. So H is E.
okay.
N is M.
R-E-D-E-E-M. I bet it's spelling redemption.
Probably.
R-E-D-E-E-M. So next is G-I. Sorry if anyone can't see this. I'm so focused on the code. I'm not thinking much
So
further.
G-I, so
G is
G
here, I is here.
is there,
so
so-
box it up. So
yep.
G is F.
Yep.
So F. And what's the I?
I is O, or is O. Yeah, I is O.
Because it was G and I, right? So it's just the sixth part. Okay, so I is O.
Redeem, maybe. Instead of redemption, but redeem.
Yeah.
And then B and F.
B is here.
Yep, so
F is
R,
here.
B is R, F is L. And then P and D. So P is U. D is R. And then I can't read what that is. Is that an R or an N?
Which
Right here.
is an M. Yeah, MC.
So M and C.
Right
Those
here.
yep, so those will shift up. So M equals C. And then C equals H. All right.
So I and D.
Yep, so I equals E. D equals R. And then
Sorry, I can't. It's just a wrong angle for me.
yep, you're okay. And then X and K. So X
They're in the
and
same row.
K, same row, but it's
So K would become X.
but it shifts.
K would become X because it goes to the bottom, right?
Mm-hmm.
So K would become X.
Yeah, so K would become X, which is gonna probably just be an extra letter, maybe.
Maybe.
Or sorry, X. X becomes S. X becomes S.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah. X becomes S, and then K becomes X. So remember, if there was an uneven...
I just wrote it in the wrong order. You're good.
You're okay, so K is X.
Because it goes to the bottom.
Correct.
Right, yeah. I just wrote it in the wrong spot. That's what I was saying.
Oh, yeah.
I wrote it in the first spot instead of the second spot.
Yeah. So,
Yeah.
but the X doesn't matter because they said that if it's uneven, like if whatever you're writing is an uneven number to be split by the two pairings, then you add Q or
I
X.
don't understand what you mean by an uneven number. What's uneven about going to the bottom of the form?
No. The words redeem for lurchers. The X isn't going to count in these words.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So the X was just added in to make it a pairing.
Okay.
All right. So redeem
So
for
it honestly
lurchers. So
looks
that
like
was
he may have given the check to the guy who survived the shooting, and the guy tore it up and threw it at him or something.
Maybe. So yeah, so
Because it says redemption on the check.
He put the memo as redemption for the check. So did he give the check to Bailey?
And the Lurchers were the team Bailey served with, the 993 that died. He was the only survivor.
Maybe. So Bailey and Roger had a conversation, right? They were talking. What if Bailey brought up the fact that Pace gave him an $80,000 check for redemption?
Oh, and yeah, he wouldn't give Roger
but he
a dime.
wouldn't give Roger a dime to back his event.
Mm-hmm. Because I do still think it's weird. He made such a noise that no one else seemed to hear in the entire house.
Hey, Exquisite, I'm really glad you looked up that. Yep, there you go, Antonella. Really glad you looked up that definition. So, definition of lurcher. I was reading through. British, a crossbred dog, especially one that resembles a greyhound. What was on the envelope?
That envelope, yeah.
Greyhound.
But that's weird because the person who got the greyhound, that would have been from the guy sending us the check, not anything to do with the lurchers at all. Oh, unless maybe he
Harrington Pace.
Okay, so he put that check in that envelope and
the,
someone tore it up and put it back in the same envelope.
Probably.
Okay. But why did we end up with the envelope then? So nothing's computing here because the check was found in scattered pieces all over the area where the body was found.
Right, and then it was found, we were given it inside of the envelope.
Yeah, so how did this greyhound with a dog face on it get the check inside of it?
I don't know.
That's interesting though. I'm not saying that's not interesting. So it's very interesting.
Right.
But
that ties everything together though as well because just like you said, redemption ties to the lurchers.
Right. Yeah. I'm not following how the check in an envelope with a greyhound on it is tying into anything because the check was found with the body, not in an envelope. So we don't know who put it in that envelope.
That is correct. Yes, but what we're saying is though that envelope must have been originally meant for Bailey.
If that was the case, though, how would the check now be in the envelope and be in our possession? That doesn't make any sense.
I don't know where the envelope was. So, yes. So the check was torn and scattered.
Put the check in the envelope.
Correct. So maybe he found the envelope somewhere and maybe it just didn't know. But, I mean, the detective probably wouldn't have also drawn a greyhound on it.
Right, that's what I'm saying, though.
So what I'm saying is the Harrington Pace.
Right,
yeah. Harrington Pace would have drawn the greyhound.
Right, but again, how could a check torn up on a body and an envelope that we've not been told anywhere that it was found or seen be combined after the murder?
Correct.
In an envelope that absolutely points towards the suspect. That just seems weird to me.
Very possible. So the only place that we've seen sketches is in the nature notes.
Yeah. So I believe the greyhound is referring to Bailey, but I just don't understand. That would be like making an illogical leap to me.
Okay.
Because if the check is not on the body, us getting sent the check in an envelope doesn't make any sense.
No. We're not saying that Bailey is the murderer because of this.
Well, I know, but you guys are saying that the greyhound connects to the check, connects to Bailey, and the check was probably in the letter. Right. None of that makes sense because the check was found torn up on the body or near the body.
Right. We're not disputing
the envelope was not mentioned anywhere in any of the stuff, so we're having to make an assumption that the detective put the pieces of the check in an envelope.
Correct.
Why would he have picked the envelope with the greyhound on it? That doesn't make sense to me.
I don't know.
It's just not computing. I'm expecting to come up with an answer. It's just that's not computing to me at all.
It's
maybe it wasn't mentioned in the guy's note. That's my only issue.
True.
Yeah.
So
like the detective to include that in an envelope that has such a clear meaning is weird to me because he wouldn't have known that.
Correct. He wouldn't have known that. Right. So it may have just been that he found the envelope in there, so he put the check in it, right? Because it was in pieces, so he threw it in that one. He found that envelope, put it in there, sealed it so that it wouldn't fall apart on the way to us. But it just so happened to be that way.
It's crazy to me that it's weird that he didn't mention what he sent the check in because I think that's just weird. You think he would have mentioned what he sent the check in? That's all I'm saying. It's just weird.
So but I do think that envelope, whether why the detective chose that envelope, all that stuff aside, I do feel that envelope was meant for Bailey. Prior to the murder, I feel that envelope was meant. And probably originally had the untorn check in it, maybe. So maybe when the detective went in and found the check torn to pieces, he also found that envelope thrown, right? So if maybe if
I think, and again, it's the maybes. It's just, again, he never mentioned it.
correct,
Which is
yes,
my frustration.
right. So
It's not a
so what
clear
I right.
detail.
So if it was found in the room, maybe thrown amongst all the other stuff with the ripped up check, right? Then now we're maybe looking at if
Because in
somebody
my
took
head,
the check
like,
up,
a detective would never
was
do
pissed,
that.
yeah, was pissed off about the check,
Right, but in my head, a
ripped it
detective's
up.
never going to assume A goes with B. Let's send them together. Like, that doesn't make any sense. It's a lot
Right.
of leaps for me.
Okay.
It's okay. I'm not convinced on that yet. But it's okay. We
Sure.
can keep going.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm not convinced that the envelope and the check
Are tied together.
have significant meaning together.
Right.
Like, the Greyhound thing on it is very suspicious. I agree.
So we do feel that the
But
Greyhound, though, is matched to
most
Bailey.
most likely it's in reference to that. But
Correct.
I'm
And then
not
we also
getting a
feel
clear
that the
connection
right. So
between
separating
the
the
check
two, though.
and the Greyhound envelope.
Right. So separating the two, then we would say though that the check we feel was addressed to or was given to Bailey because of redemption, right?
Yes, that's
Okay.
the suspicion. But I don't feel like you can logically conclude based on what we've been shown that the check was given to Bailey in that envelope.
Sure.
Because how the heck would we have gotten the envelope
Right.
if that was the case? It's not mentioned being found in the room. It's
Right.
not mentioned by the detective being mailed to us. Somehow the detective got a hold of the envelope because he put the check in it.
It was the detective.
It's just
Cracked
not
the case
making
wide open.
sense.
Okay, so someone came into the room with the drunken, passed out victim,
That
saw
could
the
be
envelope,
believable.
opened it, saw the check, and was furious. Ripped it up and killed the dude.
So he could have
Possibly.
seen the check, so he could have seen the envelope sitting in his uncle's bedroom somewhere and hadn't
Yeah.
been given to the guy yet. That's possible. I'm just saying, like, I can't leap to the conclusion that the envelope was in the room and therefore the detective found the check and put it in the envelope and gave it to us. That's a reach to me.
Right.
That's stuff you don't do.
And I don't know that
detective
really
series.
fully
That's-
matters.
Right, and I know. I'm saying I'm. Never mind. I'm.
No,
just
I agree with
clearly
you though.
saying
Yes,
that
we
those are
can't
reaches.
assume
I
we can't
those
assume that the
things.
detective automatically assumed
Yeah.
that check
Assumptions
came out
like
of that
that
envelope.
cause wrongful convictions. Like, that's the whole
Correct.
point. I don't want to assume something that's not
Right.
provable fact.
Yeah.
That's all I was trying to say.
So we do know that it was in an envelope and it does have a Greyhound on it. When it,
It was
shipped
placed
to
in
us.
an envelope when it was shipped. to us.
When it was shipped to us, it was
Yes.
placed in an envelope with a Greyhound on it. So, but we do feel that the check was going to be given or had been given to Bailey.
Mhm.
We do know that Roger was pissed off after talking to Bailey
Mhm.
when he went up to his uncle's room. It may have been hyperharpy, but yeah. So basically, yeah. So, but so
They
whether
usually do a pretty good job of, like, testing these packs quite a bit
Yeah.
before they get released. So there is probably something intentional there. That's the one thing that's nice about the hints and the giveaways at the end is we can go back and read through stuff and maybe add a connection or clarify something like that. So
Mhm.
we'll still look at all the extra, like, not cheats but hints or nudges
Yeah,
to
the
make
hints,
sure that
yeah.
we haven't missed anything.
so at this point we've got
I think we need to start, like, trying to either prove or disprove everyone's involvement
Okay.
and see where we end up.
So let's look at the two that we feel are
I like Roger's the most
blatantly
obvious
that
suspect.
we are. Well, let's look at eliminating. So from our list, so we definitely feel that Wallace and Ben Davenport were not in the house at the time of the murder.
Did we ever figure out
Um,
what exactly he was needing to talk to Wallace, or not Wallace, but this? I still
The
don't
who?
understand what this means.
Oh, from Wallace saying to Harry.
Yeah.
He it was you're in tied to this.
Well, okay, no. Never mind. Put it down.
Okay.
So for this, if you read it, he keeps saying he's going to make the same mistakes. He's going to repeat the same thing. How do I tell him this? He never says what he's trying to tell him. He never says what the problem is.
Right. So this is addressed to Harry. So Harry's supposed to read it.
Yes.
So yes. So
Wallace has a major issue with Harry that he needs to call out before this supposed trip, or else he's going to repeat the same mistakes and do a bunch of stuff. And it's greed versus profit or being a good guy. What is he
so
trying
he's
to
probably
say?
talking about
I feel like what he's trying to.
this.
Yeah,
That's what he's
redemption
talking
for
about.
the lurchers.
Correct. He's telling Harry to redeem for the factory or for the bullets. He's telling Harry to redeem for the bullets. That's what he's
I
telling him.
can't let you go on this trip without saying what I need to say. We've always been able to talk. Perhaps it's too horrible to put into words, but we both need to know you take responsibility before you go all around the world.
Mm-hmm.
I just don't understand what paying a redemption for the bullet issue and traveling have to do with each other. He makes it sound like this is so urgent to talk about before the travel.
Right.
But what about him traveling the world has to do with a lawsuit and bullets and being a bad guy?
I don't know.
Or you'll go around the world only to do it all over again.
Oh,
That's the
no,
part
no,
I
no,
don't
no,
understand.
no. The telegram, like what Swiss said, the telegram said that Harry shouldn't buy the land. Going all over the world, he's looking to buy land and build a factory. He was going to build an ammunition factory.
Thank
So he was
you.
going to do it again.
Thank you.
But he
That,
needs
see,
to.
that clarifies
Yeah.
things
Okay.
more
So yeah.
sense.
So he needs
Something
to
about this
redeem.
letter I wasn't getting.
He
and I
needs to
wasn't-
redeem. What Harry is telling him is to redeem
Just not doing
for
the same business practices and causing the same damage
and
and
redeem
death.
for what he did with the original factory, which caused an entire unit pretty much to die.
Basically,
So
don't
now,
keep making shortcuts without expecting the
Correct.
consequence to still be the same.
so
Okay, so that makes more sense. Something about the front of this wasn't matching up to that. That redemption for that, yeah, that makes sense, but that's not exactly all that he's saying in this. That's what I kept trying to get at. So that
Yeah.
makes more sense. I needed to put this part into clarification because he wrote many different versions of that before he went to talk to his boss.
yeah. So
just-
let's look at. So at this point, we're thinking, right? Does everybody agree though that Wallace and Davenport are eliminated, right? We're saying that they were not in the home, that's cooperating
Yes,
each
I think
other.
At this point, we've
That
ruled
we can
those two
say that
out.
those two are
for now.
out. Okay.
Yeah.
So that leaves us with Agnes. That leaves us with Zoe. That leads us with Roger, and also with Claude Bailey. So then we're saying that we don't feel that it was Claude Bailey
Because he was allergic to the goose feathers.
because he was allergic to the goose feathers.
Mm-hmm.
He also, I don't see any evidence that shows that, except for that check, and we don't know whether or not Bailey ever even knew about the check.
Because do we ever know if Bailey ever got proof that Mr. Pace was behind the whole death of his unit? 'Cause we don't know that.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So we don't. There's nothing that says that Bailey knew that Harrington Pace owned that factory.
Because if he didn't know that, then he wouldn't have direct motive to kill Pace.
Correct. So the only point that he would have found out and
So we
known,
don't know if Bailey ripped up his own check. Because we were also theorizing that maybe someone else found that check and ripped it up. Maybe like Roger found the check out of jealousy and ripped it up because his uncle's giving Bailey a bunch of money, but not giving him any money for his casino idea. So that's, I think, where we were thinking like Exquisite said this is where the notes might help. The whole that
she
Exquisite had done.
that she typed up. All right, so. So, supposedly Agnes and Zoe were talking to each other, and then, so they corroborate possibly each other, right?
Yeah, I guess if we can prove that there was really a 2-hour fight, maybe. To me, Zoe's
No.
alibi still seemed very suspicious.
Yeah. So her and Agnes, though, they talked, right? So
Well,
I
they
can't
talked
remember
in the
what
kitchen,
time they were
yes.
talking.
Supposedly around 23:30, I thought.
Okay.
But that's when Zoe said she wandered down to the kitchen and there was already tea on the stove. So 23:30, saw Wally and now we know Davenport going out to the cabin. So she decided that since her husband hadn't come back to bed, she saw Agnes for a late night chat. She saw Bailey in the library with the book close to his belly.
Okay.
Found Agnes in the kitchen with a pot of tea brewing. Spoke until late in the night. So at 23:30 is when she saw the guys going out to the cabin, and then she ventured down. So at work,
That's when Zoe saw them, right?
That's when Zoe saw the guys walking to the cabin,
Okay.
and then she left the room to go.
So maybe
meet
I was getting
Agnes.
those two confused earlier than Agnes and Zoe. So I was thinking Agnes had seen or said that she had come down at 23:30, but it was Zoe that said that she had seen those two walking towards
Alice
the cabin.
did say 23:30. She said ended duties late, and that's how she knew it was 23:30. And that's when she went to the kitchen to make tea, and then she ended up visiting with Zoe in the kitchen, but wouldn't specify what they spoke about.
Okay.
And then she decided to check on Pace one more time before bed. Used servant's entrance at 1:30, saw a shape bolt from the room, which we probably assume is the not uncle, but the nephew, Roger, bolting
Okay.
from the room, because he had said he discovered the body around 1:30 as well. So basically, both of them were checking on the guy around 1:30. One from the main entrance, one from the
Yeah.
servant's entrance. She saw him dart out of the room because he had just discovered the body,
Okay.
supposedly. And so then she immediately fled to go get Wallace out of the cabin to tell him what happened, because that's all she could think of doing at the time.
Okay.
Zoe basically cannot account from 2100 to 2330, but if the inspector's correct and the murder happened after midnight, that wouldn't matter.
Right.
So technically Zoe and Agnes could be each other's alibi.
Right.
So unless two people are involved, like Zoe and Agnes are kind of buddy-buddied, and so is the Wally and Davenport, which leaves Bailey and Roger as the two primary suspects.
Okay. 30 when he got up. Okay.
The only thing I'm still thinking of, though, is the cryptology sheet. Like, he literally said, be ready to fight. I can cover for you. That sure sounds suspicious. Like they're planning something.
So 23:30 may actually then still line up. So
What do you mean?
that they saw the two of them go out to the cabin, because that was like bugging me that he was saying 22:30. That Davenport was saying 22:30 that he came downstairs, but yet she saw them walking out at 23:30. So that makes sense though, because I just reread that statement of saying that he helped patch up the hole. So that would have taken time. So if he got outside to help Wallace at 22:30, corralling the dogs,
And
patching up the hole,
then walking
they
away.
talked a little bit
Okay,
down that
yeah.
during that time. Then he invited him back to have a cigar, back
Yeah,
out of the
that does
cabin.
make sense.
That timeline now would make sense.
So this,
Um,
the 2200, this is on the invite for the hunting
Yeah.
party. 2200 pretends he attack, fight, never did, never would, not a soldier/fighter. What is hunting party? Hunting is for sport, you wouldn't like it, but good chance to see more of the country and meet someone in the army.
yeah.
Ready? Yes. That then transfers further into the oh, there it is. That's what I'm looking for, the motive thing. That transfers into the translation guide where legitly they're saying he's gonna basically, he has weapon sights on your family's home. I have to find out for sure. He's a beast. What are you trying to say? That we should stop him? How? Be ready to attack, fight. I can cover for you. And Bailey is saying he can cover for Davenport.
Right.
But Davenport's got the best alibi of the group right now. He's got Wally,
Yep.
and they weren't even in the building.
Yep. So
I really feel like it's between Roger and Bailey.
okay. So we're
No.
good. Roger
That was-
and
Yeah, because the women alibi each other, and then yeah.
yeah. So
It's looking like Roger.
yeah, I'm starting to think maybe it was Roger as well.
Drunk? I don't know. Maybe not. I don't know. What is your guys' votes? What are you thinking? So in Zoe's Ivory, it was that Agnes told Zoe about the mushrooms.
Right.
Yeah. It also in the menu thing. Where's the menu? In the menu, they were talking about how Pace deserved it.
Yeah, so
But it was
the
just to make him
diary
sick.
the diary just talks about their secret code that they used
Yeah,
to
but
talk back and forth.
they were saying,
But yes. And then in the menu is where she, using that secret code, let Zoe know that she had used some mushroom to make him feel ill. That. Yeah. So the menu. All right. So.
So basically, it was saying added the mushroom to the front side, and that was, we're gonna assume, the person who made up the menu, which is Agnes. And on the back side, it says to teach him a lesson. And then the bottom, which we know is Zoe's writing, good, Pace has it coming. But again, it was to teach him a lesson, not to kill him. Agnes says that very clearly in her letter. She didn't do it, supposedly. See, it's interesting because it keeps saying locks on bedroom doors show no signs of tampering, but at no point during any of this has been tampering or locks mentioned.
Yeah.
So I find that very interesting.
So
pieces of a ripped check scattered across the
bed. Something's not. Yeah. So they all have a lot of them all have motive, right? So as far as why. So who specifically had the means? So let's look at how he died. So he died by bullet, right? So yeah, the gun. So
who had a gun?
Right. So Wallace had access to the guns.
But he had put them all away after hunting, supposedly.
Right. But he had access to guns, right?
Correct,
So then, so did Davenport, and I'm assuming Bailey.
But at some point, all of them had guns because they went hunting.
Well, right, but once back, the ones that would have probably possibly had them, or easy access to them.
They seem like good chaps, but to be honest, I really don't trust the American with a weapon.
Right. So Davenport had a sidearm. I don't know if Bailey did or not. If he's also military, he probably did have a sidearm. As far as being British Armed Forces, the part that I'm actually reading now is in Miss Agnes's stuff. So she was very adamant that at 9:00 she began preparing rooms. She announced her presence with a knock, made up their rooms. Right, they were having a discussion. Then she claims this took her about an hour to prepare both bedrooms. So that would have taken her to 2200. She said it may seem almost comical, but Mrs. Middleton claims she came upon yet another hush discussion when checking in on Mr. Pace.
Well, that would make sense. They were having a 2-hour fight.
Right. This time between the master of the house and Mr. Pearson. So this would have been between Mr. Pace and
Wally.
And Wally. Again, she claimed to not know the subject, and neither did she discover it. As Mr. Pearson immediately excused himself at that time. She tells me she saw Mr. Pace asleep and moving through the servants' pass, headed to the kitchen to make tea. She remembers this explicitly as 23:30, as I never end my duties so late. So if Mr.
No one admits where they were after midnight.
Oh, Vaughn coming in with a 5 gifted for tier 1 subs to Llama, to Alice, to Chloe, to Samaf, and Ann B. Moody. And also coming in with 500 bits.
Thank you.
500 bits. That means I gotta eat one of those nasty beans.
Nasty or spicy?
No, one of the horrible beans. Right? That's a bean. I gotta eat one of these beans. Just the regular nasty beens.
Okay. Sorry, I didn't know. I haven't seen you with the spicy ones, so I didn't know if those were nasty also.
Alright.
My only issue is not any of them really say where they were after midnight to about 1:30 a.m.
Yeah.
They all were saying where they were prior to those movements and presenting their alibis as somebody else. But they're not clearly saying where they were between the killing hours. Like, we're assuming because Wally and the other guy were together that they alibi each other.
Right.
Agnes and Zoe, they were together, so they're alibying each other.
Yeah.
But then
So
also Bailey is with Roger.
okay.
So they would alibi
So
each other.
22:30 is when he immediately excused himself, right? So I think that was
Who's he?
Wallace.
Sorry, backing up.
Wally. He immediately excused himself from Mr. Pace's room at 22:30.
Yes, and left Agnes to finish taking care of him. Yes.
Yeah. So so saw Mr. Pace asleep and then moving through the servants' house. So she remembers that being so that would have been another hour later. She's saying that she came down through the servants' path to make the tea at 23:30, but the problem is that she was seen at around 22:30. She was seen at 22:30 coming down through the servants' path.
Okay. And that was by who?
That was by Davenport, who went downstairs, grabbed that J&J note, and then went out the back door.
Okay.
And then found Wally around that time at 22:30.
Okay, so Agnes was clearly seen using the servant path when she shouldn't have been.
Right, because at 22:30, she's saying that she had
What time did Raleigh
done
leave
that.
her? What time did Raleigh leave her in his room?
Huh?
What time did Wally leave Agnes in the guy's room to take
Supposedly 22:30.
Hold on.
Oh.
No,
Yo.
hold on, 21:30. He claims to have checked on Mr. Pace again around 21:30, and then 15 minutes later left Agnes with him.
Okay, so 21:45. So now she said though that at 2100 she was in cleaning those other two rooms, and that took her an hour to do. So then she would not have come into the room until 2200.
Right. I mean,
So-
that's definitely weird.
Man, more bits. What is going on? What are you doing?
We're
All
stuck
right.
halfway in the mystery.
Zane.
Thank you, everybody.
Zane with the gifted sub to Antonella. Now I'm gonna have to add a whole bunch of names. I'm gonna have to add a whole bunch of names to
You're
these.
gonna have to go
these
back
arts.
through all this.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to absolutely go back through this.
I
Okay. I owe you guys though
I
a
need to
bean.
get everyone else written
All right,
down.
I owe you a bean. I like how Mrs. Strange is getting blocked out by all the hearts on the camera though.
Oh, am I? Oh,
yeah.
I'm going.
So when with all the subs and everything, it activates the camera filter. So let me do that. There we go.
Oh, no, really. I'm being bleached out by the sun.
Oh, no.
Literally, you can't even see me. I'm a blob.
All right. Quit procrastinating. Eat a bean. Okay, I will eat a bean. All
If
right.
you make this whole room smell like skunk again, I will die.
Oh, this is gonna be bad. This is either spoiled milk or coconut.
Oh,
I don't like either.
No.
All right, here we go. I don't even know that I have a drink back here.
You may need to get a drink first. You're gonna have to do something. It's you can't even. I'm bleached out completely, babe.
There we go.
Sorry.
Hope that's a little bit better.
I can't see. You're gonna have to see for me. I can't. It's too far away.
All right.
That is.
There we
better,
go.
yeah.
That's better.
Thank you. Sorry. I'm slightly pale, so I fluoresce when the light hits me directly. It just makes me look like a bleached out blob. So should we take Agnes and just completely tear down her
It's
entire
coconut.
alibi?
At least it's not spoiled milk,
Oh.
but I still don't like the coconut. Oh,
You definitely wouldn't like my Malibu rum, would you?
no. All right. Oh, Vaughn says that's the love for Miss Strange. Well, there you go. All right.
All I know is one of the things you
So
guys made
Zane-
him eat, I couldn't kiss him for like an hour or two afterwards. So every time I come near him, his breath smelled like, I'm pretty sure it was skunk. It was just awful.
Yeah. So Zane, thank you so much for gifting that tier 1 sub to Antonella. And then Anonymous Cheer, thank you so much for the, was that 28 bits? Thank you
So here's the
from
deal.
Anonymous Cheer.
You sound stuck on Agnes. I'm pretty convinced it was Roger.
What's that?
You sound stuck on Agnes.
No.
I was
I'm
convinced
just,
on
I'm
Roger
finding
or
more
Zoe.
holes, right? So, like,
Yeah.
we were so adamant about, so, like,
I'm trying to figure out, well, then who's telling the truth, right? So,
Again, my issue comes into play. All the times where he could have been killed, no one says where they're at. Legitly.
yeah,
Like, anything after midnight, no one says where they're at.
correct.
Until the
correct.
1:30.
Well,
death is
Wallace
found.
and Davenport supposedly were in
But
the
even-
out in the cabin
even
until
then,
1:30.
they never say at the exact time they went to the cabin, and the last time they mentioned before the cabin is 21:30.
right.
So even they don't say from midnight to 1:30 we were in the cabin.
No,
Like,
but right. But so they do say though that after they finish
No,
this,
I know, but what I'm
Right.
saying is there's no actual factitional like physical number.
they were seen going towards the cabin though
Correct.
at 22:30.
Again, all that's like rough times. I'm saying
Correct.
that nobody's providing exact numbers for any time after 2330.
Correct.
Basically.
Yeah.
No one is saying at 0:45 I was in this
Right.
place.
So,
No one.
yeah, but according to all of the evidence we have, I would say that the evidence is pointing to that they were both out in the cabins at, or they were at Wallace's cabin at, or until Agnes came out yelling.
I feel like Agnes would have had a really big motive, but I just don't know if she has the backbone and spine to do it. She was a prankster, and I do feel like she was trying to teach him a lesson. I don't think she killed him. I really don't.
Yeah, I know. I agree.
Like, in my head, why would you take that kind of abuse for that many months if you were just going to then snap and kill him? Like,
so then is she covering up for Zoe? Is she trying to say that she didn't come down until 2330 to match up with what Zoe said?
That could be the case, yes. All I know is I really think it was one of the two in-laws. They talk about money all the time. He's constantly thinking of harebrained ideas. His uncles bailed him out every time in the past. I think he's a spoiled brat, and I think he's basically thinks he's more entitled than he should be. However, you know what? Speaking of, he mentions one thing in the statement of Davenport in Bailey that was interesting, that I thought was so weird. So he came upon Mr. Havering drunk and visibly upset. Mr. Havering pulled him into a long conversation where he admitted he idolized me in a way. It was strange, honestly. Said his uncle admired me and that he wished he would just once get that same level of respect. He seemed angry about it. Sure, the liquor he kept drinking out of that flask didn't help. But Bailey basically said Mr. Havering drunkenly confessed that he had what he believed to be a foolproof idea that he was trying to pitch to his uncle all day that he couldn't. The private tried the best he could reassure Mr. Havering, and it seemed to work. He plugged up the flask and headed up to bed.
Right.
So he keeps talking about how this uncle has a lot of respect for Bailey, but we don't know that prior to meeting at the Veterans Center, like the night before, that they ever met.
Correct.
And why would Uncle, who literally was in charge of killing Bailey's entire unit, care so much for Bailey, though?
Because he knows.
Because he knows he killed his entire unit?
He knows that Bailey's tied to that. Because, again, he had the investigation record that he had covered up.
Was he, like, inviting Bailey just to suck up or to feel out what Bailey knows?
It may have been... He probably invited Bailey after doing the dinner. So the dinner was on the 14th, right?
Yes, it was Friday.
So he may have invited Bailey because of the fact that of what Wally had written to him in the note, right? You still have time. Make up, redeem for this, right? So the check said redemption. So when he in his will, right? The only thing his first go-to thought when he needs to make amends for something, or when he feels guilty, right? That he feels guilty, his first go-to is let me give you money.
Yeah.
Right? That's his first go-to thing when he feels guilty. He feels guilty about Agnes's.
That's not gonna really make it better.
He feels bad about Royce, right, with Agnes. So what was he saying in the last will and testament? This is money, right? He's like, I know that this doesn't necessarily make up for it, but this is the only thing I can think to do. So same thing for, I'm guessing, is he knows that this Bailey kid, he's trying to redeem for it. So he's throwing money at it to try to redeem for it. Yeah, rest record, more recently is where he started drinking and getting into fights. So, but, yeah.
I'm still trying to find, where's that letter that Davenport wrote home? He said a lot of details in there that might actually come more into play now. I only have half of it.
So, wait, sorry, what?
Nothing, you're good.
No. Sorry, I was just looking at one thing real quick.
Yep, you're good.
What are you looking for?
I was asking if you had something, but you don't. So
okay.
I just can't find.
So so Mrs. Havering says that she remembers leaving the room basically around 23:30, because that's when she noticed Mr. Pearson in another unidentifiable shape retreating towards Mr. Pearson's cabin. Unable to sleep, she claims to have sought out Mrs. Middleton for a late night chat. On the way, she witnessed Private Bailey in the library with a book. So, so 23:30, he was in the library on the second floor. And at some point, though, he was also so that if he was on the second floor at 2330,
Who's he?
Bailey. At some point,
How did he end up back up there? I thought he was in the library.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. In the library, he was seen in the library
is that
at
on the second
23. Yeah, second floor.
Okay.
Yeah, so he was seen on the second floor in the library at 2330.
Was that by Zoe?
Yes, by Zoe as she came down
I
stairs.
just want to know what he was clutching. What book would he have been clutching?
Just probably I'm not sure.
But like
in the
clutching it
library.
to his belly, like
Yeah.
it's like he was really.
He quite it looked like he
something.
looked quite like a schoolboy. Is all it says. I can personally attest that so Mrs. Havering eventually found Mrs. Middleton in the kitchen, a pot of tea already brewing. Says they spoke until late in the night. And that was until 1 o'clock, or recalls hearing the clock chime at 1 a.m. Yeah, so okay, so that's the thing, right? So if Bailey was upstairs in the library seeing it 2330, Roger is claiming that he had talked to this what time did he say that he went downstairs again?
Roger?
Yeah.
He fought with her at 2100. He never says a time that he went downstairs, but he alludes that they had a 2-hour fight, so you could assume 2300. He left and went to the parlor to get a drink and sit by the fire that doesn't exist in the parlor. And then he vented to not Davenport. What's the other one? Bailey. He vented to Bailey. And then once he got done venting to Bailey, and Bailey encouraged him enough, he got up to go apologize to Zoe, stumbled drunkenly up the stairs, which took him a while, and then, quote, thought to check on his uncle before going back to see Zoe.
Mm-hmm.
Zoe and Roger kept asking for each other, which seemed real, I don't know. Roger's had me suspicious the whole time. Everyone else keeps trying to cut into the list, but there's something about Roger I just don't like. His uncle's always bailed him out. He sucked up to his uncle all weekend, kept saying his uncle was in a good mood, but what just happened?
Zane just gifted 10 tier 1 subs. What the hell, Zane?
Thank you so much.
Alright. So, that's okay, Exquisite, too. I saw your comment. You're good. But, this is going to be marked as not for kids, or it's going to be marked as that it's not a kid's, YouTube anyway. So, Zane, you are absolutely crazy. Mrs. Strange getting blocked out by all the hearts again.
That's okay. Mrs. Strange doesn't mind.
So Hastings, which one was Hastings, right?
That was the investigator, wasn't it?
Yeah, that's the investigator, right?
The captain investigator.
Captain Hastings, yeah. Hastings led us off track. Okay, what do you mean that he led us off track? So Bailey's witness statement. Lead Bailey's witness statement again. Okay.
He's very against authority again. Yeah, Roger was trying to get his uncle alone constantly, trying to explain his, like, new casino, basically. And Mr. Pace was annoyed about it. And at some point, Roger admitted he never successfully got to explain it to his uncle.
Okay.
So,
I'm
I'm confused on what the chat's saying. I'm trying to keep up, but
I gotta do the fire challenge too.
Okay.
The
we do
spicy
that
beans.
stuff?
Yeah,
Okay.
so we'll
Are
do
we
the spicy
doing that
beans.
now or at
No,
the
we'll do
end?
that at the end.
Sorry.
So I'm trying to catch up on chat real quick. So what if in a drunken ramble, which explains the off-kilter signature, Pace apologizes to Bailey and tells him that it was his fault for the bullets, and Bailey, known to not like authority and have anger issues, loses it, rips the check up, and kills him. But the whole allergy to feathers is where I'm kind of losing it. All right, so
So how would that have happened, though? because he was taken up to his room specifically by Wallace, and the only two people who visited him in his room after that supposedly was Wallace and Agnes, until the nephew came in at 1:30. So how would someone who's not family have like the guts to go into his master suite?
Right. Okay, reread Bailey's statement. All right, got it. So, when Private Bailey speaks to me, it is with a slight, perhaps East End accent. He appears to have practice hiding. He often raises his fist to cover coughs, sniffles, and other fidgets, which I believe may be his way of attempting to hide it. He claims to have enjoyed the hunting party, despite Mr. Pace grating on him at times. He's a nice fellow, but one of those types, Captain. You're a military man. I'm sure you know his ilk. The coughs and sniffles. Allergy to the feathers. So Hastings, what they're saying is Hastings misled us because he figured that it was related to him attempting to hide his East End accent.
Yeah.
But what if he was covering his coughs and sniffles because he had an allergic reaction to the feathers?
Very possible.
So 2330 though, he was definitely seen in the library. It says
but the one guy is so drunk, he's not gonna be able to, he couldn't even remember what room he was in. So like legitly, I don't feel like, unfortunately, drunk Roger is gonna be a good alibi for Bailey. Like, yeah, they say they interacted, but I feel like Bailey can spin it any way he wants because Roger's too drunk to like legitly remember.
Yeah. So it says decided to go to the library to occupy my time. This is around 22:30. He says he came upon Mr. Havering drunk and visibly upset, and that Mr. Havering pulled him into a long conversation where he admitted he idolized me in a way. It was strange, honestly. Okay, so all that conversation. He seemed angry about it. Sure, the liquor he kept drinking out of that flask didn't help. Private Bailey said Mr. Havering drunkenly confessed that he had what he believed to be a foolproof idea he'd been trying to pitch to his uncle all day, unsuccessfully. Private tried as best he could to reassure Mr. Havering, and it seemed it worked. He plugged up that flask of his and headed up to bed. So if he was in the library, how did he head up to bed? So he must have been down in the parlor at some point. So at this point, sufficiently exhausted from Mr. Havering's shenanigans, the private returned upstairs. Yeah, so he wasn't in the library. The library was upstairs. So he was somewhere else. Even Bailey's not getting that right. So at this point, sufficiently exhausted. Yeah, so he returned upstairs. Just when he was preparing to turn in, he was awoken by the sounds of Mrs. Middleton's screams. So,
like, in my opinion, any of them at this point could have went into the room, shot him, went to the bedroom, and then, like, laid down really quick. Like, I mean...
Yeah. So
like,
everybody...
They said that now that the gun could have been thrown out the window, it could have been anybody. Unless, like, whose room was exactly where the gun could have been thrown out of?
Claude Bailey.
I'm starting to think it's Bailey, guys.
So...
Between the coughing, the sneezing...
But on with another 100 biddies, thank you.
The motive is there as long as he knew what not Roger, but Pace had done. Why, and I don't know. It seems awful risky to invite a guy whose entire unit you killed to your hunting party. But can we go back really quickly to the statement that the guy wrote to his brother? Because I feel like he points out a very specific thing about Bailey that we might need to take into account.
Okay.
If I can find it. So he says, they hunt everything for sport, blah, blah, blah. So, even my new friend Claude has behaved strangely. I was assigned to train him to use our to use our language as code, as I did with the American military. He in turn began to train me with codes of his own. We've begun to grow closer, but I wonder if I can trust him. He allowed Mr. Pace to walk right into his weapon sights. I found that very suspicious because a soldier who like has like his gun aimed, if someone walks in front of it, would normally lower it, but it doesn't sound like that was the case. He like literally kept it in.
Yeah, he just let Mr. Pace continue. Yeah,
but then he
that's what she's talking about. So that training
incident. Yeah.
So Claude, being a trained soldier, would know that whatever you point your weapon at, right? Like you intend to.
It's almost like he intended to do an
it,
accidental
right?
discharge at Pace during the hunt.
Yeah, but
he
he let Pace instead of pointing his weapon at the ground as soon as Pace started walking in front of his gun, he just kept it pointed, right? So he let Pace walk in front of the gun.
Yeah.
So
I just feel like even his own the soldier's friend is questioning his motives here because he did something so out of character.
So we're back to now. I think are we now back to looking at Bailey? So we need to figure out. So if he went upstairs, 2330, he was seen by Zoe in the library.
Anyone else saw Bailey with a gun? Can we prove anyone saw him with a gun? Like, did he have a weapon? Did anybody in this entire thing have a weapon that we can prove at some point? Because someone said there was an armed American.
Right, that's Davenport.
Davenport had a weapon. But I guess technically Bailey could have stolen Davenport's weapon. We don't know what weapon he was carrying.
Well, so here's the other thing, right? So he's saying, so Bailey is claiming that after speaking at 2230, right, he got up, he went downstairs, that he was then speaking with Mr. Havering, right? So after all of that, then he went back upstairs. And just as he was preparing to turn in, meaning he was just getting ready to go to bed, he was awoken by the sounds of Mrs. Middleton's screams. That was at 1:30. So supposedly.
So there was goose down in the kitchen.
Huh?
There was goose down in the kitchen. The investigator said sorry, I'm spinning back to Agnes again. Ignore me. Go ahead.
No, you're fine. There was goose down that was in the kitchen with the map, right?
It was found with the map.
But she had lost it, so maybe Bailey found it.
But it was found with the map, the ring, and goose down, all in the kitchen.
So maybe Bailey found
I'm just trying to think of how they could have gotten all the... Whoever was the bad guy, how did they get to the kitchen, dump all that evidence, and get out? Mm-hmm. Because Agnes and Zoe were in there from about 11:30 onward. They were both in the kitchen chit-chatting like girls.
True.
So how could someone else besides the two of them have dumped that evidence in that room?
Well, so they were only in that kitchen until 1 a.m.
That's true.
So at which point...
Pop two things up, exquisite. Okay, everyone.
Right, yeah. So I think that... Yeah, the only reason we ruled Bailey out was because of the allergy. So now that we think that's the case, yeah. So Davenport said that Bailey was the only one that knew how to shoot. It's using the secret passageway. So this is my theory.
Someone found Alice's map.
So he was in the library on the second floor at 2330, right? Now.
Who's he? Can you clarify
Bailey.
Who he is?
So Bailey was in the library at 2330. Now, supposedly though, according to Roger, right? According to Roger, he had what was it? That he decided to check on so after he sobered up a bit, he claims to remember walking out of their room, going down to the parlor to make himself right. So pretty knackered at the time, don't remember much besides stewing. After I sobered up a bit, I was going to head back to bed, right? So he went back up to check on Uncle Harry, and that was around 1:30. But according to Bailey, Roger went up before that point. You see what I'm saying?
Say it again. Sorry.
Bailey. In Bailey's statement, he said that Roger went upstairs,
before him,
and that he then retired back upstairs.
Because Roger said
so how would Roger have gone up before him, and then found his uncle,
and then Sky get by him in time and get
and found his uncle dead, right? If then.
So you're saying the timing of it where he...
But yeah.
Because the guy who said he climbed up the stairs said he literally... He said he was very loud and took forever doing it. He said he couldn't believe he didn't wake up half the house. Like, he was so drunk he couldn't climb the stairway.
Right.
So it took him way longer than it should have.
Correct.
So, climbing the stairs, finding his uncle, and finding Zoe, you're saying that Like,
Right, but
he shouldn't have been able to do that stuff without.
I'm still trying to
running back
figure
into
out
him.
if Bailey went. At what point did Bailey go supposedly downstairs and talk with Roger? That's what I'm trying to figure out, because at some point
We know it
Bailey
has to be
had
after
to have
2300
gone.
because they fought for 2 hours. Roger and his wife fought for 2 hours. So we know
Correct.
it has to be after 2300, but we don't know when.
But
'cause
and
Roger
Bailey
gives
was
no
seen
times.
sitting in the library. Right, the loudness would have alerted the killer to get out of Dodge. Right. So at 23:30, right, and so that's the thing, right? The timeline isn't right. So the
No.
something with Bailey and Roger and all of this isn't adding up, right? So like the Bailey is is saying that he left to go down, that he left and went out to the library, which is on the second floor, at 22:30. That's what he's saying.
Sorry, I didn't get what you were saying. I'm reading through the will again. I'm trying to find motive. Sorry.
Yeah, you're
I'm
fine.
getting frustrated because we're dancing in circles right
Well,
now.
we have
so-
motives. We have all the
no,
motives.
no, never mind.
We just had to find the means and the opportunity.
I was trying to reread the will to find more information. That's
Oh,
all
yeah,
I was
yeah,
trying
no,
to
you're
say.
fine.
Motive
So-
was probably the wrong word.
So 22:30 is when Bailey supposedly went to the library. Roger had gone down to the parlor prior to that point. So, but he also says that he sat by the fire, but there's no fireplace in the parlor, so I don't know. And
See,
there's no
my issue
fireplace
with
in
all
the
these
grate.
alibis is none of them make sense. Like,
Right.
this whole thing just does not make sense at all. Bailey seems like the obvious bad guy based on everything we see. Should we look at some of the hints or go through some of the papers, see if we've missed
Yeah.
anything? I mean, I feel like we're redundantly going in circles right now. I don't feel like it was Agnes. I don't feel like it was the two that were out at the cottage. Which leaves Zoe, Roger, and Bailey, so it has to be one of those three. Agnes alibis Zoe, so that would leave Bailey and Roger. So again, we're back to Bailey and Roger. And with Bailey sniffling and coughing like somebody, I think maybe it was Exquisite, noticed in the paperwork, that definitely screams being allergic. So
It does not look like we have any further hints that we have available.
we looked at everything so far.
At this point, we have looked at everything.
What?
Playfair.
Missing journal page. We never looked at that.
So Wallace's handwriting on the missing journal page reads, "You still have time." This is where we figured out that by examining the watch, that it's been engraved with the word on the back. So we've done that to be able to.
Yep.
That was the reveal. Oops. Oh well.
Oops. Well, we
Sorry.
already knew it. We already knew it.
We already knew
We
that.
did
So yeah.
that,
So
so it's
code
okay.
number 5, or hint code number 5 was missing journal page, which is what that was. Which we've
Sorry,
already
so
done.
what's it saying?
The missing journal page provides the encoded text, but not the
Okay.
keyword. Is there anything on this document that can provide a path to follow to find out what the keyword is?
Because it's not on that document.
Right, it was on the
Okay,
watch,
yeah,
so we
yeah,
did figure
that's
that
cool.
out. So
yeah, okay.
we've literally been through every single hint
So everything, even number 5. Okay.
that's in here.
So should we do reveals, or should we just make a guess, and if we're wrong, cry about it for a few hours? I mean, should you poll the community? I mean, what should we do? I kind of feel like we're dancing in circles right now.
Okay. So let's look at.
Or I could start a timeline and we could write down everybody's point of view and see where we can find the flaws in everyone's testimony. I don't know.
Yeah.
My head's just starting to hurt.
No, I know, and yeah, we've been at this for about 4 hours. So let's figure out. So Bailey waited until everyone was downstairs, right? So he was upstairs at 23:30. At some point, he was downstairs talking to Roger. At some point, he was down there talking to Roger.
Yes, and
So-
Roger admits that by his drunken.
Now Bailey, I'm
letter to his
guessing the
wife.
lying part is that Bailey is saying that Roger went up before him. So my guess is that Bailey went upstairs before Roger.
And maybe Roger was too.
Roger
late for
sat
learning
down,
different.
and after he sobered up a bit, then
Yeah.
went upstairs, right?
Yeah.
So that's where I think that timeline is lying. So Bailey then went upstairs at 23:30, right? Was seen sitting in the library.
Sorry, I'm talking really fast and trying.
Sorry. So Bailey was seen upstairs, right? So let me pull this map up again. So Bailey came like upstairs, right, at 23:30, or be a little before 23:30 at some point, right? Because Zoe saw him in the library at 23:30,
Holding a book to his abdomen, which is weird.
holding a book to his abdomen. Maybe he was covering
Maybe
up
he was
the gun.
hiding the gun.
Maybe he was hiding the gun. Yep.
My excitement was a little better than your excitement. Okay.
So
wait,
he was in
is
the
question,
library.
Did he use the gun by then or not, or was he on
No,
his
he had
way
not
to
used.
the
He had
guy's
not
room
used
yet?
the gun. I think he was waiting for his opportunity. So at this point, he waited for everybody, like Swizza said, waited until everyone was downstairs, right? Because if you're going to make
Yeah.
that much noise, you don't want somebody on the same floor as you.
Yeah.
So at this point, Wallace and Davenport are out at the cabin. Zoe is downstairs in the kitchen. Roger was down in the parlor / somewhere with a fireplace that the parlor doesn't have.
Does anyone else see Bailey after 23:30 when he was found
No.
in the library?
Nope.
Okay.
So the last time Bailey was seen was at 23:30. So then at 1:30 in the morning, right? So, yeah, not a sober person, right? Like no. Well, so that's the thing, right? So I don't think Roger saw him after 23:30.
Right.
I
like
think,
Roger is. That's why I was trying to dig this out. I wanted to read this one more time because all he is questions. He's trying to put together all of this information. And he's confused because he has no memory, or if it is a memory, it's spotty at best. He can't rely on times because he never. In his alibi, he never says times except that they went and retired around 2100.
Right.
So I was just wanting to read this part where he was saying what he. So how do we get here? How do we drink in the parlor by myself? Why did I spend the same time talking to that bloody soldier? Uncle Henry is so enamored with. I was absolutely angry by the time I went up to Uncle Harry's room. And then all I remember was the blood. So, because the thing that
he must have killed because
in this he doesn't mention the sobering up in the parlor like he does in his alibi.
Yeah.
But he definitely mentions in his alibi how drunk he was and how hard it was to go up the stairs. Like it wasn't a quiet or a easy, quick task.
Yeah. So I'm curious if.
Yeah, I think so too.
Yeah, but it's not concrete, right? So I feel that Bailey is claiming that Roger went up first, but I feel that Bailey went up first.
Yeah.
Bailey went upstairs, was hanging out in the library. That's where Zoe had seen him, was in the library at 23:30. That's why the timeline doesn't make sense, is because he wouldn't have been downstairs talking to Roger if he was seen upstairs in the library.
And that would make a lot more sense too, because like the whole time Zoe's statement of him hiding a book to his belly, like you don't read a book like this. Like that's weird. It literally looks like I'm doing something I shouldn't be doing, or I grabbed something or stolen something I shouldn't have been stealing. So it just sounded suspicious from the get-go.
I agree that I'm in agreement that I think it was Bailey.
Yeah, I think that's
so at the end of that then is, so we say that Bailey then went into the room after everybody was downstairs. Agnes and Zoe were in the kitchen until 1 a.m. Agnes had claimed that she then went back one more time to check on.
23:30 was a half an hour before 1. Okay. Yeah.
Right. So around 1:30, well, 23:30 was an hour and a half before 1. 23:30 is 11:30 p.m. versus 1 a.m. So an hour and a half.
Okay.
Yeah. So they were down there talking for a while.
Because they heard the clock strike 1.
Did she? Here's my question, because I want to figure this out. Did Agnes come to check on Mr. Pace? I just want to check one last thing before we check that Saul thing. Did Agnes say that she came up the servants?
Yes. Anytime she went
hallway
to take care of Pace, she did the servants' entrance, always.
Okay.
She absolutely says that. Because remember, she saw a silhouette in the room but couldn't tell who it was, and that person ran out right at 1:30 when she was checking on him.
Right.
And we assume because of the timing that it was most likely the nephew discovering his uncle's body and running to get help at the same time Agnes discovered the uncle's body and also ran to get help.
Right. So Zoe returned back to the room shortly after 1 o'clock.
But
So
she was still awake and writing in her diary.
and she
which
didn't
would make
mention anything
sense.
about still seeing Bailey in the library. So
Because she writes for the 16th, so we just read what she said really quick again.
yeah, so she was there. So if Bailey went into the room prior to 1 o'clock, so between 23:30 and 1 o'clock, right? So sometime around that time, he then would have he wouldn't have been able to use the servant's exit if he had that map and he used, and that was the clue that he used to that as a way to get through, and then went downstairs and took the pillow and burned it. The problem is if he got, like you said, if he got into the kitchen before 1 a.m., then he would have, that would have been in the case.
Agnes have gotten to his
But
room
Agnes went
without
straight from
colliding to the
1,
guy?
yeah, so from 1 o'clock, she was in the kitchen, then went, the hint website does have the solution, yes. So he went from, or so she went from the kitchen to that room through that passage.
Yeah. And there's not much of a time delay between going into the kitchen
And
and
then
the secret passageway.
so
So where would that guy have gone in between?
so I'm not sure that Bailey went straight from that room. He may have taken it, thrown the gun out the window. I don't know when he would have burned everything else. But I don't know when he would have used that passageway because Agnes
or did
was
he
down
use
there.
that passageway?
He-
I mean,
he
could
may
he
not
have
have.
done something different? He didn't have to use that passageway.
If they didn't
And technically, we never found the third pillow, right?
No. Agnes and Zoe were in the kitchen. They weren't in Agnes's room, were they?
It was a tea. They were. It was.
I thought they were having tea in the kitchen. Because I thought Zoe had found.
She tells me she saw Mr. Pace asleep and moved through the service path, headed to the kitchen to make tea. She remembers it explicitly as 23:30. She's never ending her duty so late. She confirms a late night visit with Miss Havering, discussing not tea she's going to reveal.
Yeah, so Mrs. Havering eventually found Mrs. Middleton in the kitchen, a pot of tea already brewing. It says they spoke until late in the night.
Yeah.
But she found her in the kitchen. Yes, I mean, technically, there's nothing that says that they stayed in the kitchen. I
missed this the first time around. This is hilarious. So this is Zoe's diary, and she's talking about her husband. That he was still drunk, moaning about the money his uncle did not give him again. I told him I have absolutely no sympathy for either of them. That started a huge screaming match, ending in him leaving in a huff. This darn lodge, I've got to get out of this room and clear my head. Yeah. It just made me laugh that she had no sympathy for either of them and the money woes and whines that they both have.
Okay.
So I can't really say how Bailey got rid of all the supplies, but I still feel like he is darn well the most suspicious of the whole group.
Okay, so this is what I can do. If you guys want, I can look at the solution.
I was going to say the same thing.
And tell you whether you guys are right or wrong. If you're wrong, I won't tell you who it is. And you can try to re-discuss. Do you think that's a fair assessment? So, because we definitely think that Bailey did it. We just don't understand how he necessarily
pulled it off.
Or whoever no matter who the killer was, right?
Yeah.
Like we wouldn't necessarily understand why the map was used by the killer, and burned. All right.
Who mentioned seeing? Sorry, hold on a second. Who mentioned seeing Agnes come down the stairs with the pillows?
That was Davenport. She came through the
so
servant.
it wasn't Bailey. Okay,
It wasn't Bailey. It was
if
Davenport.
Bailey had seen her use the service entrance,
No, it was
that
Davenport.
would be perfect because then he could prove that that was there. Okay.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. So when we do solve it, correct. Okay. So, okay. So this is solutions
Are you
to
doing it
getting
without
the
opening the
drawer.
letter?
Huh?
Are you doing it without opening the letter, or were you?
Correct. I'm just looking at the
You're not
online.
opening this. Okay.
No, I'm looking online. Um. Okay.
So you're looking at the answer, but not sharing it with us unless we're correct.
Correct. Yes. Okay. So we've got So. Okay. Data poster, register criminal workers there. Okay. So they are not okay. So we did rule out Zoe and Agnes, so that was correct. I will say that.
So you're looking at the answer yourself now.
I'm looking at the answers. Yes.
Okay. I'm not looking because I didn't want to ruin it.
Oh, yeah,
You
you're
were looking at the answers. That's why I was trying to ask.
So I'll pull this up on screen and then I'll let you know when if you guys are right or wrong. So so Zoe and Agnes, we are correct on that they were eliminated. Wallace and Ben, we were correct that they function as each other's alibis. Um, and then, so I think we are 100% correct, chat. You guys are. So it was Bailey.
Yay.
All right,
Do
so
you want me to open this then and do it the real way or not?
yeah, we can open that. See if it shows up differently than the online.
Well, no, I just didn't know what it would say compared to the
That's
spoiler.
what it said,
Yeah. Sorry, I thought you said it sarcastically, like
No.
it would be different than the online. I'm like, well, probably
No,
not.
no.
I want to know what the official spoiler
Yeah.
was, not.
So you guys are right. It was Bailey. So let's get some answers real quick, right?
Oh,
So
it's a full-on letter from Perot.
yeah.
Congratulations, I nominate you to read it.
Okay, so here is our letter. All right, so I don't know if this is exactly the same as the online thing, but here we go. So, dear Hastings and friends, congratulations. I am very happy to hear you have found enough evidence to uncover the true murderer of Harrington Pace. If you will indulge me, here is my review of the crime. Roger and Zoe Havering had a motive to kill, especially as Roger was hoping to an early inheritance to bail him out of his significant debts, and Zoe had grown tired of her ill treatment at Pace's hands. But at the time of the murder, Roger was busy drinking away his sorrows, and Zoe was speaking with Mrs. Agnes Middleton in the kitchen, though not of an entirely innocent subject. Agnes wished Pace harm for the tragic death of her husband, Royce. But by adding yellow staining mushrooms to his soup, she contributed only to his illness, not his death. Pace's confidant and groundskeeper Wallace may have known all of his employer's scandals and secrets, but all he wanted was for Pace to redeem himself. Wallace received help around the grounds from the American soldier and military codemaker Ben Davenport. The two men were in Wallace's cabin while Pace was murdered. So we did get all of that solved here, right? That only leaves us with the murderer himself. Because Roger was busy drinking away his sorrows downstairs, right? Zoe Agnes talking to each other.
It's the first time that's actually an
right?
official alibi. I like it.
Yeah. So that only leaves us with the murderer himself, Private Bailey. Claude was in the trenches of the Great War when he witnessed his fellow soldiers dying due to squib bullets that were manufactured in one of Harrington Pace's factories. The night Pace was murdered, Claude stole not only a gun, but also Mrs. Middleton's map of the lodge's servants' pass and confronted an ill Harrington Pace in his bedroom. When Pace offered him money by way of atonement, Claude tore the check to pieces before he used one of Pace's pillows to muffle the sound of his pistol. Thanks to you for using your little gray cells and my meticulous methods of detection, Private Bailey was caught. Our friend Inspector Japp of Scotland Yard arrested him for the murder, and the Pace household can rest easy once more. Well done, my friend. Even though I, Hercule Poirot, am the greatest detective in the world, you are all well on your way to becoming formidable investigators. Your friend, Hercule Poirot.
He used to work on his humility just a smidge.
Right?
I'm the greatest detective ever.
So there we go. So, yes, so we've got,
So what's that one saying compared to what the letter said?
So my question. So what did you realize, Exquisite? You said you just realized something. So what did you realize? So this goes through the whole case, right?
Oh, cool. Let's do that.
So it talks about finding the numbers on look at the unit picture. Okay.
Sorry, guys,
So
bear with me. It's been
yeah,
a
you're
long
fine.
day.
So it's saying that we look at the photographs of Pace and Wallace, list his trophies that will be arriving. His favorites are the wolf, the owl, and the mountain lion, which is what caused us to then find out the numbers for the code. The first number associated with the wolf can be found within the nature notes, being 4. The second number associated with the owl can only be discovered by solving iterations of the Playfair cipher.
Nice.
What's up? Oh, the Greyhound image.
At least that's what I'm thinking they're talking about. Is that
Yeah,
right?
the Greyhound image at the photo. So second number was then 5 based on the feathers or petals. By cross-referencing this phrase to the banner, you
Sorry.
can see that the number of petals in the flower, as well as the number of fully visible feathers on the owl, is 5.
What?
So
he's talking about that, but not these?
Yeah, these 5 feathers that are fully visible. The third number associated with the mountain lion can be found using the Choctaw language, talking about 8, the number 8 of having the number of lions, which we figured that out as well. Though initially suspicious because of his mounting debts, as seen in the theater posters, Roger's criminal records, and the diary, as well as theoretically being first in line to inherit Pace's fortune, Roger is actually innocent. So, though he may have had a motive and was honest in that he did come upon the body, his timeline puts him downstairs in the parlor when Harrington Pace was murdered. Though they are not the murderers, Zoe and Agnes are not entirely innocent in the events of the night. Basically, you find out that she poisoned Harrington as well. So, and Zoe also confesses to the knowledge of this plot, which helps go along that case. Constructing their timeline, you can discover that though they did poison Pace, they were both downstairs at the time of the murder. Wallace and Ben function as each other's alibis. As we already talked about, they were both out in, out there, right? So this is stuff where they were able to find out with construction and all that stuff, right? That they basically Ben stole information from Pace in the form of the construction memo in hopes of finding out the truth about the rumor. This leaves only the murderer, which is Claude. Though he may initially appear innocent, his motive for killing Pace is hinted at in a redacted section of the service record. This is further elaborated upon in the investigation file that Claude was the victim of an oversight and cover-up in one of Pace's munitions factories. So basically, he found that out at some point. Claude confronted Pace where he was presented with the check and its envelope. So he was presented with both, which bared the. So he probably was handed the check. It was inside the envelope. Was handed the envelope. He opened it up, saw that it was a check. Right.
So are we saying that Pace hand scratched his unit, the unit that died's logo?
Correct.
Okay.
That he drew that on the envelope because of seeing it here, right?
Okay.
And knew, right? And again,
Yeah.
Wally's thing of redeem for the lurchers.
By owning
Right?
what he had done, yeah.
So that all makes sense, right?
So that's ironic. Wally encouraging him to redeem himself got him killed.
Correct. So he, only when Claude, confronted, but probably instead of saying I'm sorry or whatever, right? He was like, hey, here's this money.
Yeah, which I think the bitter irony in all of that is legitly he couldn't spend the money on buying more powder for the bullets at the time.
Right.
But he wanted to throw all that money at him in the aftermath. Like, that would be really offensive to me. You know what I
Right.
mean? Like,
Yep.
to be that careless then, but now be so sorry now.
Yeah. So so that's the thing, right? So so he handed Bailey, so he was offended by all that, right? So handed Bailey the envelope with the check in it. Bailey sees it, rips it apart, throws it all around the room, right? And gets he has that problem with authority, gets upset, right? And there you go. So He also confesses that he lied on his recruitment form, that he's allergic to, among other things, goose down.
I wonder why Pace didn't put his name on the check. He
I don't
left
know.
the check blank, which I think is interesting.
I'm not sure.
Yeah.
So we do have an opportunity here for an epilogue as well. So let me do that.
This one's a bittersweet one, actually, somehow, because part of me still has a little bit of empathy towards this guy for what he went through. I mean, he literally watched probably 12 plus members of his brotherhood be violently murdered because some bureaucrat was too fancy pants to pay for enough gunpowder for bullets. Like, I mean, it's kind of tragic. I'm not saying murder is ever correct. I'm just saying that that's really tragic. Yeah. Like, it's so much easier when it's Roger because then we can just hate him because he's a money-grubbing loser. But it being Bailey has me a little bittersweetened because he went through a real trauma and survived and obviously would want to get revenge for his family, for lack of a better word.
So, I mean, this, I'm not going to lie, though. This hopefully the epilogue will help clear up some of this, right? So, like, there's still a part of me that's like...
there's not a lot of answers.
I'm just, like, how did Claude find out about Pace, right? There's nothing that says anywhere in any of this that Claude ever
he could have
tracked
kept
it
digging
down.
For information, though.
Right.
Maybe that's why he was so happy to accept the invite.
And so
he could finally confront Harrington one-on-one. So
right, but the redacted investigation was in Harrington
hands-on
Pace's
on that, yeah.
locked box. So Claude wouldn't have seen that. So trying to do all that, right? Like, so that's the part that is a little bit of trying to figure out is one, how did Claude find out that about the investigation or about that Pace owned the place and all that stuff, right? So correct, yeah, the investigation was from 1919, so that was several years prior to the death.
Mm-hmm.
But I still would have. I'm not like as a review. Like I would have liked to have seen something that had mentioned
to prove how the private found out about Harrington's involvement, right?
Yeah,
something to connect that dot a little better.
Yeah, like when did he find out about when did he find out about that, right? So, because he wouldn't have found it. Supposedly, this is the first time he's ever met Pace.
So that does make something very interesting, though, because remember how hostile he was at Pace at dinner. He kept being so hostile about Pace's treatment of Davenport and Davenport's heritage and all this stuff.
Correct.
Like, it makes a lot more sense now, though, Bailey...
And on the hunting trip with the gun sights.
Well, and just the be ready for a fight and all this stuff. Like, and honestly, it almost felt like Bailey was trying to get Davenport riled up to do something. You know what I mean? Like, honestly, It kind of sounded like at one point Bailey was trying to get Davenport into taking revenge on Pace. So... somehow through information search or something he was able to come across this, or maybe he was able to ask Valentine, the guy who kicked him out of the army. I mean, the same guy who covered up the cover-up signed off on getting Bailey. Did you type in your email address correctly?
Yeah, I did.
You sure?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I would just go do it again just in case. Not gonna hurt you to do it twice, is it? So I think that makes more sense on why he was being so hostile throughout dinner and throughout everything else, though, and had such a snippy attitude towards Pace, though. Obviously, he knew something, most likely. Maybe. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, Exquisite. Like, there was enough time where if he was determined enough, he could have greased the right wheels or paid for a copy of the report or something. He may not have gotten the official copy, but he may have been able to find out enough that there was some kind of a cover-up. So... it's not happening?
I think I had to do one or two more steps or something. I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah, so that epilogue's still not showing up. So what we'll do is once I receive the epilogue, we will get that put into the Discord. Okay. So Again, there's the Discord link. If you're watching this on YouTube, if you're at this point of watching it, I mean that's a over 4 hour video, almost 5 hour video now. So just thank you so much
Thank you.
for
Yeah, I know
watching
it's been
through our
a
video.
grind of a case.
And please, feel free to like and subscribe. And then the Discord link will also be in the description down below. So feel free, click that link and join the Discord. And then, keep an eye out because, like I said, as soon as I get that epilogue, I'm going to get that posted into the Discord. Because I'm really curious. Like, there's so many questions that I have still.
One other thing I was going to throw was that there's a Facebook page for this group as well.
Okay.
And anyone can join it. They just have to click join.
Okay.
So there's a lot of other people who've been doing the Ks and kind of talking about their theories too, and asking some questions still have been answered. And sometimes the makers will actually jump in and answer some of those questions.
Okay.
So for some people who are really into it or want to know more of the Easter eggs, sometimes the Facebook page is fun because you might see something that you may have missed.
Right.
I don't know. I really enjoyed looking at the Facebook page on some of the past sets.
We'll put that link in the description below as well then, to be able to link them to that Facebook group. Yeah. So yeah, because I just have so many more questions. I really do. Like, I was really a little bit.
3 or 4 people on here have like a billion questions. They're
like literally I'm a little bit. I'm not gonna lie. I'm a little bit disappointed in the solution.
Yeah.
That there was nothing explaining, why or how he got downstairs to burn the pillow and the map. Right.
Is that what we think he did? Was he burned the pillow? Is that what we think there was goose feathers down there?
Correct. I think he burned the pillow.
It could have been on okay.
So because he also burned the map, but then at the same time, if he had the map and he went and he used the servant,
he would have used the service path.
He would have used the service path, but then we already brought up the problem with that of the timing of it all, right?
Yeah,
so that's the kind of stuff that I'm like, all right, that kind of stuff. Yeah. So Pace was being demeaning to his staff and family, and he's the head in this situation, so the authority figure. Yep, exactly. So it set Bailey off and went along with Pace, already planning on doing something about it. Pace then presents the check and bam, seals the deal for Bailey. Yeah, that's a good explanation possibly there too. So that maybe he really didn't actually know what was going on, but was going to confront Bailey anyway because of the way that he treats.
That's true. Maybe he had no idea about he just had an issue with Bailey's authority, not because of the hypocrisy or the shadiness of him.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
That's a good idea.
So now, so I owe you all
a lot of
5 spicy beans as well for all those gifted subs. So we had 5 gifted subs from Von Dolores, and I owe 10 gifted subs from Zane. So I definitely owe all that. So this is a little bonus content at the end of the video. Okay. So
the basic jelly bean ones. Or?
Yeah, 3 beans. I owe 3 of the spicy beans. Is that what I said?
I think you said 5 spicy beans.
Did I say 5? Oh no, I don't.
That's why I was so confused. I'm like,
I don't do 5. Sorry, I was thinking of every 5 gifted subs that I do a bean. That's why. So 3 beans. So this is a little bonus content for you at the end of this long video. Okay. Yeah. So we'll do 3 spicy beans. Let me grab those.
I went ahead and did it through my page too, just to see if I could get the epilogue any sooner than you could.
Yeah. Okay.
Just to try, because normally it comes pretty fast. So I'm kind of confused. Oh wait, make sure ad blockers are off if you don't see the email.
Okay, I'll check real quick. I don't see anything in my junk mail.
Okay. I'm checking spam right now.
Okay. So we got to spin this. All right. Before we forget, okay. All right. So this is it. So chat, and anyone watching on YouTube. So if you don't know what's going on, for every, basically for every 500 bits, $5 tip or 2,500 channel points, I have to eat a Bean Boozled bean. Okay. One of these normal ones. If you do 5 gifted subs, then I have to do the Fire Bean challenge. Okay, so This goes everything from Sriracha at the lowest end, all the way up to Carolina Reaper. Okay. Absolutely hyper heavy. Curtain Call was amazing. I will highly recommend. I will absolutely highly recommend Curtain Call. Okay, so let's give this a spin.
Yay! We actually have that one to
Sriracha.
do Antonella.
You ordered Class of '98. Nice.
Yes.
Okay, so I don't know if it's still on sale, but if you are watching this video on YouTube, depending on how long from now, today's date that you're watching, it may not be. But Class of '98, I know we did link that in our Discord as well. So it was on sale at one point. So we will be doing Class of '98. So let us know. Antonella, let us know in the Discord, right? Like, put a message in the Honey Killer section saying, hey, you got it in. So we know that you're ready to go.
Don't worry, Hyper Harpy. We're waiting on you to solve the Moon Summit with
we'll try.
We will not jump ship on that one.
Yeah. So Antonella, we'll try to coordinate with you to do it at a time and a day that you'll be able to play along with us.
Yes.
Because that one's probably going to be split into 6 episodes, more than likely.
At least 3, possibly 6.
Yeah, at least 3, possibly 6. Okay, I need a Sriracha one. Let me find a Sriracha one. Sriracha. All right, so spicy bean number 1. There you go.
You owe any more normal bean boozled beans or just the spices? Oof.
Just spices.
Okay.
Oh, man.
I will be a loving spouse
Jalapeno.
and do one of the normal ones, but we both know I can't do those, or I will actually get like legit. Yeah.
Oh, I may have to have you go grab me some water. All right, jalapeno.
Do you have any water back to you?
Or not water, sorry, milk, I mean.
Okay, I'll get some milk really quick. I'll be right back, just in case. By the time you need it, I'm going to be running and panicking.
Right? Okay. So, and those of you, again, watching on YouTube, we do this all the time. So, feel free. I normally stream on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays at 6 p.m. Eastern. We have a good time. We hang out. Depending on what day it is, we may be playing everything from just a simple marbles on stream game to playing a game called Devour. We're always looking for more people to play Devour with. So if you have a PC and you play Devour, it's like $5 on Steam if you want to check it out, by the way. And then Wednesdays I play all kinds of stuff. I could play marbles, or I could be playing an RPG and MMO. All kinds of different things.
On your left.
Thank you.
Nice and solid. There you go.
Oh, and the nom 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 mug.
That may or may not. Oh my god, that smells so spicy. Holy cow. That smells so spicy, babe.
All right, here we go. Jalapeno.
That is horrible. Well, if you've already eaten 3, I'm not eating one of those.
Huh?
I offered to eat one, so you didn't have to eat 3.
This is number 2.
I thought you ate 3 already.
No, this is number 2. Oh, you were offering to eat.
Oh, I got it.
Will you take that, chat? Will you accept that? Will you accept, instead of me eating a third spicy bean?
Spoiler.
Instead of me eating a third spicy bean.
I'm just sure my face will be priceless.
Mrs. Strange, Red Panda, has so kindly volunteered to eat one of the regular bean boozled beans.
I will hold it over him later. Don't you worry.
I told you that you're their favorite.
Aww. You cannot deny that you don't enjoy seeing me scared to death, like, authentically, or making a fool of myself.
Right?
Wow, those really are spicy beans, babe. Those are, wow. This whole room smells like peppers now, like foul peppers.
Okay, it looks like Red Panda's not going to have to do that. Okay.
Red Panda tried. Did you get the spoiler yet? You want me to do it?
I have not. Okay. Let's see. Let's answer some questions.
You get some Kleenexes too? Your nose is running so bad.
Right? It's just a photo.
Is that it?
Captain Hastings, Monsieur Perot, please say you'll attend. You are cordially invited to the wedding of Wallace Pearson and Agnes Middleton on the 11th of May, 1924 at precisely 4:58.
Aww.
You got what time they're gonna get married, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I sure did.
At Hunter's Lodge and Nature Conservatory, Derbyshire, England. Music provided by the Havering Theatrical Institute.
4:58 explicit. You get it?
The puppy gets it.
The puppy
The
gets
puppy
it.
gets it. Okay, I gotta eat one more.
Can you give us 3 more
Yeah.
minutes?
So that's the
minutes?
little epilogue. Is that they got
That was
married?
it.
Yep,
That was pretty cute, though.
I agree. All right. One more bean. Another jalapeno. Okay.
Woo! You're gonna have
Good. I didn't have to eat a
that.
Carolina Reaper. Oof, oof. I know. All right, here you go. Here's your last spicy bean.
Yeah, that definitely did not give the closer I was really hoping for.
Yeah.
Something probably dinner
They want
time.
food.
Their bellies right now are always hungry because they don't like to eat their full meals because they don't like the current food we're feeding them because they're really stubborn and set in their ways.
Mm-hmm.
So they get extra barky because they aren't eating as much as they usually eat because they're so stubborn. And food rules their bellies, especially the tiny one.
Yeah,
Seriously,
exactly.
worships the food. As she
Okay.
sits and stares him down.
Yes.
So is a conservatory like something that doesn't kill animals? Like, is it a good place? Oh, that's what I was thinking. I'm like, because all I can think of is like this horror show of all these poor dead animals on the walls and stuff.
Nope. It's
like,
now a nature conservatory. Yeah,
That's
it's a
pretty cool.
conservatory. Built on basically the conservation
Yeah,
of
yeah.
life.
Not just showing off dead life. She sure.
No, they're well, no, the musical theatrical group. So they're running. So she's an actress, right? So they opened a theater.
Which is what they'd hoped to do all along.
Mm-hmm.
That was one of, I think, her biggest goals was to open up a theater and have him be like the manager of the theater and her get to do what she does best, which is act and perform. So
No, I agree.
it actually kind of is optimistic that he actually was able to possibly clean up his act and do something right in life.
Right?
Honestly, his uncle bailed him out a few too many times. Like, honestly, by the 4th or 5th attempt, I'd have been like, yeah, no, you can sit in jail. Not really going to help you now.
All right, you heard all the words, but now your brain's putting it. It's been a long case, and
such a
again,
long
I
case.
really appreciate all of you. So,
I'm really glad we did a timeout, though, because this would have been so painful last night.
oh yeah, trying to do this for 7 to 8 hours. No, that would have been rough.
Yeah. Definitely.
So chat, thank you so much. For sticking around and hanging out. I will find us somebody to raid right after this. So, those again, that if you're seeing this, if you're watching on YouTube, thank you so much. We have hit over 100 subscribers on YouTube, and which is absolutely amazing and outstanding. And those of you that came in from YouTube and have helped us to solve these cases now, that's absolutely fantastic to see, and we absolutely love it. So, still make sure that you feel free. Those of you that were here to help us solve the case, once that video's up or once this video's live, feel free. Let others know in the comments below how much fun it was to be able to help us solve it in real time, right? We'll see if we can't get even more people in here to help us solve it in the future. I think the next case that we will be working on possibly is probably maybe
I think
98.
It was 98. Yeah, I think it's gonna be
So we do have off
this
the
one.
record. So we did get off the record, which is a 6-month case.
Yes.
So we'll figure out what we're gonna do of when we're gonna start that, because we don't necessarily want to be doing 2 different cases at the same time. So we'll look at that as well and figure out what our options are to do that.
I think we're leaning on starting that one like closer to when the 5th and 6th box is coming, so we can do them all like So we can do them
Possibly,
like a few
yeah.
weeks apart, but kind of dive through them all and not have gaps and be trying to do different ones where we're trying to keep story straight of each story.
Yeah.
I just feel like these are so detailed that that's going to be so hard to have 2 6-month subscriptions going at the same
No,
time.
I agree.
Yeah. So on the record is a 6-month new series from Hunt a Killer. It's the one you go to after Mallory Rock if you're currently doing the subscription series. And so that's the one that we just got our first box of, but we're not even touching it for right now. We're going to let the box accumulate every month for now while we're enjoying Class of 98. And then we'll see where we're at after that, I think is the plan. We're waiting for Moon Summit to come in so we can do it with a few people, including Hyper Harpy.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
So definitely stay tuned for more Hunt a Killer stuff, right? We got it in line. We got it all over there.
I was wrong,
And,
but thankfully you caught a very important detail at the very end, which helped me switch gears quickly.
Right.
She said the guess was right. And I'm like, yeah, I was pretty focused on the drunk guy for way too long, but he seemed like the most greedy of the group, so
Yeah.
it's a fair assumption.
Okay. So
Oh, I'll put this on the Discord as well.
Yep. So stick around real quick. Those of you, again, on YouTube, thank you so much again. Don't forget, like, subscribe. Stay tuned, all right? Let me do this real quick so I know where to end it, all right? Stay safe. Stay strange, all right?